How bad a musical with us singing would be?
Imagine anyone singing for 5 hours, how terrible it would be by the end.
Yeah.
Good morning, my friends. We're just getting warmed up here this morning, grabbing some coffee, and then we'll get to the show in no time.
You look like the kind of guy who was in a musical.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Are we here?
Yeah, we're here.
Oh goodness, I was just making fun of Nathan. I hope that didn't go live. All right, well, we're getting warmed up. We got some coffee. Nathan made us cinnamon buns. They're delicious.
I was gonna say, if you read through the comments, you probably find people saying meaner things about me on the internet.
Oh yeah,
my
yeah.
favorite
Well, it's the
pastime.
internet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the guts to do it to your face, though.
Right?
Yeah.
Be a man. Say it to my face.
Yeah, right.
Oh man.
So what are we doing now?
We're
Pouring coffee.
I'm just having coffee.
Yeah. What's
What's that tea you made?
I made this. It's like ginger and cardamom and stuff. It's like good for your throat because we're going to be talking for 5 hours
Yeah.
straight.
Yeah.
And I think we're all off the back
I'm
of
already like losing my voice.
we're all off the back of a cold. And on Friday, about an hour into it, we were all starting to get real scratchy.
pretty rough, yeah.
So I've got. Look, I got these when I was in Australia. I've brought them. They're butter and ginger.
Butter and
Ginger and lemon shoes. And the good old
I
Rinka.
thought it was like butter and ginger. I was excited.
Oh,
It was
dang.
like only the Australians would put butter in candy.
Yeah, like a butterscotch ginger caramel thing. I wonder if that would be good. I mean, I'd eat it.
Just butter.
Yeah.
Just butter flavored candy.
Just
I'm
butter.
wondering if we have enough coffee.
We have a percolator over there that's probably hot.
We have about 40 cups
Yeah, like the percolator you have at like a church potluck, you know.
of pure, high-powered, horse-powered gas, diesel
I
fuel coffee.
I gotta ease myself into that coffee with this coffee.
Yeah. Oh
'Cause
yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
you can't go like raw right into the perk, or it's gonna mess you
Oh,
up.
it'll fray your nerves for sure. Well, I hope everyone was able to check us out on Friday. We were trying to answer as many questions as we could, so you'd be able to strategize your purchasing over the weekend. You know, we know that this Monday gets really busy, and not everyone's able to buy everything they want. And I guess we're sorry that we can't have everything for everyone, but that is part of the fun, part of the excitement of this the garage sale here. I think there's a lot of really awesome stuff. And you know what? We're here 360, well, not quite, 360 days of the year. We're closed, 4 days of the year?
Yeah.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And 365 minus 9. It's too early for the arithmetics.
I was gonna say, what are you talking about? Well, let's why don't we help people out with a few helpful tips on how to get the knife that you want for the garage sale, because there's a few things that you can do that help you. You know.
All right, so
If you're tuning into this live stream, you're probably going for a specific knife at 8 in the morning. So.
we're going to basically turn it on. The sale opens at 8 a.m. So that happens on the website. Website turns on at 8. And if you're in Toronto or Ottawa, you could be at the store. Now, if you're going to be buying online, a couple quick tips, like put your stuff in your autofill, double check the autofill for you is going to be the correct address and such. You can, whatever your credit card method is basically the faster you can get through the checkout process, the best. And really, if there's something that you've been sitting on and you really want it, keep in mind the stock is kind of low on most of this stuff. We don't get a lot of everything. So just buy it, go right through the cart, and then come back and make a second order. That's totally fine. Make that second order with all the other stuff you want. If you're trying to find a little gift, you want something for someone else in your house. But you know, if there's something cool and rare that you're after, get it. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. If you're gonna,
like
if
what do
there's
we have
a
small
one-
quantities of?
Like, there's like one of this. Right? Say if you're a fan, like myself, of the Manaka-san and Myojin-san collab.
The sharpening on this is beautiful.
Yeah, like this guy right here. There's only one available right now, right? The ATS-34, forged by Manaka-san, sharpened by Myojin-san. You know, bevel works is just almost perfect. You know, if you're after this, just buy one first. You know, just put that in and check it out. Then come back for another.
Yeah, same with the scratch and
we got
dent
free
stuff too.
shipping in
Yeah.
Canada and the US too. Over like over $100 in Canada,
Yeah,
$200 in the US. So
this will definitely
that'll qualify. So yeah, if you make a couple of orders, like you're not going to be getting charged more for that.
And yeah, we try our best to actually combine the shipment. If not, even you still probably get the free shipping anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Now throughout the day, there's also the chat on the website's open, or emailing hello@knifewear will get you there too.
Or ask us questions.
Or
That's why we're here.
Or we're here for you, so you don't have to use the help desk today.
Yeah, we're going to be doing some product demos today, like cooking some stuff on camera and showing you how to take care of your knives. But we are also here to answer questions, help you find the right knife, especially if after that kind of first surge in the morning, you're like, oh, I don't really know what I'm looking for. Like, maybe I just want a good chef's knife. We can help with that. And we got a lot of stock of stuff that isn't like the super special rare stuff. So yeah, let us know what you want. Sorry, just setting up our monitor here. Another thing people ask a lot is if these are the final prices on our website. They are. They're all prices marked. Most of this is like special stock that we just get for this event.
Your special stock.
Oh, thanks, Mike. But we do have some discounted stuff as well, like the Tsunahisa.
Yeah.
We have the refurbished and retired demo knives. Those tend to go pretty quick, but definitely keep your eye out for them. But we have we have a lot of the Tsunahisa, and so if you are looking for a smoking deal, that's definitely the way to go. We have like a Chukabocho that's 35% off too.
Yeah.
We also have a
Zero
mini
One
tank.
Hite.
This is, I don't know how many we have of these, but I think this is what I want. These Manaka knives are so cool. He's using ATS 34, which is pretty unique, but I don't know, the dimensions of it, the thick, like the tall bevel, like it's beautiful. To me, this is a good size, good price range for a guy like me. I like more than I like having more knives than I like having super fancy knives. But
Aaron wants to know, so what kind of deals and sales are there?
Yeah, well, the Tsunahisa I was just talking about, we got some right there. They're 20% off.
Yep.
So these guys are probably the best bang for your buck. We also have some stuff that's not like expressly discounted. It's just a crazy good price. So look up Tosa Tsukasa. Those are like
They're great.
under $150 Canadian for some carbon steel knives. Pretty rad.
Some of the old stock all Hado or all knives,
Yep.
they're actually really well priced. Because they are old stock,
Right, they
really
just want to clear them out of their workshops.
got
Right?
that's the
really good, good
OUL.
OUL.
Not old Sakai.
No.
OUL Sakai.
They want to actually say owl because some of them actually does have owl on it, but the
I don't know what that meant.
is the mic off? Should we just like zoom in, punch in so that it doesn't?
It doesn't zoom in.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
for the
Okay.
demo.
No, I
It's real Noto. It's authentic. Yeah, yeah.
thought it keeps seeing that the little.
We can't let people know we're using a tripod. We're frauds.
Yeah,
so-
again, I think the Tsunahisa discounted, like the price that you're looking at for some of these knives, like what you're getting for that is unbelievable, like really good.
Yeah.
I mean, and of course there is the refurbished knives. Those are things that, accidents happen, knives get chipped. We have a lot of demo knives in every store. Occasionally they get retired. Naoto here sharpens them, thins them out, makes them like brand new. And honestly, when I was looking at them, when I went to look for the scratch and dent section back there, I couldn't actually, I missed it. And Sky's like, no, they're behind the clacker wheel. I was, oh, right. I hardly could tell they were refurbs.
Yeah.
So they're beautiful, and those are just stupid. The deal is on those is stupid. So
We do have a little bit of deal as well on the half price stones and stuff like that.
Yeah, we have the lobster
50%.
stones. It's a really coarse, like 180 grit
Yeah,
stone.
if you're looking for
that's
something
50%
really,
off.
like if you haven't had a really coarse stone, and
It's good place to
it's a good
start your
place to
sharpening
like
process.
$5 right now.
Yeah.
or something.
yeah, those things are. I mean, they break
just-
down pretty quick, but I know some of the shops like them because they're getting a really nice Kasumi finish
Yeah.
on the face when they're using them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're sharpening at home, it's going to last you a while.
Oh yeah, and if you just need to honk off some steel off of a knife, like
Yeah.
you're learning how to thin out a knife, it's a great place to be. You don't always need to be using such a super coarse stone, but
Yeah.
it's good to have one around.
Had somebody ask if we have any sales on stones.
we have that sale on stones, yeah. We also have, so if you are in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, or Vancouver, we have stores in all those cities, Knifewear stores, and all of those stores have exclusive stock. So what's available online right now is just what's in our warehouse, and the stuff that is in the stores is just totally exclusive to the stores for the first day. So that gives everybody in those city a fair shot to get the knife that they want before things go nuts online. And so that there's two things that means. That means that if you're in a store, go check out your local store because they'll have a lot of similar stuff, but also some totally different things.
Yep.
And if you're shopping online and you don't get the knife of your dreams at 8 a.m., log back on around like 6, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, because the stores tonight, the stores are going to start going online this evening after they close their doors. So kind of from like 5 to 7, Ellie's going to be putting their stock on the website, and there'll be probably a bunch of the rare stuff that maybe just doesn't sell in store right away that will be available. So
we used to have all that stuff available across the board, and we just found out it was just too chaotic. Someone online would buy something and you would be holding it and you hadn't paid for it yet, and I'd have to be like, oh, I'm sorry, someone owns that knife now, it's not yours. And that's just like
time for everybody.
That's just
vice
like
versa, right?
You just feel like such a dick,
and
it's just so disappointing, and it's just disgusting. So we found if we didn't do that on Mondays, but it's nice because it just sort of refreshes the sale at 7 o'clock.
We actually did very good distribution like this time as well. So the stores, some stores have like amazing, one-off, knives with some fancy handles. We didn't just, keep everything here in the warehouse. So go check them out because I know, some of the fancy handle knives like.
Yeah, and if you're sitting at your house and you're watching this and you're in Toronto and you didn't know, we have a store in Toronto.
Yeah.
It's 517 Bloor West. Bloor West.
So
I don't know where Bloor East is, but
a couple other things. If you spend over $300 today, you can get a free Knifewear hat or a free Knifewear shirt. We have the Mike. Can you? I'm holding my mic. Can you?
It's got a clip on it, doesn't it?
This one.
Oh.
Or a free Knives to the People shirt. I think we're on the wide camera here. Here, this guy, or a free Knifewear Ramones shirt, or a free Knifewear Ramen shirt. And so just add that to your cart, and that'll be discounted automatically if you spend over $300. Also, when you buy a knife today, we have got the Clacker Wheel. So this guy has all sorts of deals on it, some free stuff, some half-price stuff. And so we're going to spend this every hour, and for 1 hour, that'll be the deal of the hour. And so you can add that item to your cart and get that deal automatically applied. So I'm going to spin it right now. Ready?
Sound check.
Wheel!
This guy is obsessed with this wheel.
So if you buy a knife, you get a free Knifewear fridge magnet for the next hour. So that's this guy here.
I know
Was that our actual first wheel spin?
Yeah, that was our first wheel spin. Oh. I know it sounds kind of lame, but this fridge magnet's actually awesome. It's got temperatures and times for cooking stuff. It's got different cuts. It's got like weight conversions.
It's all that good stuff that's at the back of a good cookbook or a textbook for cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, so this guy, add that to your cart, buy a knife, you'll get that free. I'm going to turn that discount on. It works.
Okay, we have, 7 minutes?
Yeah, if anybody's got questions before, if anybody needs to ask a last minute question.
We have people begging to see the Honora rainbow.
Okay, we should probably do that.
Yeah, let's get some final questions in, just in case anyone's really hoping that we'll stop talking and answer their questions. Sky.
And you got to show it on this cam because the countdown resets if I switch cameras.
Which camera?
You got to show it on this one.
Yeah,
okay.
the big one.
Dang, that is perde. It's very finely polished. What's the cladding steel?
Cladding steel is stainless steel and copper and brass Damascus.
And I think the copper and the brass will kind of patina on their own, right?
Yeah. The core steel is the the V Tokuwan, the V special one steel from Takefu Knife, special steel. It acts like a is it here now? Acts like a blue carbon steel. Oh, it's just,
that's the countdown.
Okay. Acts like a blue carbon steel.
All right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And what shapes do we have in that?
Just 2 gyutos.
Just 2 gyutos.
think.
And is it a D-shaped handle, it looks like, or oval?
No,
Oh, it's like a
it's
teardrop.
actually yeah, it's a teardrop.
Oh.
You used to call it half octagon, maybe?
Half, or MBD?
MBD.
MBD?
Like oval here, and it's got a, yeah, shit. This is actually really comfortable handle to hold. Yes. But yeah, the...
By Hinora.
Here, by Hinora.
Yee. Those are wicked.
Yeah.
We also have a fair bit of Hinora Junior stuff. And the Hinora Junior stuff is really nice. Simple, right? But really well put together.
Where's Muchan's Hakata?
Okay, what other questions have we got before we get going here?
We got a few folks that want to see knives. So Aku is asking about the Funiyuki 170 old stock from from Old Sakai.
Sakai.
This one's fantastic. This is really well priced.
Oh, wow.
Well made.
Oh, nice.
That's why it's got an owl on the back.
Ah. OUL, that means owl. There's an owl on the back.
Yeah. Really well made. It's simple. This actually, we don't know who actually forged it and stuff, but it's great. Like, you know, if you don't have Deba at home, this is like, you know, you can just.
And this is their old stock,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So do you have an idea of how old?
They say like at least 20, 30-year-old.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah, they found a whole bunch of old stock, and they.
What would make a 20 or 30-year-old knife better than a knife made today?
That's a good question.
Oh.
They are actually some argues they are actually a little bit better because it sits a little bit longer so that it stabilizes. Sometimes like the Hagane moves a little bit.
Yeah.
So Hagane with
Are we
the
going to
steel
start
moves.
selling aged knives?
So
We're selling them right now.
well,
aged. I
you
mean,
know what?
that's a
That's
good
how
vintage.
it used to be.
Science happens and the knife gets a little
everyone-
bit better.
Yeah.
Used to be they just store the knife for a couple of years actually.
Right.
Yeah, before they actually sell it. But
Yep.
now they can't.
So
Okay.
is it like wine where we have a year, like a vintage, or is
We
it
should-
more like Scotch where it's like, you know, it's a 30-year?
Okay, what's our next question? What are these knives here?
Okay, so we're looking for the biggest, baddest knife of the sale. This is ROT Restoration. And I figured we had to show off this
Is
guy.
it the is it still this camera that we have to? Yeah. Is it in the frame?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just barely.
Just want to make sure, right? Because the this one here is crazy. Hatsukokoro. Wait, is it Hatsukokoro? Yeah. Hatsukokoro Yorokobi. Yorokobi means pleasure. It is one of the prototype. So it's got a Kurochi, the black finish with the hammer pattern. Yorokobi, all the Yorokobi series does have this copper Damascus.
It's so cool. It's so beautiful.
390 millimeter Tsujihiki, so it's the double-sided.
I want that knife. Often we see these in their Yanagiba, and I love Yanagiba, but I don't have a need to use them as often. So I feel like you are probably the same, which just makes this like a little bit more justifiable because you're actually going to be able to use it.
Yeah. It comes with a beautiful saya as well. Let's write something.
All right,
Shacho.
what's this guy?
Oh yeah, this one here, the Nakagawa.
Yeah, this is for Charminator who just wanted to see anything by Satoshi Nakagawa-san.
This is beauty though. Like we have
Tilt that up to catch the light. Yeah, there we go.
Satoshi Nakagawa. He's such a talented blacksmith. We went to
Yeah,
see him.
he's
It's
incredible.
Incredible. But he forges this knife, but it's sharpened by Myojin-san. It's like the bevel is so perfect, so thin. There's no flaw like whatsoever.
The
no,
sharpening
like,
out of
scratches.
Myojin is just incredible. Like that Manaka you were showing earlier
Yeah.
is incredible.
So this one here is just a piece of art. Like Sakimaru, also the Sakimaru Tsujihiki, you know.
Again, a little bit more functional for most of us than a Yanagiba, unless you're, a sushi chef and you're cutting a lot of fish. Okay, what about this guy? I think this is such a great steal of a deal.
270 millimeter Gyuto from Tojiro. I typed it HS high speed powder-
HSPS.
HPSS, the stainless steel.
Oh,
HPSS. HP.
So this knife is crazy to find a 270 millimeter Gyuto with SG2 or high-speed powdered stainless steel at $280. Like, to get a 270 that's less than $300 is incredible. These are not fancy. It just has wicked, wicked steel. So if you just want a wicked knife that's big.
Okay, the sale starts in 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
That's more like
10
I don't know,
seconds,
now,
probably.
If you're
yeah.
online, because there's some stream
Starts
delay.
now. Stream delay.
We did our best with the countdown.
We tried. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, boom! It is quite accurate.
Do you want to just show these guys in the overhead cam real quick?
Yes.
Just because the front camera has a bit of trouble focusing on the knives, so we'll show those off for you again real quick.
All right, I'm getting coffee. Okay.
Or?
Yeah.
What are we doing now?
Okay, if you guys weren't employees, what knife would you be after for the garage sale right now?
That one.
Yeah, that one.
I want that Manaka sharpened by Myojin-san.
Yeah, that thing's pretty sick.
You know, I like that Hakata by the by who is it? The that one.
I think I snagged this guy. A handmade carbon steel Nikiri for 123 Canadian dollars. It's insane. Tosa Tsukasa. That is the deal of the sale.
Look at this thing. The sharpening is like the beveling and stuff on this knife is I think flawless actually. Oh wow, nice.
Oh, wow.
David did. Congrats, David. Well, everybody else, let us know what you're doing.
I'll get this one.
Oh, that's really nice too.
Look
And
at
this
it.
is Muchan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mutsumi Hinora.
And if you're in Toronto and Ottawa, they'll have just opened their stores.
Oh yeah, stores
Yeah,
stores
stores
in
open.
Ontario are open.
This is the first ever Toronto garage sale, so congrats to the Toronto store.
Yeah, go make them really busy. They
Yeah.
need practice.
Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty. So what?
Questions, answers.
The magnets should add automatically in the cards, right, Nathan?
No, you have to add the magnet to your cart. The discount will apply automatically.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah,
The discount is automatic for the knives and for the shirts and hats, but you have to add the product to your cart for that to happen. If you missed it, let us know in the chat right away, and I'll just add one to your invoice. But let us know like
Yep.
ASAP.
This is the free item of the hour for the first hour today. You need to add the product of a fridge magnet, but it will automatically be discounted to $0. It's just a handy thing to have on your fridge.
All right, so we have a question from Rodrigo asking what petty recommendations do you have and why? I picked a few of my favorites, but you guys probably have your own.
Yeah, this one's really cool. I like this long, slender petty style where we've got nice slicing ability. Compared to something like this Kobunka that Nathan's got here, this is going to be great if you just want a small knife for chopping things with that clearance. This is Yoshimi Kato SG2 with this cool sort of chevron pattern on the face of the blade. So beautiful. SG2 is beautiful. This is nice with the multiple layers here. We've got a Damascus layer. And this is VG10W, which is a really cool type of VG10 steel. It's sort of newer and not that commonly used, but it's going to be awesome.
Oh, this is my favorite actually. We don't get to talk about him as much.
Who's this?
It's a Nao Yamamoto-san from the Echizen, right? He learned all the skills from Azai-san, who unfortunately, passed a couple years ago. But he learned so much from him. The way in which he forges, look at it. It's
Yeah,
like
that's crazy nice, actually.
super nicely tapers from the spine to this way.
So Yamamoto.
Nao Yamamoto, super blue carbon steel. No stainless, so it's a little bit more maintenance, but still, look at how beautiful. It's got a really nice sharpening job.
Well, and the texture sort of comes through on the camera here, but it does have a nice hammered texture on the Kurochi or on the black face. But it's like Kurochi, Tsuchime, and Damascus. Like, it's got them all.
Yeah, it's
and it's Aogami
really,
Super.
Aogami Super.
Yeah, that's a beautiful knife.
So well made.
And so nice, like it's nice how thin it is, sharpened up at the tip. Wow, that's beautiful.
Exactly.
Next.
Here's a good one. Now, I don't know which tall bunka this is, but Sebastian is wondering about the Sakai Takayuki tall bunka. We should probably start with the one that's brand new, the coreless Damascus.
So this is VG10 and VG2 steel, layered together and folded together, and then hammered out. Now, a lot of times with our Japanese knives, we've got 3 layers of steel. The core steel is the edge, and the cladding is the soft steel that you look at, and it helps protect that core. But in this case, there is none. The idea is that the VG2 breaks down and like oxidizes, I guess, in a way, or wears faster than the VG10. So what it does is give you this sort of differential edge.
It's actually VG2 and 10.
Oh, VG10 and VG2.
Yeah.
VG2. So yeah, with the different types of steel, they kind of wear differently, and so they're supposed to stay sharp longer.
I am holding at the same height, so there is a smaller version. I'm not like, there. There. So there's a smaller version of that as well, made exactly the same VG2, VG10, coreless Damascus.
Give me that thing. That's awesome, actually.
Yeah.
Like, this knife would be wicked as just like for chopping little stuff, herbs. This would be fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, I'm a fan. I really like to try that coreless steel too.
Okay, so I was going to save these for later, but somebody really wants to see them, and we're just going to launch them during the live stream. So we can launch these anytime if somebody wants to snag themselves one. These are Yu Kurosaki folding knives. This is the first time we've had these, right now, Tom?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we launch it right now?
It's SG2. Look at that guy. I'll go get that into inventory, so it should pop in the next couple of minutes.
So this is made by who? This is made by someone we really like who is quite popular.
It says Yu Kurosaki on it. It's got a Kurosaki engraving.
Oh, I can't read that.
Ah.
I still can't. I've never learned.
It's crazy. I think the engraving is really well done.
Okay,
Handle, I think it's Marcata. Is that?
It looks like G10.
Oh, okay.
All blue?
It's
Sorry?
all blue this round.
Yes.
This round it's all blue. Seems like he's up to making something rather than this color, and we may be able to get them soon.
So it's got it's all black. Everything's black.
Okay, these
and
are
blue.
available online now, so if you want one, now is your chance.
We've got a little, like it's got a nice little liner lock. What's
Yeah.
the steel? SG2.
SG2.
Wow. SG2 folding knives is pretty rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Looks like bronze phosphor for bearings. And it's got a beautiful little sheath.
And also says Kurosaki knives on it.
And it says Kurosaki knives on it. And it is $600.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Sky, we got any more questions there?
What are the reserved items from the store available online? Getting lots of questions about what's down there, if it's worth checking it out.
In the stores, yeah. Naoto really stacked them with cool stuff this year.
Yeah. So say, for example, like super cool one-off, like unique handles that like we handled here. These are like we usually keep all them here in the warehouse, but we distribute them. We manage to distribute them. They have their own dent and scratch sections or the refurb sections that they all done their own work. So they should have pretty good selection of that as well.
Adding the stock to the website is a bit of a slow process for Ellie and could take, a couple hours. So she said she's going to start around 5 p.m. when Toronto and Ottawa close.
Yeah.
And so between 5 and 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time
They'll come
is
back and stuff.
when that inventory
Yeah.
will go up. So I would start checking around 5
We
p.m.
have quite a bit of unique Nigara knives sitting in Toronto store. So if you live in and around Toronto, like it's really worth checking that store out. When it comes
Vancouver
to
has that Manaka Myojin.
yes, that's what I was gonna mention. One off like the Myojin. So we had two Manaka forged and Myojin sharpened knives. We kept the ATS-34 version here, and one that's Awagami number 2 version went to the our Vancouver store. So if you want to see that in person, Vancouver store it is. It was kind of an accident, but it's like I didn't want to send it to the store, but I did. So hey.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay,
what's that?
So this is something that I briefly talked about in the Friday's live stream, and I had to run, so I only get to talk about them once. So this is one of the old Sakai old stock, but some of them, as you probably noticed, that they have some name. This one here, it's the it's Shiraki Hamono on them. So basically, what the Shiraki Hamono is, this the knife company or the workshop owned by Shiraki-san used to be. Shiraki-san is this legendary blacksmith, now known as the Nakagawa Hamono. This is, we can't really say or guarantee that this is actually forged by Shiraki-san himself. Definitely overlooked by the,
How much is it?
I forgot the price though.
I want this knife.
So it's got the really traditional, their signature. It's called Montanren, this like wavy Hagane Zakai, or that cladding line, and like what they're really good at is like such a very low rate of the like so-called aike, or you see sometimes like the
holes,
forge welding error, inclusions, or some like pits or something like that. They're known for like its perfection on the forge welding, and it's fast, right? So,
and this is older, right?
It is older.
This is an old stock. So this we don't know how old it is, but
it is
probably
older stock.
Before they were more famous and everyone knew about them, and they were just being good, making normal knives for people.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So. It's
all right, guys. Do you have any more questions for people out there right now? So let me just give you a little re-up on what we're doing here. Today's our garage sale. This is something that happens twice a year, always this same week, just leading up to Remembrance Day, and then again around May long weekend. What happens is we go on business trips to Japan, we make new friends, we find new stuff, we buy one-off items, we buy prototypes, we find things and we mark them up and sell them off, like just get good deals out there for people. It's always started on a Monday because we've always wanted to give more access, a little preferential access to young chefs who can come to the store on Mondays. Often they're off those times. So really this is about being able to get a good knife. And then there's also some pretty cool things that we've been able to dig up, such as this old Sakai old stock. So as you're buying stuff today, if you want to get it, put it in your cart so you don't miss the opportunity. You can come back later. We'll be running this for several hours today. I think we'll be going for 4 or 5 hours today. We've got some cooking demos and we've got some other little features. But one thing we do have that's new to our garage sale is Nathan built us a clacker wheel because he just wants to shout, spin that wheel. Right now, so what happens is as we spin it...
I also wanted to build a clacker wheel.
You wanted to build it. It's on sale. Sorry. We're going to spin it every hour, and each section is a free item that you just need to ring it in, like you just punch it in on your order, and then it will discount itself 100%. So it'll be a free item with your purchase. And if you spend over $300 today, there are free T-shirts. You either need to choose the T-shirt. It's the Knives for the People T-shirt, or the Ramones T-shirt, or the ramen T-shirt, or the Knifewear hat. And if you've spent over $300 all day, that will be discounted 100% automatically. All right. We got some stuff lined up here. I'm guessing this means there's some questions.
Yes, hold on just a second. Somebody was asking for good deals on Kiritsukes.
Alrighty. Well, we have actually quite a few Kiritsukes. Oh, there. This also is a great. Alrighty, let's talk about these.
Also in here is a the V Tsuchime Yoshimi Kato Kiritsuke.
Yeah, so like.
That Patrick has been asking about. He just got this knife and he's very excited to
Oh,
receive it.
nice. So Kiritsuke is
Good
this,
call. Very good call.
You know, this shape of knife, right? Instead of like traditional gyuto, the tip is a little bit more round. That the where the mic is pointing, that tip there is a little bit more like what's it called? Clip point?
Angular.
Where?
Yeah, it's like just they cut the top off.
Yeah.
It functionally it doesn't do a lot. Attitude, it does a whole bunch. It just makes the knife look super cool.
Yeah. Look at this like.
Yeah, I think this
Tsuchime.
Yoshimi Kato SG2 with this cool sort of chevron hammered pattern on it is exceptional. Kato's knives are always so cool. I like the handle. That rosewood in the red paka is a really elegant looking knife. I like that kind of texturing. It's going to make sure the knife doesn't bind up as you cut through stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some great deal about Kiritsuke, say this Nigara VG10 Kiritsuke. This is the knife we actually saw when we visit them back in
Really?
like April.
That's cool.
Was it
A
April?
couple years ago.
Yes. Yeah, a couple years ago.
Well, this is so cool, and I actually kind of had to double take when I saw that. I was like, I thought you said you want a really good deal, a really good price on Kiritsuke.
This is $260.
And it's $265. I was pretty shocked. That's a super good price.
Yeah.
Yeah, and beautiful. The Nagara knives are really nice and thin. Hey.
Something that we brought them not a one of a kind, but it's very limited run. The Masashi-san.
Yeah, Masashi-san had a 10th anniversary. Yes. He was on a world tour. Is he back at home yet?
Yes, he is.
So he went on a world tour. He stopped at a couple places in Canada here, like in Calgary and Toronto at our stores. But along with his 10th anniversary, he made Hakuen, this series of knife. So it was a limited edition series of knives just for his 10th anniversary. So this is kind of the last of them.
It's really nice. It's got a really crisp shinogi, super thin. It's SLD. It's easy to take care of. This is gonna be great.
If you know anything about us, you know we love Masashi's knives. He's an exceptional craftsman.
And we also have a lot more Kiritsukes as well. So like this is just a bit of a...
Yeah, if you have any specific questions, throw them in the chat. Sky's sorting them out and we'll get them thrown up to us here.
Someone's asking for a half 40 knife.
Yes.
Okay, so someone
these
probably
Gihes.
was looking for a half 40 Kiritsuke, I believe. I couldn't remember. We may have them type Hatsukokoro, the type Hayabusa, Hayabusa Hayabusa. There's a line called the Hatsukokoro Hayabusa that are made of the half 40. I couldn't remember if there was actually Kiritsuke shape in that, but that is actually really well made half 40 knives. Also, the Gihei-san, this Kazahana, or the means wind flower. It's like a beautiful name. Gihei-san's knives. This particular one is made by made of the half 40. This half 40 steel. It is really one of the hardest, I guess, like
We have
kitchen knife steel available in the market right now. It could be a little bit more pain to sharpen, but it's kind of our.
We actually had somebody asking about recommendations for a 240 Gyuto or Kiritsuke that has a good flat section on the blade. And anything from Sanjo, I think, is a really good opportunity. Like a lot of the ones that we're showing right now have an awesome,
240?
a
Yeah.
lot of contact with the cutting board.
Yes. Oh, 240s are sitting right here. Alrighty. Let's.
Do we have more questions, guys?
Yes.
Can we have them?
Yeah, so
Are they secrets?
we're just gathering stuff right now, Mike. Why don't you go through the housekeeping real quick? And we'll have a short commercial break, and then we'll come back for some questions.
Awesome. So this is the garage sale. This is the one that leads up to Christmas. This is a great time to find some gifts for people. I'll actually be doing a little quick segment later on how to buy a knife as a gift for somebody. And I'll give you a sneak preview. Make sure it looks awesome. And pretty good chance you're going to want to get them a knife that's stainless steel. Carbon steel is awesome. Takes a little bit more maintenance. Sometimes you might feel like if you give that to someone as a gift, you're kind of like giving them a cat. Like you're not too sure how much they want to take care of stuff. So, yeah, stainless steel knives. They're exceptional. All the steel that we get here, all the knives that we have are incredibly good quality. So, err on the side of good looking. There's nothing like opening a present, seeing what's inside, and being like bowled over by how cool it looks. So,
Cool. So if you're just tuning in, this is the full garage sale live stream. We have this sale twice a year. Go to
just
Japan.
said that.
Yeah, you did? All right, cool. I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, if you're having any issues, just shoot us a message in chat, and there's a few things that we're sorting out for people. So worry not, we'll get to you. Other than that, we have you mentioned the demos we have today, right?
yeah.
Awesome. I'm going to be making some steak and eggs in about an hour.
Ah.
Testing out some cast iron pans and some carbon steel.
Is that a breakfast?
That's breakfast, yeah.
That's breakfast.
It'll just be steak for you now. Tom.
Ah.
But yeah, we got a couple single bevel Kiritsuke's that somebody wanted to take a look at.
Oh.
Can we also get a refresher on the free shirt deal?
Yeah, so if you spend over $300 in store online, you can add a t-shirt, a Ramones t-shirt, a ramen t-shirt, or a Knives for the People t-shirt to your cart, or a Knifewear logo cap, and it should be automatically 100% off.
Kiritsuke, single bevel Kiritsuke. So, what do we got here? Is this the old Sakai again? Is this the Nakagawa
This one?
or the Satoshi? No, what is this one?
So this one here is Sakai. It is made by Ishikazu Tanaka-san and sharpened by the Nomura-san. So it is their old stock. The signature of Shiraki is that the wavy
And what steel is this?
white number 2, Shiro 2. I think.
Shiro 2. All right, well, this one is very cool. This is a single bevel Kiritsuke, but more like the Gyuto style. It's a very nice and thin blade, as thin as what we normally see in our Japanese Gyutos, but this is a right-handed single bevel. I believe we also have some left-handed versions. Of course, if you are looking for a single bevel, you want to consider whether you're left or right-handed, because that's how they're built. And yeah, this is blue steel number 2, Damascus. This is super cool. It's very light. I think when it's thinner, the effect of the single bevel is a little bit less. When it's thicker, it really wants to turn the knife as you cut through things that are harder. If you're cutting through raw fish, it doesn't really matter because the fish is nice and soft. But if you're trying to get into using a single bevel for a lot of other stuff, I think this would be a really great place to be. It's $546, and it's the Yauji, Y-A-U-J-I, Yoshihiro, blue number 2 Damascus single bevel Kiritsuke.
So we got some Debas here. Somebody wanted to look at some Debas for breaking down 5 to 15 pound salmon, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Have you broken down a salmon before?
I have.
Put that on your mic. And put that on your belt. You're blowing out too much.
Technical change. How's that? Okay, so Deba. These are beautiful. So white number 2, Ginsan, white number 2. Yeah, both. You know, something I like about Deba and white carbon steel is when you're using one, you would like it to be very sharp. And white number 2 is incredibly nice steel to sharpen. And you know, Ginsan's pretty close. However, it is stainless steel, so you'll find that will not rust as easily.
Some guy from Texas. Was it Ben Sheps? That's the only Texan I know that shops at Knifewear. But
So this is
that was Ben. Thank you so much, Ben.
we got Tim Hortons.
We got Tim Hortons.
Oh, amazing.
What?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're now an
We'll
honorary
add to the
Canadian,
coffee.
Ben.
Okay, so this is the Tojiro 165 Deba. We haven't seen these from them for a while. I think this might be some of their old stock, but
They're actually their new stock.
this is new stock.
New stock.
Oh, they're coming back.
They're able to, like Kevin was just there, right?
Yeah.
I got an email about like this launch, and I was really hoping to get them, but it's like production and everything. Kevin was there, so he actually snatched a few of their newly launched knives. They're actually really nice and thick.
Okay, can you tell us what this one's called? How would we find this if we wanted to
All
buy it?
Ginsan. So
Oh, I see. It's on the back.
yeah.
Old Sakai.
Old stock.
OUL, Old Stock Ginsan Deba. They are all kind of around the same sort of weight and heft. Yeah, very similar. What can I say about them?
So Ginsan, this one here is made by Yamatsuka, forged by Yamatsuka-san, sharpened by Nomura-san. This is like really, really nicely made. What are you looking for?
Doesn't matter. Okay. Any other questions on those Deba? Thoughts? Things to say about
Well,
them?
somebody
Which
was
one?
speaking to Deba's mic. Somebody was asking about the old stock Ginsan Debas, including that guy, and just wanted to know what's the deal with Ginsan.
Oh,
What's the deal?
what's the
this
deal with
Ginsan
Ginsan?
steel?
Ginsan stainless steel is this like really popular stainless steel in actually the Sakai by Sakai Blacksmith. You know why? The Ginsan stainless steel is this type of steel that acts like a carbon steel. Carbon steel is great when you forge them, when you like hammer forge them, it makes it better. I mean, it makes the grain size a little bit smaller, and not all stainless steel acts like that, right? Like a lot of stainless steel, they're pretty good at the manufacturing level, right? They don't have to do much. Where Ginsan, more you do things on it, it will make it better. That's why it is really favorited by those blacksmiths in that the region. All of the Ginsan, all Sakai old stocks, Ginsans are forged by the Yamatsuka-san and sharpened by the Nomura-san. Both like really, really well-known blacksmith and sharpener in that particular region. So.
And when we're talking about what's going to be a good knife for doing salmon for that previous question, kind of all of these in that 165 length would be awesome. You do like to have a bit of a heavier weight with these guys. You can get in behind the head, depending on your technique and how you're going to do it. They're all going to work really well. This sort of 165 length is probably going to be ideal. You could get into a 180. They do get heavier, a little bit harder to sort of wield as you're taking apart something like a salmon. Even though it's big, you don't need it to cross the whole width of a fish, like if you're using a chef's knife. So it's a different technique, but man, once you get the Deba technique down, filleting fish, it's incredible.
It actually works really, really good.
Well, you know, the Japanese, I hear, are pretty good at cutting fish.
I mean, we
it's
eat
a thing.
a lot.
It's a
We
thing.
eat fish.
It's a thing.
Well, next we have someone wants to look at this. That's beautiful, right? The Hatsukokoro Hayabusa. So Hayabusa is this line from this Hatsukokoro brand. This here is made with the Rainbow Damascus. It's like Saji-san makes a Rainbow Damascus like this. It is really nice. I like how linear, like the parallel the line goes here, but it just like
It's so cool.
squishes like
It
here.
looks like a topo map.
Yeah. So very similar to Aogami number 2 and stainless. Well, it is stainless with the copper and stuff. So it's very similar steel to what we had before.
I just think these knives will look so cool over time as they patina and tarnish a little bit. Yeah, I think they're going to be just like such an heirloom piece of a knife, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. It's nice and thin too, right? Thank you.
This technical moment's brought to you by Rode microphones.
All right.
My favorite brand of microphone.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that means cross, but this here, Sakai Takayuki Rinka. Rinka is the moment of the truth. Look at the blade as well as the handle and all the saya too, right?
Apparently, Charminator has one of these, and he was wondering if in a couple of years you could sharpen it for him.
Probably. In a couple years, yeah. This is fantastic. This beautiful piece. The blade, forged by Yamatsuka-san, the Ginsan stainless steel, and sharpened by Yamatsuka family, the other black sharpening and also it is engraved like whole. This is like traditional Japanese palm, right? Mm-hmm. done by the Kubota-san, the Michiko Kubota-san at the Sakai Takayuki. She is such a talented engraver. She
I think Sakai Takayuki is doing a phenomenal job. They're really finding great ways to bling out knives, and in a really kind of classy way.
yeah,
And just putting that level of craftsmanship and art on top of what is already incredible craftsmanship is really cool.
crazy though. She doesn't actually pre-draw on the blade.
She just freehands
Yeah,
it?
she freehands it. Yeah, she just like goes at it.
Yeah, man.
I know.
When you're good, you're good.
I know.
Okay, how do we find this? Rinka, R-I-N-K-A?
Yeah.
Okay.
R-I-N-K-A. Yeah.
Is it still there even?
Not sure.
It is still in stock.
Oh, wow.
As of me grabbing that knife 5 minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's sold since then.
Okay.
We just want to do a little side by side of these two Kurosaki.
It's kind of hard to see it on the camera right now because like how it reflects and stuff. But the so both SG2, exactly the same steel, sharpened by Makoto Kurosaki-san. Really, the difference is that the one is this super clean finish. Both very thin, thin behind the edge and everything. It's like super elegant. Right?
Makoto Kurosaki is, of course, the older brother
Older
brother of Yu Kurosaki. Yu Kurosaki became quite popular and quite famous.
Yeah.
Makoto, his older brother, is more of a sharpener. So, but we seem to have these every garage sale. That's kind of the way things go. The quantities we're able to come by is just enough to have on garage sales. So it's been nice to see them every 6 months for a couple of years. They do seem to get a little better every time.
It's beautiful though. It's
I don't know.
super nice.
I like knives that have texture on the face like that. It just makes the knife travel through nicely, and I like having that primary bevel here so I can sharpen it nicely. But I gotta say, there is something really just kind of beautiful and simple and elegant about this. Amazing.
Yeah, like-
and of course you get hand cut confetti sakura.
Sakuras. Both gonna do very similar job. It really comes down to the preference, I guess. Both are very probably the same thickness, maybe. So, either if you like the little hammer pattern, I may actually like the hammer pattern better. But
Oh, do you?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Here you go.
All right, folks, it's time for a quick word from our sponsors. We're
yeah.
now sponsored by Pretty Litter, the fancy cat litter company. So, Sky, if you could roll that commercial, please, and we'll be right back.
Commercial.
Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse for the famous Knifewear Garage. This
November 6th to 12th.
Hey kid, want to buy a knife? We got one-of-a-kind knives. We got knives from new makers. Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse. Every knife your mother could ever want. You know me, I love in-flight peanuts, but you don't need to travel across the world for a Japanese knife. We bring them to you. We got Wa handle, Yo handle, Kurochi, Tsuchime. Look at all these knives. I got too many knives. You gotta take some of these knives off my hand. We even got Meguro Bochos, and we're slashing prices. Oh, you like psychedelic knife handles, man? Far out, dude. Look at those trippy colors. We got all kinds of these things, man. I got so many knives, they're falling out of my pockets. Look at all these knives, oh my God. They say Santoku means 3 virtues. Well, we got 3 virtues for you. Deals, deals, and more deals. Hey kid, you wanna buy a Hanora River Jump? Check this out, I got the good stuff straight from Japan. Look at this, real authentic Hanora River Jump. No fakes, no nothing. At Knifewear, we got Canada's biggest selection of Japanese knives. But just for you, I went straight to Japan and I got even more! Remember, that's the Knifewear Garage Sale.
November 6th to 12th.
Shop in store in
Toronto.
Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, or Vancouver. Or hop on the World Wide Web and surf your way down to https://knifewear, whoa, big wave, .com.
It's all written back in the back.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed that commercial from our sponsors.
I didn't
Every
get to
time-
watch that.
I know people have been
I didn't
saying
know
we're
what-
selling
what's
out,
that?
but I hope the true believers will keep watching.
I think every time we go away, I end up looking at a Manaka.
Yeah, we're just kind of shopping for ourselves all day, which is kind of a problematic way to work.
This is the most expensive job I have ever had. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
me too.
So, someone was asking that the difference between Aogami number 2 and Aogami Super. So so I brought one with the Aogami number 2. The other one is Aogami Super. It's just for as an example. Real difference. There are a few differences, but the real difference, like simply put, Aogami Super is awesomer. Basically, what that means is that it will keep its edge longer. It's a bit hotter, so it will hold the edge a bit longer.
Well, they call it super for a reason.
Yes.
Right?
But at the same time, though,
Yeah.
like some people find it's a little bit more difficult or challenging to sharpen because what it is that not only they are hotter, they are more. They call it wear business. Like when you rub it with the
Yeah, it's got a
stones,
higher wear resistance,
doesn't,
which is,
like, wear
I
as
think, is
fast,
one of the reasons why it holds its edge a little longer,
exactly.
right?
But sometimes like it chooses. It could be a little bit more like finicky. Like you have to know which stone to use that cuts this Aogami super fast.
Yeah, if you're sharpening your own knives, we can definitely help you figure that out.
Yeah.
And if you're sending your knives to us for sharpening, then you don't need to worry about it. And so Aogami number 2 is, tell us about Aogami number 2.
Aogami number 2 is great. The so like the Aogami or the Shirogami or there's even Kigami. These are they call it the papers, right? The white
Yeah.
carbon, white paper steel, yellow paper steel, whatever. They basically stack it.
Wait, don't you mean when you sharpen it, the sparks are blue?
Not quite.
Okay, that's a myth.
Not quite. Because you will probably won't get the white sparkles because white sparks is going to be too hot for the steel. I think white.
That's
is
magnesium.
Like,
Yeah. Okay,
Anyways.
that was a joke.
Anyways.
Carry on.
So these ones are identifiers. They just put the papers on the steel because
Yep.
steel doesn't. They do look all the same, right? Anyways, the blue carbon steel. From the very pure carbon steel, they add a little bit of chromium to it so that it's. He took it.
It's sold.
Oh, okay.
Listen, Aogami Super has a bit of chromium. It's not going to tarnish as easily.
Yeah.
It's not stainless steel, but it just is like a little bit easier to manage. It holds its edge a little longer.
Yeah.
And some might say it's a little bit more challenging to sharpen. I've never had that problem. Now, I've got a lot of practice sharpening, but
When it comes
it's
to
not the worst.
When
Yeah.
it comes to single bevel, you may find it a little bit more
Different
harder,
world.
right?
Different world,
But
yeah. Okay, so what stone would you use to cut through that Aogami Super?
That's a good question. Some of the hotter stones, like the Chosera or the Professional
Yeah.
series, they're gonna bring it back to Chosera name soon.
Great.
But their Chosera series is great to cut those like Aogami Supers, as well as the Hibiki
yeah.
series from Naniwa.
So those are both harder materials. Like when you use them, they feel harder.
Yeah.
To me, and like
Yeah.
more like glass. And then they do seem to cut quite quickly.
Yeah,
They just
yeah.
have more abrasive content to them.
Yeah.
Okay, so you probably just need a more expensive stone.
Yeah. Well,
Because
it's
stones get better as they get more expensive. it
things
seems.
getting piling up here. So.
Okay, let's do it. We got questions.
So the Aogami Super with stainless Kurochi.
Aogami Super Stainless Kurochi Workhorse.
Yes, Daniel wants all
Which
of the
basically
workhorses.
it's not a stainless. Okay, workhorse stainless is gonna be like these guys here.
Oh
Something like
yeah,
this,
the Sunihisa. Crazy. First of all, it's $188. And it's
With a Gyuto, but it's
Aogami
not,
Super
sorry,
core
it's not Kurochi, but the
with stainless cladding. It does have the hammer texture on the outside. I like that. Again, it just floats through food nicely. Crazy cool cherry red handle.
You know-
These Sunehisas are
You know what
awesome.
this means? It's Koishi.
Yeah, that is what that means. It's Koishi.
Yeah.
Or Haruki Soba. Right?
Yeah, but I mean.
Shiso.
Oh, shiso. Yeah. I was like.
I forgot the stainless part of that
Sorry.
question, so I grabbed you a bunch of useless stuff. So we've also got somebody looking for a small knife for slicing and dicing.
Oh yeah.
And I grabbed this guy too because to me this is a small knife, and I slice and dice with it.
You know the. Mike, you can start talking about these, and I'll bring.
This is what I like for a small knife for slicing and dicing. First of all, it is tall enough you can chop with it without bashing your knuckles. Short enough that it's really quite manageable. And this is so thin and light. It's quite incredible. It's Ginan, so it's a stainless steel with Damascus. You can't really see. There is a bit of a hammered texture on the face. It's a rosewood octagon handle. Rosewood?
No, it's
walnut?
walnut.
Walnut octagon.
Made by the Yaoji-san, who is actually specialized in making single bevels.
Yeah.
But like he started making these like double bevel knives like quite recently. Done such a great job. Like first batch, it was okay.
Yeah.
This second or third batch has been
Thinner.
incredible.
So something I would say about this knife as far as a feel that you can't really see or I'd give you a statistic about is just it feels very like a finesse tool. It doesn't feel terribly rugged or chunky or heavy, yeah. Now this is what I have. I have a Yuki, different series, but a Kobunka, same shape as this knife and size. I use it for a lot of stuff at home. In fact, I've made it do things that it probably should have been a much bigger knife. However, SG2 is a lovely steel. It can hold an edge a long time. This texture on the outside gets me. I think it's just such a cool looking knife.
You just keep talking about the V Tsuchime.
It's so cool. This is also a great size. Is that white and stainless? White 2 stainless?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So this one here is the Mutsumi Hinora Ajikataya.
Of course, yeah.
He calls it petty. And I think we named it petty because we didn't know the exact shape that is, but it should have been called the 150 Gyuto.
This is a 150 Gyuto,
Yeah,
for
it should
sure.
have been called
for sure.
150 Gyuto.
Well, and a Gyuto is a knife that's really good for chopping stuff.
Yeah.
So if you want a small knife that's good for chopping stuff, this is a small Gyuto, 150 millimeters. I think anything shorter than that, you're really into a petty knife and you're losing what you need to do some chopping. And of course, anything that's like a small Santoku or Gyuto would get you there too. This Nigara is VG10, $235. It's a real stunner, and has this awesome, super long bunka kind of tip or Kiritsuke tip, and Nigara, Nigara,
Nigara-san. Awesome. Someone wanted to see another tsukasa. Did we talk about Hinora tsukasa? No. So this one here is made by the Tosa tsukasa, Tokaji tsukasa-san in Tosa, the Kochi region. This is great. It's not as like finesse. Like
it's raw. It's raw for sure.
It's raw. Yeah. It's a little bit more rugged. I wouldn't see like this. It will cut really nicely, but it will not. I wouldn't see this comes back with the huge chips on it. And like it's a little bit thicker.
For some reason, I imagine that this is like what 3 or 4 generations ago at home in Japan, what people would have been using.
Yeah, exactly.
This would just be. This is like a knife.
Yeah.
For most people, it's steel, right? And if you're old enough, you don't call it carbon steel. You just call it steel because that's what it was.
Yeah.
And it's going to do everything you need it to. It's going to tarnish. It's going to rust. You're going to have to wipe it dry. You're going to try to develop a patina. And you'll probably just learn to love this knife. And it's white #1 too. That's
it's and $133 dollars. Small Canadian. I mean, it is like small Canadian right now. I'm
very small Canadian dollars.
I'm going on vacation soon, and I'm like.
Well, I hope you're not going to the States.
Well, any places, U.S. dollars strong, right? So.
Okay, we got some Nigaras again. These are such great deals. I'm actually very surprised at the price of these. I have a Nigara bunka. I really like it. I find I use it as a daily driver. I thought it was gonna feel more delicate and I'd have to baby it more than I do. Now, I'm also not too much of a brute. I know I look like it, but I'm actually quite delicate when I use a knife. But I also have this theory that I'm in charge and the knife shouldn't boss me around.
But this one here is it's really thin, but it's not like too thin. You know, like the I remember back when we first started getting the Nigara knives, it was a little too thin. It's a little too concave. We kind of asked them, hey, it may be too thin. It may chip a lot easier. Then they started making it really nice convexity on the bevel there. It's like made it slightly stronger than they used to. Now they hire a lot of younger craftspeople, right? Like they now have like when we went to visit, there were 4 or 5 younger.
Yeah, Naoto and I had a great opportunity to go and visit Nigara way up in the north. And so cool. Their family years ago was making knives. I think they even have history of making swords.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Generations ago. That business has sort of fallen off the wayside. The main thing they do is make structural steel. Because there's a lot of homes that are just made with I-beams. Yeah. I don't know, Japan's a bit of a shaky place. So houses are pretty sturdy and using I-beams is common. So they're building these I-beams, but Go Yoshizawa decides he wants to kick up the old knife business again, start blacksmithing knives, but more than that, he actually wants to build out the whole region. So he's got his group of apprentices, and he wants them to in turn go out and start their own knife-making businesses. So very cool, very forward-thinking, and makes just some real beautiful knives.
Yeah.
Michael, what are the good people of the internet watching today?
Mr. Beast? Probably. More of them. The rest of us are watching the Knifewear Garage Sale, which is here now, live, today, runs a whole week. We run it right until Monday now, right? So it's going to hold over, right until Sunday, sorry. And now we're going to, today's the day. Today's the day. We have all kinds of stuff, and we have such a great time doing this with everybody. Mm-hmm. But in store, as soon as the store's open, their inventory is only available in the shop for Mondays. Now, this afternoon and this evening, you'll start to see that inventory go back up online. So there'll be a refresh. I think we actually even have a couple boxes we're still waiting to arrive. So usually around Thursday, we'll do another live stream in the evening, kind of as a recap. And that gets us to cover anything that has arrived during the week. Because of course, Kevin was there and he just buys stuff and he forgets to say anything, and then things show up like these Kurosaki folding knives that are really, really, really cool. So here at the garage sale, prices are pretty much as marked. We buy stuff, we just don't give it a big markup, and we turn it around. They're rare, sometimes they're one of a kinds. They're super sweet deals that we find at blacksmiths' warehouses. And I mean, we just want you to have good knives. Christmas is coming, good opportunity to get a couple gifts for some people.
Some great deals.
Some really great deals.
20% off. Someone wants to look at those.
Oh, we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, we're not done. I'm just being efficient.
Okay, so someone wanted to see these two knives side by side. Quite different knives, right? One is the forged by made by Doi-san Homura Guren. This super cool Kiritsuke petty, and also it's got a little bit more height to it, so you can do a little bit more chopping motion as well. Blue number 2 carbon steel, no stainless. It's really rugged Kuroichi finish. Nice and thinner, but the bevel is a little bit lower, shorter, so that it's a bit more.
It's more like a Moritaka.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more rugged.
Crazy distal taper. To me, this almost looks like a baby Hanasuki.
Yeah. Where the Kato SG2, it's all stainless steel. Minamo means the watermark, water drops on the lake and stuff like that. Super thin. It's really clean. Much thinner than the the Doi Guren. Cleaner, thinner, like it's thinner. So if you're looking to do really finesse works, this is going to be better. If you're looking for a little bit more rugged kind of stuff, that's that will be probably better.
I really like the Hanasuki shape, and I think it actually makes a really great sort of utility knife. I think this Gurin would make an awesome utility knife. Now that I think about it, I think you would use this a lot more than you expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful blade. So,
Okay, so general question is the Tsunehisa Niju, this. So all the Tsunehisas are named after the numbers. So Niju means 20. So we have a lot of variants. And the question is, how semi-stainless is it?
Glenn asks, could you tell me if the Tsunehisa Nijuichi semi-stainless steel, how it compares to others?
Okay, so SLD, we say it's semi-stainless steel. When you look at the exact, I guess the how much chromium, stuff like that, on paper, this should be stainless steel. But we have seen the knives made out of SLD that tarnished or the patinaed.
yeah.
So we basically cautionally, it's a precautionary action that we puts them as a semi-stainless steel. But if you take care of them, it's like pretty stainless.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like treating a knife like it's a carbon steel blade is just basically good knife maintenance skills.
Yeah.
Right? You need to be wiping the knife dry. And the experience that I had with a customer was they had bought an SLD blade to use at a bar. They were a bartender.
Right.
And so, of course, that meant they cut a lot of citrus. And, more than anyone. Like, they're cutting, like, 60 lemons, squeezing fresh lemon juice, right? Like, a lot. And it did tarnish the blade. I mean, that's a pretty edge case.
Yeah.
But just so you know, it can tarnish. But really, just use the knife, wipe it.
Yeah.
Wash it.
Like my
right?
SLD, the Masashi's Kuroshu.
Yeah.
It's just
Same
like,
with mine.
Yeah, keeps it so clean, doesn't like tarnish or anything
Yeah.
like that. So you could say that it's really like very close to stainless steel. It's not as I guess stainless like than the compared to say VG10 because I've never seen VG10 build a patina like the growth patina.
Yeah.
So compared to that, it is but. Edge retention wise is very similar. Feels like it does have a little bit more toothiness to the those SLD than some of the stainless steel.
The edge is really nice.
It's great.
Yeah, it's got that feeling that bites into food,
yeah, absolutely.
right?
So
what's going to happen is that the exposed core steel will just go from being bright and shiny to like a light gray cloudiness.
slightly. Maybe.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nice. Size comparison versus Rinka and Zangetsu. Both are very similar knives, actually. Zangetsu, we have 330 mil in some store, I think. So Rinka is the 390 millimeters long. That is 300 millimeter. So if you it's the almost like 10 centimeter difference there.
Well, in fact, it's 9 centimeters.
Right. Yeah, but the basically these two are forged exactly by the same person and sharpened by the what I'm trying to say is that the quality and the cuttingability, sharpness is pretty much the same. This one Rinka, they as you can see polished that the hira or the face much nicer. To the mirror.
They look like little swords. They're very cool.
I'm
kind of in awe standing here looking at both of these knives.
I'm wondering how it must be so nerve-wracking to start engraving on this mirror polish knife.
Right?
Right? Like one stroke.
Not to be done on a day with a hangover.
Right.
I forget sometimes how lucky we are to get to hang out with such really cool knives.
Yeah.
Because those are two incredibly cool knives. We're just like, yeah, they're nice. This one's a little bigger. But no, both of them are a work of art on their own right. This one has another artist who has basically engraved a famous poem across the front of the blade. Functionally, it depends what you're going to do with it, right? A longer knife can do a lot of things, a lot of big jobs. It's just harder in a way. There's more knife to control, especially when you're getting to that length. Trying to aim it is a little different. This could very easily just be a showpiece, and you might slice a couple pieces of fish once or twice. Wait until you get a good piece of bluefin tuna or something, right? So yeah. But yeah, cool, very cool.
Carbon 240 gyuto on the laser side. Not so much as the Kataya, but those two are differently.
Yeah, these Munatoshi are super nice. So there's full carbon steel, white carbon steel, simple. Like I love a knife like this. This is just a knife-looking knife. A nice progressive grind. Like we're getting to the shinogi about, what's that? Just less than halfway up the blade, right? But pretty simple. And that's $185 for a 240 white carbon steel. Now, the Tetsujin Hamono. Now, this is next level. This is very, very nice and thin. And the way we've got this beveled here is just one long, slow, progressive triangle, basically. It's beveled right up to about there, right? Very, very thin up towards the tip as well. So they're actually making the blade thinner up at the front because, of course, that's where you're going to do more of the finer stuff versus the heel, get a bit more strength at the heel. The grinding on this is incredible. Is that a Myojin? No.
Yeah, sharpened by Myojin.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, that's why it's so friggin' perfect.
And forged by the Toru.
No way.
Oh yeah, it's the combination.
This is the best one. I'm just kidding.
And we have the very nice. It's kind of best of both worlds. It's not razor from the spine. This is called the Hatsukokoro
Shinkiro?
Shinkiro.
Shinkiro.
Mirage. So it's not as thin from the spine, but how this Nihei-san sharpens the blade is really, really like thin behind the edge. Aogami Super with the carbon steel cladding, this does it's best of both worlds type of situation. It's robust, but as well as like the razor kind of stuff right here. And yes, the blue carbon number 2, Yaoji-san's the single bevel gyuto. This is like super razor.
That is such a laser. It's because it's single bevel that makes it the most lasery laser of the lasers we've got here.
Right?
They're crazy light. I think this is an exceptional knife. You need to learn how to use a single bevel. It drifts as it cuts.
Yeah.
It's very different, but you will get the finest julienne you have ever julienned, right?
Yeah.
Which means you'll get the finest Brunoise. I also brought this this guy over, this Sunihisa, what do we call this? This ASS Migaki. So we've got Aogami Super in the core. We have stainless steel cladding.
Yeah.
There's a cherry wood handle. It's oval. It's simple. It's polished finish, but this is quite a laser, and it's $200.
I'm going to be rude and interrupt. It's a very special occasion. Guess who purchased this knife?
Kevin Kent.
No. I mean, he purchased it the first time.
John May.
Our buddy Michael Frawley in New Zealand.
Oh, Michael
my
Frawley.
God.
That was going to be my third
I
guess.
don't know if you know this about New Zealand, but it's nighttime there. So he needs to go back to bed. So he just wants to see his knife real quick before we ship it.
All right, we'll put your knife to bed for you. This is you are a lucky fella, and this knife is gonna go great in your ridiculous collection of knives.
This is crazy. So it's one of the prototypes, but it's really well made, forged by the Nigara-san. So unlike other Yorokobi series, it's a different blacksmith.
Okay, I want to see pictures of it after you've used it and it's patinaed, and I want to know what you're gonna cut with it.
It's already got the nice, tarnish on it, right? So
I'm glad it's going to Michael because he uses his, he posts a photo of his knives every day on Instagram and what he's cooked with it. So
That's cool.
you know he's going to make something delicious.
yeah, it's really, really well made. Alrighty. Good.
Got some more.
Okay, so good everyday knife with the.
Come on down to crazy.
Sorry.
You know what I'm talking?
I hit the wrong button and went to a commercial.
Okay, sorry, folks. If you haven't heard, we got some demos on today. We're gonna do some cooking and show off some of our products and teach you how to take care of your knives. So I don't know, Sky, if you could pop that schedule up real quick. But stay tuned. You know, if you've already got your knife and you're in New Zealand and you need to go back to bed, it's all good. But if you are, you know, hanging out for the day, we've got some fun stuff going on. So check out that schedule. And you know what time it is before we keep on with the Q&A. Do you know what time it is, Mike?
No, what time is it?
It's time
Oh,
to
fucker. Spin that
wheel. The knife is going to be so mangled by the end of it. Okay, so for the next hour, if you purchase a knife, starting in about a minute, you can add a Tawashi brush to your cart, but you got to add it yourself, and it will be 100% off. A Tawashi brush is a pretty great way to clean your cast iron and your frying pans and your baking dishes, and I don't know, Mike, what else would you wash with your Tawashi? Scrub your back?
Yeah, sure. Scrub your back. Tawashi is awesome. You know what I found when I bought my last one? Is it was like the bristles were snapping, so I just tucked it in a container of water overnight and rehydrated
them.
And then went to use it, and then it wasn't like blowing up bits of Tawashi coconut fibers all over the place. All right, what do we got here? This looks like a daily driver, maybe.
So it's the good everyday knife, I think, with the smaller
Oh,
handle.
yeah, for
Christmas
sure.
gift for wife. Like, these are great deals. Looks cool.
So this one, I think, is a stunning knife because of it's beautiful, right? When you look at this, it has a beautiful nickel Damascus. It has a very nice pocketwood handle. It's got that tang that runs through the middle, but it's polished. It's very nice. And it doesn't stick out the bottom. So if the handle does shrink a little bit, you don't get that roughness in your fingers there. It is made out of VG10. It's a Santoku. It's nice and thin. It is very light. You know, often the difference between a Japanese handle and a Western handle is just the weight. But it's a beautifully light knife. And that is the Yoshimi Kato Damascus Kurochi Red Santoku VG10. You type in some combination of those things, you'll find it. Now, I like this guy too. It's got a really cool look to it. They kind of notch out this back part of the handle, so it feels good at your the back of your hand. And this is stainless steel clad on blue carbon steel, so you'll see the edge tarnished a little bit. You'll want to take care of this by wiping it dry, or else it'll rust, but you know, it's not the end of the world, and it's easy to clean up. Now, this guy is the deal of the day for sure at $100. This is VG1 steel, so it's going to be great. It's going to hold an edge, not be too delicate, and it looks the business, right? A nice Japanese knife, Santoku, really nice and sharp. You know what? You get a lot of function out of that. That would be a lovely knife. So that is the Tsunihisa Jusan, Jusan VG1 Migaki, and yeah, it's $106.40. So super good deal. What do we got next here? I got this guy sitting here. Do we have a question for that one?
It's a Tetsujin.
Nope, there's no thing. Okay, is the 90 mil Petty from Moritaka cute AF? It is.
Yes.
It is AS. That's the steel. And the knife is cute AF. Look at that thing, hey? I can't. No. No, I've got something else up there. This knife is very beauty. It would be great for doing stuff in your hand. You could do tiny things on a cutting board, for sure. It's got a nice little pokey tip to it. But it's got like a mini Santoku kind of vibe to it almost. But it's, you know what I can tell you about Moritakas is I've got about 5 of them, and I love cutting food with them. You know, they can rust, and sometimes you might find that you could argue that there's certain characteristics that are better in other knives. However, I love when I cut food with them. I love how it feels. They're incredible. I also love their story. They're just lovely humans. I love knowing that they've been making sharp tools for 700 years. And if you want to work for them, you got to be one of them. Yeah, Moritaka knives are lovely. Aogami Super really is beautiful. It's such a good steel, holds an edge for such a long time, and it does everything you want it to. So yeah, I think it is cute AF.
So I found a question on the Tetsujin.
Oh, great.
So it was actually these two mixed. So it's Makoto Sakura 240 versus the splurging on Tetsujin 240.
Yeah, we were looking at these earlier, and our boy PH808, he was looking at the two Sakuras earlier, but then was kind of swaying towards maybe splurging on the Tetsujin, which I think is a smart move, personally.
The I like this is like we're very biased, and
I think this is a very lovely knife.
and it's really well priced as well. $317 for 240 Gyuto is such a great deal.
You've probably got a knife like this, and this will be like many other knives. It's very common in our world, which is quite uncommon. I get that. But what I'm saying is, if you want a normal knife that would be a very good knife and do a very good job, this is a fantastic option. If you want something exceptional that is going to be different and no one else is going to have, then the Tetsujin, for sure.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the way it's ground, the way it's sharpened, it's thinner. There's a lot of core steel exposed. It's a little delicate, but I mean, you'll take care of it, and that's all that matters, as long as no one else uses it. I just like, even just the way the handle, like the tang is a little wider, fits into the handle the way it does. Like, it's just, the choil is nicely finished on this blade, right? Even the spine has been beveled in, right? Like, there's a lot of detail that goes into this. The collar is a buffalo horn. And we watched him make blades, and watching him hammer steel was incredible. This man stood in a hole in the floor that his father had stood in, and I think his grandfather had stood in, and hammered steel. And the craziest thing was, he didn't even wear gloves, and he would just...
Oh, that's different blacksmith.
Oh, different. Okay.
This Toru.
Oh, that's Toru. Yeah. Oh, Toro. Okay, well, we got good stories about Toru, too.
Hey,
Toru worked at
Knifewear. This is
Knifewear.
up, actually. Somebody was also asking, they have the Tetsujin Metal Flow, and they were considering this Tetsujin 240.
We're waiting on those Metaflows.
No, they've already got one. They want to compare and contrast, though.
So it's basically this, to be quite honest, like my quite honest opinion, the Metaflow and the Discasumi are basically the same. It's just different way to pop the finish up. The Metaflow is that, like one looks like this, but if you look closely, you can see that the real nice Metaflow.
Oh, that's some real geek stuff for sure.
Yeah. So it's really basically I don't it's the same thing, but it just looks different.
It is next level.
Yeah.
If you want next level, go for it. If you want a great knife, get the Sakura.
Oh.
Okay, so Knifewear Garage Sale runs today until Sunday. It started this morning at 8. If you've got a store in your town, it'll be open when it's normally open, but that means Toronto and Ottawa are open. We got another hour until Calgary and Edmonton open, and then 2 hours till our Vancouver shop opens. What else can we tell you? We've got great deals, one-of-a-kinds, all sorts of fun stuff. We'll be back here again on Thursday evening to do another live stream to just sort of see if anything else has shown up, re-up a couple of things, answer some more questions. We do have some fun things today that we haven't done before, and they're really just for you folks who are going to put up with us here on our live stream. Nathan built a clacker wheel because he's always wanted to build a clacker wheel, and we're now on our second hour, and that means if you place an order, you can add this to washi brush to your cart, and it will be automatically discounted. Also, if you spend more than $300 on an order today, you can add the Knifewear hat, the Ramen t-shirt, the Ramones t-shirt, or the Knives for the People t-shirt, and it will be discounted 100%. That's a free t-shirt, folks. Who doesn't need a free t-shirt?
That's what 100% off means.
In this economy, who
Right?
doesn't need a free t-shirt? Or a free Tawashi brush?
You know what I like about garage sales, especially the November one? This is when I buy all my Christmas presents. Because then, I have all my Christmas presents bought and I don't have to stress. And then everybody gets a cool knife for Christmas. Right? Then the next 2 months, I'm like, oh, my Christmas shopping's done. I can just chill out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 3 things already on my desk.
Yeah.
Not from garage sale.
Yeah.
We just got the serrated open L knife.
We're not allowed to buy stuff until 6 p.m. today, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
that said, there's a lot of cool stuff left after the first day. Like a lot of that crazy stuff goes early in the morning, but there's good stuff to be had all week. So if you maybe didn't get what you wanted right at the beginning, there's still a lot of great knives.
Also, just remind you all that all the stocks in the stores are not available online until the end of today, and knives we actually distributed pretty fairly and evenly. So there are some like one of a kinds that you may wanted to grab, but it's went out of stock.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye out. They may come back.
Yeah, we want to make it fair for everyone. So if you live in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, or Vancouver, head on down to your local shop. They'll have some totally unique stock. They'll also have retired demo knives. Like we have knives in all of our stores that people can try because you want to try a knife before you buy it. But after a while, they aren't quite the same as they were when they were brand new. So we thin them out, polish them up, make them beautiful, and sell them at a good discount. So there will be some of those in store as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we got a demo in about 20 minutes. We're going to do a little cast iron versus carbon steel pan demo. Well, we got a few more questions we'll get to before that. Somebody
Motivationally Challenged was wondering what knife was chosen as the sacrificial wheel clacker.
The sacrificial wheel clacker.
Yeah.
wondering
Yeah.
which
That
knife
is
that
a that is a Honora River jump.
Yeah. That is a Honora 3/4 inch plywood.
Yeah. It is. Is a Rockwell hardness of 2.
Yeah.
And Nathan, you did such a good job that you've convinced these folks it's a real knife.
From 30 feet away, it looks like a real knife live streaming over YouTube.
You're
I'm
an
pretty proud
artist,
of it.
Nathan. You're an
It turned out
artist,
pretty
yeah.
good. It's got like a cladding line and stuff.
Oh wow!
I took out my Warhammer paints and did a little detail work. There's a little wood grain in there on the handle.
Damascus.
Just so you can't see. There's no Damascus, But it's got the plywood gave it a nice like Kurosaki Fujin kind of tsuchime on the blade. Anyways, let's stop talking.
That's a
about
good
knives.
question for you.
Yeah, somebody's asking about finding a hand or a guard for a K-tip knife. That means a Kiritsuke tip. It means a knife with this really cut-off tip because it's got a bit of a different profile. Usually the tip sits a bit lower on the knife than it would on like a Gyuto, for example, like this guy.
Do you have a Saya?
Well, I took a look at our Sayas, and so the Sayas that we carry, do we have those universal Sayas in stock?
No, they're in production.
Gotcha, yeah. So we do get some universal Sayas, and so check back on those in the next month or two. But because this tip shape is so different, and because this Kiritsuke tip is less common in kitchen knives, it's becoming more common these days, but it's still not so common that you don't always get Sayas for these knives. And so it can be tough to find one. I recommend a plastic blade guard. They're $10 or $12.
There's
your knife quite tightly.
There's a really, really thin tip on a Kiritsuke, and that's a nice thing. When you're using it, you've got this very, very thin tip. When you look at it, it's very cool because it comes to this very cool thin tip point. Sliding it into the wooden case of a Saya, unless you had a Saya that was bespoke and custom built to fit that knife, I would be hesitant.
I got a old Sakai or a Hado Sakai Bunka earlier, like about a year ago, and I tried putting it into like a Santoku Saya that we have because the tip does drop down a lot more, one of those leather Sayas, and I could feel it. Like I could feel the moment that where if I kept going, I would lose the tip of my Bunka.
Yeah. Even if it like brushed up against the side, I'd be worried.
Yeah, it's
to catch it.
It's a cool knife, but there's a couple of drawbacks, and that's the main one.
Sayas do really put the knife together in a whole package, and they do look great. They're just such a tricky thing to get exactly the right fit. So we're constantly working on getting them built, but we'll see.
We got a couple of slicer questions. This guy came from there. We got a couple of slicer questions. Just wondering about the Tsujihikis in the sale. I picked a few of my favorite that were a couple of smoking deals and a couple of crazier knives.
Yeah, you picked some great options.
I thought so.
So, I mean, these two are made by Kurosaki. This is the Gecko, Gekko. Very cool looking knife. I love how he has this, the spine drops down from the handle. It gives you a nice tall feel to the blade. Both of his Tsujihikis, I think, you could use as a large Gyuto with a, in a pinch if you didn't want to buy a Gyuto and a Tsujihiki. This would do both. Of course, the Kurosaki Senko. Senko is the spark pattern here with the SG2 blade is incredible. This turquoise handle is so cool. Like, it's a very, very classy looking knife. And if you're standing at the head of a table carving something, your knife better look classy.
Okay, I have a little update on the t-shirts because we are so awesome that we've broken Shopify's infrastructure. And so the discount isn't quite working properly for people, and there's been some comments and some challenges that folks have had, so I apologize for that, and I appreciate your patience in getting us to help you fix it. But here's the solution for now. If you spend over $300, add the Ramen, Ramones, or Knives to the People shirt or a Knifewear logo cap, just one, to your order, and just pay for it, and then get in touch. Shoot us a message on Instagram, message us on the help desk, or shoot us an email at hello@knifewear.com. We'll refund that $30, and you'll be good as gold. But then you'll get your free t-shirt. So I apologize for the goofy workaround. Hopefully we aren't so awesome that we break our website next year. We'll see.
Back to our regularly scheduled programming of Tell Me About Your Tsujihikis.
Back to being humble.
Nathan's got a couple others here. Like, this is a Tadafusa SLD hammer tone. This is unique. This is a pattern they worked on, and they've decided it's not something they're going to produce. I really like the knives from this company. They're very, very consistent and very well made. This is a very, very nice Tsujihiki. It's got a nice straight bevel. It's like a nice V shape. This cool sort of snakeskin almost finish on the outside. And it's $239. So SLD is a great steel with that toothiness. It's going to bite. It's going to make, this will be a great knife for slicing things for sure. Now, if you're looking for crazy good deal, this is $197. This is a 20% off. VG10, we've got the hammered finish. We've got the cladding with the Damascus here and a rosewood handle. Like, this is kind of everything you need a carving knife to be.
Well, we're looking at these Tsujis. The question was also, what would be a better slicer for brisket and other barbecue protein, a Yanagiba or a Tsujihiki? So not
Tsujihiki.
Yeah,
Tsujihiki.
Yeah, I would want a Tsujihiki because I'd put a rougher edge on it. Sometimes when you, like, quite honestly, one of the characteristics of a brisket is to build a bark on the outside. And that bark can be hard to get through. And when you've got a Tsujihiki, you're able to build a bit of a wider angle on the edge and sharpen it with a coarser stone. Like, I would sharpen it at 400 grit, so I'd be able to bite in with some micro serrations on the edge.
That was our brisket question, huh?
Yeah. The fineness of the angle or the edge of a Yanagiba would be difficult. You'd probably actually start to see little dings and little chips along the edge of your Yanagiba, but just a big old brisket knife, like a Moritaka Tsujihiki, I think is great for that job. And I would go with something that had a little bit softer steel, so something like the VG10 or even something like SG2, which isn't necessarily softer, but is a little tougher. SLD would be a little bit delicate, I think, for that. I find that. But yeah, you do want something to bust in. Like, often you see people using serrated knives. If you do look for a serrated knife, the ones that have more of the scallop edge than the toothiness is great because you don't shred your meat as much.
You can also make the edge a little bit more rougher by finishing the knife with a little bit of coarser grit, right? Like generally speaking, for the traditionally we finish the Japanese knives with a little bit finer stone, like 3,000 grit, 4,000. Sometimes goes up to like 8,000 grit for the raw fish slicing. But when it comes to, like, needs a bit more bite type of edge, I usually finish with something like 1,000 grit or even a little bit lower. That helps to bite into the food really nicely. And the coarser grit, the coarser that you finish, you can make it really like edge that actually cuts into the baguettes and stuff. Like gyuto that cuts into baguette is crazy good. Anyways, I think I have the, as the we were talking about Tsujihikis, someone bought the this Shindo Kyohei 300 mil Tsujihiki and probably wants to see it. This is also great brisket knife. It's really nice and thick. Really nice, robust spine to it too. It's a bit more heavier, but you know what I found about slightly heavy knife is that it helps to glide down a lot easier.
Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about this for the brisket?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea, to be honest, because I agree with you. Having that weight to do the work when you're slicing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one, and I think someone bought it, so probably wanted to see this. It's beautiful knife. Shindo-san has been doing actually pretty, really cool work. So I am looking forward to seeing what the future brings for Shindo-san. I like to actually see him too. Alrighty, so another question.
It's just like curious, I think, about how it comes to be that you can find some cool stuff like
Old stock?
old stock.
So,
And it's
here's what it's very interesting.
we're good at our
Sakai,
job.
it's very, in Sakai, it's the, so there is the blacksmith, and there are sharpeners, and as well there are so-called the wholesalers or tonya. So what happens is the wholesalers ask blacksmiths to forge blades for them, and they often get those blanks from blacksmith, like the like just forged piece of metal. Then they send that to the sharpeners to sharpen them. Sometimes they keep those forged blades, just let them sit for a very long time, and sometimes forget. And when that happens, you sometimes see like, oh yeah, we had this knife, forged by X and X, and I probably better get them sharpened by someone, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Or sometimes it's like, finished blades sitting around for a little while and then missed the opportunity to sell. Then they did this, like, especially this like knife maker like O, or now it's known as Hado. They changed they've done a branding change. So they, the ones that's already been engraved O, it's no longer relevant, right? So some like back when we actually had this very rare knife by the Keijiro Doi. Like once we actually had the Keijiro Doi's knife, and basically what it was the blank, they call it kiji, was sitting around, and oh yeah, Knifewear, we found the Doi-san's the blank. So we're like, yeah?
Yes, we say things like yes.
Yeah. So that's kind of how. That's why you may find a little bit more older stock coming out from this particular region than the other places. Yeah.
Yep. Lots of cool stories out of Japan for
Yeah.
sure. Very different.
Yeah.
Akuji just said, I'm excited for that Deba with a cute owl on the back.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Which one? Oh, this. Oh, yeah. This is actually really, really, really well made.
Yeah.
And
No, that was a good find.
That may be the last batch. So.
That was a very good find. That's a classic like garage sale win right there.
Yeah.
And we just had some lovely feedback from David, the Bon Vivant, was saying, thanks for doing such a great job with the live action. Always makes the garage sale way more fun for those of us that can't make it to the store. Thanks for hanging out long enough for us to get our cameras looking good, because I don't know if you watched these like 3 years ago, but they looked pretty rough. And so we finally got it to a point where we're happy with it. And we really appreciate all you tuning in and all the new viewers. And anyways,
I'm just
stick around because
posing
we got lots of great
with the,
stuff going on today.
I don't know if people saw it, but I was just posing with the.
Oh, of course.
How will
we not show you doing that now? Your incredible move.
There you go.
300 what? Suji?
Somebody wants to take a look at this Negro Bocho.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop that guy out of the package here.
I guess like open it up instead of.
And in 7 minutes, we got a cast out of this carbon steel pan demo.
The box has something on
I think we'll probably get all your questions before then.
I don't see anything that's 300 though. Like that.
So Maguro Bocho, This is the Sakukiri. It's the 540 millimeter long, made by Togashi-san and sharpened by his son. Really nicely made. You know, this is great when you are working in a restaurant, getting the whole, like not a whole tuna, but maybe the saku, which is like this block that's already butchered, and just get the sakudori to get the to cut into the pieces that's, you know, for the before cut it with the sashimi slicing knife.
Team.
Again, it is really, really well made. Really nice, cool handle, and you can be, you know, this, you know,
Cool handle Nigaras.
don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Right now.
Don't do the move like a samurai, because that may be put you into trouble. Don't do it in public. Only the.
You can carry a sword in Canada.
Really?
Yeah. You can't carry a pocket knife that opens quick, but you can carry a sword.
Oh.
You just have to be visible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is so weird. So if it's concealed, that's bad. But
Yeah,
it's,
I didn't have my mic on, but you can carry a sword in Canada. So
yeah.
strap that bad boy to your back, go for a walk to Fish Creek Park.
Well.
Charminator's wondering, how long does a knife need to be to qualify as a Maguro Bocho?
Maguro Bocho usually it's anywhere from the I think. So it could be as long as Sanshaku, which is the 900 millimeter long. I've seen that. I think the shortest one is the 480 maybe. The Shaku. Yeah, I think 480 may be the shortest as the Maguro like to be called Maguro Bocho. There may be something slightly shorter, but yeah.
What do you use on an albacore?
Can opener.
A Deba. You're a funny guy. Something that I thought we should talk about, because we haven't seen them across our table yet this morning, are these really very beautiful knives from Nigara with these very cool handles. In particular, I really like this shape of blade.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that classic scimitar, which I think is fantastic for cutting meat. I think it would be great for carving, but you could also get away, like they're thin enough, you could get away with cutting an onion with this thing too. It's a badass looking knife with these absolutely stunning handles. Just look and feel like they're gorgeous. And then of course, we've got a couple others here. When you're looking at them on the website, you can see it's Nigara, Nigara, SG2. And this one's a Kurochi. These ones are the Damascus. And there's options to them because of the different handles. So when you're in the product, if you choose the blade essentially that you're looking at, like you want a 210 or a Santoku,
Drop-down menu.
there's a drop-down menu, and you'll pick the option for the handle that you like.
Yeah.
But they're really nice. Like I said earlier, I've got a Nigara Bunka. I'm surprised at how often I use it. Like I thought it was going to be a little bit more delicate feeling. Like when it hits the board, I'd be like, oh, I'm only going to use this when I'm paying attention. But I use it all the time. It's such a great knife. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their Hanasukis are so unique, though.
I know.
Tell us about
It's
them.
it's super unique, but like look at how thick the spine is. Like let's use the caliper. It's like about almost like 4 millimeter thick, right? Where regular gyutos are about 2 millimeter thick. They're super nice and thick. Bevel is really nice and the angle so that the could be really strong. There you go. Someone's cooking.
Now we're cooking with butane.
So yeah, this is coming in at just under 4 millimeters thick
Yeah.
at the spine. That's
Nice and
that's
thick.
fat.
Yeah.
That thing's so cool. I want to use one of these so bad. I already have 2 Hanasuki
But
though.
I love these handles that, you know, like they come up with these very unique patterns. Like when we look at it, like these, like that kind of reminds me
cool.
of the tropical maybe frog.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You get high if you lick it.
Yeah, something like that.
I really think these
Only
Hanasukis
one
are
way to
so.
find out, Mike.
These Hanasuki are so cool. Often we find that, like, we'll say, like, what's good at deboning a chicken? We're like, well, a Hanasuki, obviously, that's what it's designed for. But at the end of it, we usually end up with, like, well, and also a small Deba will work. And I kind of wonder if these Hanasuki would also do a job of a Deba, right? Like, I kind of wonder if you would be able to use this on fish to
It's almost like
debone
Yo
it.
Deba, right?
Yeah, it's like a Yo Deba, so it's thick like a Deba, but Yo meaning it's Western, so it's not single beveled. I think they're really cool. I think you'd be able to make it work for a lot of stuff. Okay.
So we have a quick commercial coming up, and then we're going to do a little cooking demo. But before the commercial, we just had a customer, and I can't remember the name, Sky, you might know, asking if we could show off the Tsunehisa Niju ni Nikiri, because they bought it and wanted to see it. But the problem is, our warehouse team is so fast at picking orders that they grabbed it like half an hour ago because you got the last one. So quick hand for the warehouse team, please. Mike. Nolan, Thiago, and Quinn and Tiffany are hustling their butts off today to get your knives out right away. We'll probably have a big chunk of the orders going out today from this morning. I think Canada Post picks up around 2 or so. So those of you that jumped on first thing in the morning should have your knives leaving the warehouse today and get into the system later today or tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, well, let's play that commercial from our wonderful sponsors, and I'm going to show you how to cook some food after.
Are you or a loved one suffering from dull kitchen knives?
My bruschetta used to be made with squished tomatoes and bruised basil.
I couldn't get through a soup without my knife going dull.
It's so humiliating to show up and people ask you, "Oh, why do you have a Band-Aid on your hand?" "I cut myself with a super dull knife."
Life was hard, and I couldn't figure out why my knife was going dull so quickly. I'm ashamed to say it, but I even put it in the dishwasher.
But then I discovered honing my knife, and everything changed.
But now, it's delicious, fresh, brightly flavored. Do you know why? I found honing.
But then, I learned how to hone my knife.
I can do more for my knife and in the kitchen.
My knife can still do a good job.
And I'll only have to do it once a week.
And I only have to do it once a week.
No more squished tomatoes!
Honing your knife is not sharpening your knife. Side effects may include grating knife noises, impressing your friends, and startling sharpness. Remember, a ceramic honing rod is not a steel. If you're hearing unhappy knife noises, stop what you're doing and contact your local knife expert. Ask your local knife store about sharpening if honing is not enough for your knife.
To help keep my knife sharp, I invest in a honing rod so I can invest in my food.
Are you the kind of man that burns his fingies getting crispy bacon out of a hot pan? Are you the type of man that struggles to cradle his infant child while preparing dinner for his family? Do your manly bare mitts get stuck trying to get Pringles out of a can? Why do they put them chips in that can anyway? I never really understood. Isn't that can for tennis balls? Well, partner, you need King Tong, the only tweezers designed by men for men. With these stainless steel culinary tweezers, you can now get bacon out of a pan burn-free. You can get your favorite chips out of a tennis ball can. You can hammer nails into the wall. You can even prepare dinner while cradling your infant child. King Tong, manly man tweezers for men, or women, or non-binary people. I don't really care.
Hello, I'm on. Howdy folks, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed those words from our sponsors. Don't know who that handsome cowboy was, but he sure knows a thing about tongs. Speaking of tongs, I've got some here. We're gonna be cooking a little steak and eggs today because I wanted to do a little side-by-side of a cast iron frying pan and a carbon steel frying pan. Both are great. Both are types of pan that I use on a daily basis at home. And we actually did a video on our YouTube channel recently if you want to get more in depth on what the similarities and differences are and which one you might want. But I figured I'd do the short version today, and just to kind of show you the differences. So cast iron and carbon steel are more alike than they are different. They're made from very similar materials, but the main difference is that cast iron, because it's a more brittle material, they have to make the pan a lot thicker. And so it takes longer to heat up, but you get how are we doing, Sky?
You're good.
Cool.
You're tall.
Oh yeah, right, forgot about that. But with cast iron, you get this incredible heat retention. And so, whereas carbon steel pans are a lot thinner, and so they tend to heat up faster, but they tend to also lose their heat more quickly. And so you can use those two things to kind of determine what you're gonna cook with each one. Both do require a good amount of preheating, so I've actually got them just on a really low flame here on these butane burners, just to warm up. The cast iron is heavy and stays hot for a long time. So generally you're gonna cook things that require a really intense heat or things that you want to cook for longer in cast iron. So things like deep frying or braising, where that long, slow heat can be pretty important. Whereas with a carbon steel, generally it's like hot and fast kind of cooking. And so if you've got like a stir fry, you know, you're sauteing some kind of vegetable, really good for that, scallops, eggs, that kind of thing, that's generally where I tend to use my carbon steel pans. Cast iron, because it does have that really intense heat and because it emits heat higher from the surface of the pan than other pans do, it's also really good for getting an intense sear on things like steak, for example. I've got a nice, this is a sirloin steak. Got a nice sirloin steak from our buddy Cohen. Looks a little brown just because it hasn't been exposed to the air over the weekend, but this is from our buddy Cohen at Regina's Fine Meats in the Crossroads Farmers Market. So if you're down that way, check him out. He's got great meat, good eggs too. That's where I buy pretty much all my beef, pork, and chicken. So I'm just gonna give this guy a little salt. He's been out of the fridge for an hour or so, just getting a little bit of that chill off so it'll cook more evenly. And I'm gonna cook this guy in the cast iron today because the cast iron is gonna really bake on that nice sear onto this steak. And it's also, again, because it has such good heat retention, because it holds so much heat, the cast iron isn't gonna drop in temperature. If I put this guy into a carbon steel pan, it's a pretty big steak, and it's not, you know, it's kind of cold still from the fridge. And so if I pop that into a thinner pan, the temperature of that pan's gonna drop off and the steak's gonna end up with a lot of water coming out of it, and you're kind of just gonna end up with boiled steak. Whereas with a cast iron, it's got such intense heat and it maintains that consistent heat so well that I pop that steak in. There might be a tiny drop in temperature, but it's gonna recover really quick. And so you get that nice, consistent, high heat that you want for a good sear. And now there is a lot of crossover between the two types of pans. A lot of things you can do with cast iron, you can do with carbon steel and vice versa. But I do find that these subtle differences, as well as just the general weight of the pans, really dictate what I cook with them. You know, carbon steel, more tossing and that kind of thing, quick cooking. Whereas the cast iron, you're not really gonna be tossing this guy around one-handed. And so I tend to do more of the stationary cooking in this guy. So I got a little oil in the pan there. If you are kind of unfamiliar with these types of pans, the way that you tell that it's hot enough is you just splash a little water in, and you don't want it to evaporate right away. You actually want it to go to that mercury stage, it's called, where the water turns into these little balls and dances around the pan. And that's how you know you've got it hot enough. So I'll usually preheat my cast iron for 5 to 10 minutes before I start cooking on it. Make sure we're not roasting on camera. No, we're pretty good up there. Carbon steel pan's nice and warm. Cool, so I'm just gonna pop the steak in there. A couple of minutes per side, and then we'll rest it for a while. Woo, it's a long steak. And we just wanna leave that stationary for a few minutes. We don't wanna be moving the steak around too quickly because that's gonna cause it to stick. We want it to be in the pan long enough that it forms that nice crust, and that's gonna allow it to release from the pan cleanly. So resist the temptation to poke at it and mess around with it. You know, bump your heat up or down a little if you need to. But this guy's got a pretty good temperature retention, like I said, so we should be good to go. The carbon steel pan doesn't require quite as long as preheating, but I still like to give it a good 5 minutes over a low heat. And that's something I didn't mention earlier, is that you don't want to preheat these on like high, because the steel is going to warm up unevenly. Cast iron heats quite unevenly, and that's part of why it requires such a long preheat. You want to preheat them over like a medium low or even a low for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then you crank the heat and give it just another minute or two to really get to that peak temperature where you want it. Otherwise, if you crank the temperature right away and get it super hot right off the bat, the pan can warp a little bit on you because certain parts of the steel are heating up quicker than others, and that can deform it a bit. One nice thing about these smithy pans that we've got in nowadays, they've got a ring along the bottom, so only that ring makes complete surface contact with your stove if you've got like a glass top, and that's good because glass tops can warp pans a little more easily. So that ring lifts it up a little bit, and then that tiny like millimeter or two of space underneath creates a hot air pocket underneath, so you do get a more consistent heat on this guy than you would on a lot of flat bottom cast irons. It's also really smoothly milled, the surface of the pan, and so that's going to allow food to release more easily. Some of the rougher cast iron pans, like Lodge, great pans, but they're a little rough, and so if you cook like scrambled eggs in them, it has more of a tendency to stick, omelets, that kind of thing. These smoother pans tend to release a lot more easily, and so that could be especially good if you like to make omelets or scrambled eggs, as I do pretty regularly. Just checking the temperature of our camera here, we're good. We got any pan-oriented questions?
No, we're just talking about cast iron woks and how they exist.
Cast iron woks? Oh no. Why'd you have to tell me that? I already have 2 good woks. I'm gonna flip this bad boy now. It's getting a nice crust on them, or bark, or whatever the barbecue heads like to call it. We get a little more oil in there too. My pan's looking a touch dry. Not a lot of fat on this steak. Whoop. There we go. Mike?
Yeah.
Could you do me a favor? Yeah. Could you grab that butter from the kitchen that's just by the cinnamon buns? I made cinnamon buns for the staff today. And I need a little butter to finish my... Cool. All right, well, that's just searing off. I'm gonna do, I don't know, maybe 4 minutes per side-ish. I'm not really I don't get too fussy about my steaks. I kind of just cook them.
Can you straighten the top there? I got bumps.
Oh, this guy? Yeah. Cool.
Oh, and maybe move your pan
Yeah.
a little bit.
If you have questions about any of the knives in the garage sale, so for those of you just tuning in, wondering why we're cooking a steak in a warehouse, this is the garage sale Monday live stream. So our biggest event of the year kicked off today. Kevin, our boss, went to Japan just a couple weeks ago and brought back a ton of cool stuff, bought a ton of cool stuff. That's arrived in the warehouse. It's now here and in all of our stores for sale. So we got a ton of new stock, unique stuff, one-of-a-kinds, great deals, all for sale on knifewear.com, our website, and in our stores. Thanks, Ben. I thought you were just like chewing on a mouthful of butter.
No, I'm eating one of your cinnamon buns.
Oh, thanks, Ben. How are they? Okay, because I didn't prepare properly, can you grab me a Gestura spoon too? There should be one in the studio. Normally everything's just hanging on the wall of our YouTube space, and so I don't have to worry about it. Now, if you do have steak opinions in the comments, I'd love to hear them. I'm a pretty casual cooker of steak, so I don't like follow any rules about flipping it a certain number of times or how long you cook it for each side. I kind of just wing it.
My mic's noped out, so I'm just going to yell questions at you.
Okay, Sky's just going to yell questions at me because just the quality guarantee of Rode microphones. You can't beat them, folks.
Charminator wants to know, why no chef's press?
Why no chef's press? Because I don't need it. I love the chef's press and I use them frequently at home, but this steak is laying really flat. If I had a thinner steak, especially one with like a bit of gristle or something or fat along the top, or like a nice pork chop, those have more of a tendency to curve on you, and then you want something to weigh them down to keep them flat. This sirloin's just sitting really nicely on the pan, and so I just don't need the chef's press, as great as a product as it is, and as much as I do use it on a regular basis. Yeah. And because this guy's a little bit of a tougher cut, I'm gonna give him a bit of a longer rest too, but we're just gonna sear the side of that.
Just gonna dunk up the list.
What's that?
I'm just watching all the like oil go on.
Yeah, we're gonna have to give our lens a wipe after this. I'm just gonna move this off to the side.
Cool. Jessica was wondering, she would be interested in hearing how these two compared to stainless steel pans.
Oh yeah, so Jessica wondering about cast iron compared to stainless steel. I'll admit I have less experience with stainless steel pans. I did used to cook with them pretty regularly because my mom had one, and so just growing up I would use it pretty regularly. And I actually pulled mine out and used it the other day and got pretty great results. If you preheat a stainless steel pan properly, it will not stick. So you can also make them non-stick. I love the aesthetics of a cast iron pan, and that's like 80% of why I use them. But they really do cook beautifully. I haven't done a side-by-side comparison, so I can't tell you how stainless differs from cast iron. But I know cast iron really is the king when it comes to that heat radiation from the surface of the pan, and just its ability to hold on to that heat for a long time. So that's just my personal preference, but stainless is great.
John wants to know, why wouldn't you want to cook steaks in a warehouse?
Why wouldn't you want to cook steak in a warehouse? I don't know, Don. Yeah, it's not getting very smoky in here yet. Yeah, maybe we should open the door. We did just get our fire alarms or our fire extinguishers replaced, so we're being very safe, you know. Okay, I'm gonna pull this guy off the heat and baste it with a little butter, and then let it rest. Now I've got my carbon steel pan. Now, so what's the name of these carbon steel pans again? It's Kirameki. This is a Kirameki pan. These have this really nice coating that comes on them, so they're kind of pre-seasoned. And they're just a phenomenal pan. They're quite thin and lightweight, and they have a longer handle. And so they're really nice for that kind of tossing motion. If you are doing like a stir fry or a saute. But I'm not, I'm just cooking some eggs today. So my pan's looking pretty hot. I'm gonna crank that heat down a bit. And I'm gonna pop a little bit of butter into my pan, because that is the way to cook eggs. And I will not take any comments on that.
Charminator's wondering, what's your opinion on aluminum frying pans, Nathan? If you worked in a kitchen, you must have used them at some point.
Yeah, I did. Give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna add my eggs here. Yeah. Sky and Mike, you'll eat an egg?
Yes.
Yeah.
No egg from...
Aluminum frying pans are great if you're buying a whole bunch of frying pans for a restaurant because they're a lot less expensive.
Right, yeah. Pretty light, you know?
Yeah, pretty light. They conduct heat really nicely too, right? They're kind of a good balance of quick and even, so definitely not as quick as copper, but also a lot less expensive. Woo. And you can kind of get them a little bit better seasoned than you can stainless. So stainless is really kind of quite sticky.
Yeah, I haven't really seasoned my stainless pan before. Is that a thing?
I've heard about it. I tried once. I don't know if it works or not.
Yeah.
I also just use carbon steel and cast iron all the time, but
yeah. I mean, I like carbon steel cast iron also because they're easy to clean, and you can, like, I didn't really talk about seasoning earlier. You season these the same way, although on cast iron, from what I've learned, the seasoning's more robust. Like, it actually fuses to the surface of the pan.
Well, the aluminum pans warp and bend pretty easily too. And then inevitably you end up like with a hammer in the back of the kitchen trying to flatten your pans out one day.
Oh God.
You know what?
Mike, you've got a lot more restaurant experience than me.
They're quite ubiquitous because they're quite cheap, and often they start out as the Teflon pan, right? And then,
and then all the Teflon's gone.
Wears off, or the non-stick coating wears off. It then becomes the other frying pan that you use.
Yeah, I don't scallops and like really delicate jobs.
I wouldn't, you know, what I would say is I wouldn't choose to use an aluminum pan based off of any of its qualities when I had cast iron, carbon steel, or even stainless as another option.
Cool.
Yeah, if I had to pay for 75 frying pans for a kitchen, I might choose aluminum.
Yeah. You're not going to buy these $300 Smithy pans?
No.
They probably grill legs and walk away real quick. Yeah.
Do you want to turn your mic on?
No.
You want to say all that a second time?
Brady Fullerton wants to know, tell us about your cast iron carbon steel seasoning secrets. We just released a great video on this.
We have a video coming up about that, yeah. The secret is the product. Woo! The product that we're developing. These eggs are fighting back, man. we've actually got a product in the works for making seasoning really easy. Currently, I'm using canola oil, and I don't really mess around with fancy oils. Pork lard is the best one I've used so far, but yeah, get the pan dry, get it a little warm, rub some oil into it, wipe the oil out. I like the stovetop method. I used to always do it in the oven, but I find I get better results on the stovetop. So I warm it up slowly, and then again, same as I would cooking steak, then I crank the heat after 5 minutes, and I just let it smoke for about 45 to 60 seconds, and then I turn it off and I just let it hang out.
I try not to overthink seasoning, and what I've been doing is, I get a pan and I season it. And every now and again, I will actually go to the extent to season the pan. But frankly, what I often do is I use the pan, I make sure I'm using a decent amount of oil in the pan. You can't use the tiniest little amount like you did when it was Teflon. You still need to use a decent amount of oil. You gotta use a proper amount of oil. And then when I finish cooking and I clean the pan, I use my tawashi brush, I scrub it out. We just got these chainmail scrubbers that are great if you do have bits that are stuck to the pan.
Yeah, I've been using this.
But then when I wash it, my trick is I put it back on the stove after it's been washed. And I turn the stove on and I make sure all the water's evaporated, and I'll just wipe it out with a little bit of oil. It's not like I'm seasoning it. I'm not creating that hard layer, but I just find that it's a really, really good way of maintaining it without losing any seasoning, I guess. And I'll use soap when I wash if I need to. I'm not finding the soap I've got is so strong it's stripping any seasoning off. Yeah, dry it on your stove. Yeah. We used to season the flat top. At a restaurant, you'd have that big, solid flat top.
Yeah.
And one thing that a guy taught me was sometimes someone would clean it and they would remove the seasoning and they would boil it off.
That was the worst.
It was this weird point of pride of like how clean someone would get the
clean
flat top.
enough that it doesn't work anymore.
Clean enough that you've removed all the seasoning. But we would cover the thing with salt and then turn it on, and it would actually draw moisture up into the salt. And then you'd move it, and then you'd oil it and season it. Because we were the breakfast cooks, getting screwed over by these night guys.
We were just like, let's get all this seasoning out of here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's eat some steak and some eggs. I had to melt my cart by putting a hot pan on it. Yeah, like Mike said, these new chainmail scrubbers, these are like, don't come into the store and ask for this because we haven't even told our staff about it yet, so we're doing a bad job. But you can order them online now. They're $20 and they kick ass. And we'll launch them properly soon. But I did sneak them up there over the weekend if you wanted to grab one. During the garage sale. So
I'm gonna just quickly say why these chainmail scrubbers are great. We had a bunch of different options of them, of different sized rings. We chose the smallest one.
You don't normally see the big fat ones.
Yeah, the big fat ones don't do anything. The little fine ones do a better job. And what I can say is that they're awesome at scrubbing burnt on stuff off of your pan without scratching it. Like it doesn't mar anything. Like I've got a copper pot at home that I use all the time. I wouldn't use it around the outside of copper. That was was soft enough it kind of scratched it a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, otherwise.
And so that's a myth we can probably dispel, along with like the you can't use soap on cast iron thing. People also say you can't use metal utensils on cast iron pans, and you can. You just need to be careful. Like I was when I cooked those eggs, I was flipping it with a metal spatula. I use them cook grilled cheese a lot. Flip it with a metal spatula. You just don't like get in there and chip away your seasoning.
You can use it wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Like most things.
Yeah.
There's a wrong way. Yeah. All right. Let's see how the steak's looking.
Actually,
it's had some time to rest.
I just took my cast iron pan I've had for a long time. It was made in Canada, so it's older than I am for sure. And it had tons of years of seasoning on it and burnt on gunk on the outside. I actually took a flap wheel on an angle grinder and cleaned up the whole outside.
Oh.
I cleaned out the inside with a wire brush on a drill. And I was careful not to rip seasoning, but there was definitely burnt up, caked on stuff. It was kind of flaking off even.
Yeah. Mine was like that. I did the self-clean oven trick.
Yo, that's
That worked
good.
really
Yeah,
well, too,
that's really good. So it really brought it back. It kind of makes it feel new again. I really like it.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was a 9 for the size on the handle. I
just
didn't even know it was there. It was
so
just sort
full
of
of gunk.
caked on.
Yeah.
But yeah, after a while, it's nice to redo them. But frankly, I've re-seasoned it a couple of times now, and it's like it was when it was new. It's super good. So yeah.
Terminator wants to know about your cast iron wok.
I have a cast iron wok and a cast iron grill pan that came from this store in Calgary called Rubaiyat. They're Japanese. It's probably a 12-inch wok with handles on the sides. It is so heavy. It is one continuous like circle. There's no flat bottom, so it really does need a gas stove. And I find that I put it on the stove on low for about 20 minutes. It's actually something I've been doing with a lot of my cast iron is putting it on low as I start the rest of my cooking. It's like the first thing I do.
Get low.
Jesus. And then I turn it up when I go to cook. But doing stuff like fried rice, doing scrambled eggs in the wok with like a good pool of oil, and you dump it in and you just whip it, and 20 seconds later they're out of the pan.
What?
You can whip it. You gotta whip it good.
What was that little hand motion you did? Okay,
Yeah.
Cool. I love cooking in woks. It's underrated. Like to those of us that like didn't grow up using a wok.
Yeah.
It's sick. I love it.
It
Anyways,
works.
I'm sick of looking at this steak. I want to eat it.
Oh, you're gonna cut it with your buck
I
knife?
got my buck knife because this is a
There's
very
no
like,
other knives around that we could use, is there?
No, there isn't.
not at all.
Well, I wanted to mention that we do sell pocket knives too.
We do, yeah.
This is a recent thing for us, but we have a bunch
What a
section of pocket
cheesy
knives
segue.
and
Yeah.
axes. And also this, I just use this for everything. I love this. But yeah, this is a real Uncle Rico cowboy looking steak. So because I'm not like a steak connoisseur, so.
And the fact that you say that you use it for everything makes me concerned that I'm gonna eat this steak now, because who knows what else this thing has
I
touched.
pick my nose with the knife.
I mean, you got a baby.
The baby does not handle the knife yet. Give it a year. Anyways.
Beautiful.
Yeah. A Megro Bocho?
You buy it first, we'll test it out, no sweat.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should have grabbed a real knife. Anyways. How are we looking? That's pretty good.
Tastes like a steak.
All right. Here's my beautiful chef's plating there. I wanted to show off these plates from our friends at Spirit Wares because they gave us some nice plates to use in our videos. Mm-hmm. So I thought, what's funnier than a meal that looks like I cooked it on a fancy chef plate?
Don't sell yourself short. You're a great cook, man.
Thanks, man.
Your food's awesome.
That tastes pretty good. Yeah. I mean, Cohen's beef is really the star of the show here. I think anybody could have made that taste pretty good.
Yeah, you were saying earlier how much you like his meat.
I love his meat. It's the best. Yeah, best in the city.
People like that quote.
Yeah. Yeah, you can sound.
Well, let me tell you, like, I'm a big fan of his sausage too.
Oh, best sausage. Nobody makes a sausage like Cohen. Well, yeah, if people want to eat some steak and some eggs, we probably have some questions to answer, hey?
Okay, hit me. Nope. God damn it. Is this thing on?
Yeah, that's. Somebody's asking. I bought one already, but do you think the American Utility sandwich knife is essential for a pro Philly cheesesteak maker?
Yeah.
Sick. That is such a great use case.
Can you
Do
please
it.
send us a photo? Because I feel like the restaurant that makes Philly cheesesteaks probably looks cool. I want to see that knife in that restaurant.
I want to watch how fast you can open like a sub bun with that knife. I bet you'll just go whoop and it will be open.
Like a sub samurai.
Yeah, a sub samurai.
Yeah.
Just wait till someone picks it up and tries to cut a bagel with it and does the thing with it in their hand. Do not.
That would be a severe case of bagel hand.
Yeah. Okay. What are we doing now?
We got any questions to answer?
This is my hand. We got a couple nikiris. Do we have anything other than just we want to look at nikiris? Oh, stainless clad nikiris around $150. So cladding. Almost all the Japanese knives we get are clad. Kind of a jargony term in a way, but what it is hard steel in the middle. That's what makes a Japanese knife amazing. Hard steel stays sharper for a longer time. Protecting that hard steel is important, so that what they do is use softer metal on the outside. And that can be iron, it can be carbon steel, it can be stainless steel. And at first it was always just like if you had a carbon steel knife in the core, it was carbon on the outside. If it was stainless in the core, it was stainless on the outside. But as time progressed, they have managed to create a way to make a knife that's got stainless steel cladding on the outside and carbon steel core, which is awesome. It is the best of both worlds, and what it does is it gives you the ability to have that edge performance of carbon steel, which in my mind there's a nice feel to carbon steel and it holds an edge a really long time. But I honestly think one of the biggest benefits is how easy it is to pop an edge back on it, just using something like a simple ceramic honing rod.
So I got a few ones that's not quite like around 150, but this is probably the most qualified.
Are these stainless clad?
Yeah, these are all stainless clad. This is stainless, but I just brought them because of such a great price point. So this one, Tsunehisa, what's the number here? Aogami number 2 with the stainless clad. With the 20% off right now, it is fantastic. Price like 167.
Yeah.
This has been really popular knife in our garage sale. Like past garage sales. It's really nice, really nicely sharpened. Pretty thin, stainless clad with a blue carbon steel. This does really great, and as I said, the 20% off from the regular price will give you the really good deal out of that. Something like this, it's right around $200. Muneishi-san makes a fantastic hand-forged stainless clad blue number 2 carbon steel nakiri as well. This is $198. Muneishi. This is the really nice and light, pretty thin, really nice tall bevel. Does a great job. If you prefer something more traditional European style, kind of hybrid handle, this Tadahusa Aogami number 2 with the stainless clad, that's $208. Does really, really good job. Again, really tall bevel, thin, tapers it very nicely. This is really, really well made. And I brought this, really well priced 106. Oh, it's stainless steel, but the VG1 could be as quite hard as some of the carbon steels. The VG1 can get as hard as the white carbon steel number 2 or the blue carbon steel, but it's stainless, so it's quite nice as well for the price of 106 something with the 20% off from the regular price. These are fantastic.
Do we have any Ginsan like in the Tsunehisa? No. I was going to say something that I find is a good steel. If you kind of want that carbon steel feel with the stainless,
yeah.
Ginsan's really good for that. I find the nice thing about Ginsan is it's really great for sharpening.
And Haruki Kokuto is always good.
Yeah, the Kokutos are. I mean, the garage sales are great. A great event, right? But there's also all the other knives available.
I don't see them right here. There is so just there is one. I think we basically missed it. Tsunehisa.
Yeah.
With this white carbon steel number 2. With the Tsunehisa white 2 with the stainless clad with the tsuchime, with the cherry round handle. Regular retail is $188, and with the with 20% off, it will actually comes right at the $150-ish point, which I am going to go grab it.
I'll come back.
Yeah.
You go look for it.
Yeah.
You know what you're looking for.
We need to do a wheel.
Wheelie?
We need to do a wheel, but Nathan has the discounts. But tell them the wheel is coming.
The wheel is coming up. We are on the hour. Our man Nathan's just cleaning up. And he's the one who actually presses the button to make the discount work. So it's going to be not correctly on the hour, but we're going to do it properly, if that makes sense to you. Okay, so garage sale, it's 10 o'clock. We've been running since 7:30 this morning, basically. 10 o'clock here, Mountain Standard Time. We started the sale at 8, and we're going to go for a couple more hours here live. So we're here to answer your questions and entertain you and just like do our absolute best to help you through any questions you might have. A couple other things about the sale to know is the stores are open and the stores have a whole bunch of stuff available, but that's mine. Nathan's eating my steak, the big jerk. Okay, let me go back again. The sale started this morning. It runs all the way till Sunday.
All the way till Sunday, online and in store. Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver. If you're looking for a gift for somebody, you're looking for your 5th knife or your 15th knife, I guarantee we have something for you. We've got a lot of like stuff that suppliers were clearing out, like these old Sakai old stock that just needed to go, and so they gave us a great price. And so we give you a good price. We've got the Tsunehisas, which are all 20% off, so there's several dozen knives there. We've got a lot of new shapes. Oh, the Kuhn Rikon stuff. The Box of Wonder.
We kind of found a good deal. Now, it's not Japanese kitchen knives, but you know what? There's a lot of other stuff you might need.
Like a Honda Mesa.
A Honda Mesa?
Yeah.
You know what? These kids' knives are great. There's a little serrated guy and a little...
lawful.
Does that knife have eyes?
Yes, it does. It's a little dog. Look, it's got a little tail, a little nose, right? And they're legit. These grinders are awesome because you don't have stuff on your counter because it comes at the top and they're nicely adjustable. You open the top and you fill it up with tons of stuff.
Whipper.
Yeah, the great little whipper.
I love this knife.
Oh, yeah. This is the crinkle cut
Crinkle
knife.
cut knife.
Because who doesn't want crinkle cut slices of butter and crinkle cut potatoes? But they do have like pretty good shears and just like, you know what, Kuhn makes nothing special in a way, like they're not reinventing stuff, but they do make a really good version of it. Like
You're really underselling these by not pronouncing the German name. The Sandwich Mesa.
Sandwich Messer.
Yeah.
Ooh, could you please make me a sandwich and I would like you to cut the crusts off only using the crinkle knife.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, even these like just utensil things are great because I don't know if you ever use one of these and you put it in water and the plastic is so crappy that it like loses its structure because it got warm. Ooh, who doesn't want a rainbow whip? Yeah.
And they're
Ooh,
all...
that's what I'm looking for. These things
Oh, yeah.
from the Kinder Kitchen. Sorry, Nathan, there is no German name on these ones. You know what? These are great little scissors, but they're ducks. They're little duck snippers.
Kinder already German?
That's true, yeah. So there's a little cover here, but you take it off, and there's these actually just nice little scissors that actually work. There we go. The Löffel. I think that just means spoon in German. Nathan gets excited easily, though, so.
I also had like 4 cups of that percolator coffee.
Right?
And a cinnamon bun.
And Ben Sheps ordered Skip the Dishes for us and got us some Timmies.
Ben Sheps of the Timmies. Like I said, you're now
You're
an
a kind
honorary
and generous
Canadian.
man. Thank you so much. Whoop.
I just
And I mean,
found-
Alberta's really the Texas of Canada, so he'd fit right in here.
I just found actually the stainless clad Nakiri that's actually right
That's
at
the one.
This is the one. This is the one. Tsunehisa Nijuni 22. White carbon steel number 2 stainless clad. 150 and 40 cents. This is the one.
That is absolutely the knife that you want.
Yeah.
What's
So
everyone's Manaka
Tsunehisa
Gyuto?
Niju Ni. Okay? This is really, really good. Well made, super nice and thin. Stainless clad with white carbon number 2 steel. This is the one. If you're looking for stainless clad Nakiri around 150, this is the one.
All right, this is fun. Let's look at this. Katauka made these. Katauka's always a single bevel blacksmith out of Echizen, and we've had single bevels from Katauka a fair bit. He's decided to make this crazy pattern on the outside, And it's just like a square hammer.
Look at the handle too, though. Like it's beautiful handle with
Yeah.
the rushi. But I think what's happening right now is that the Yaoji-san used to work for Kitaoka-san, and he started his own work, his own thing, right? Now, Kitaoka-san's son started working for the family.
Oh,
So I think he's put in maybe. I haven't confirmed.
some influence.
Some influence.
Dad, we got to make these things look cool now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like that kind of
Yeah,
influence.
that kind of.
It's not just a phase, Dad.
So yeah, it's a pretty cool square tsuchimes.
I'm trying to get. You said close up, so I'm trying to get close up. Here, I'll show you. Maybe you can see on the spine. Yeah, that's a great view.
Yeah.
You can see they're quite deep. And they're very unique and very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And white number 2, that's very classic for a Deba.
Yeah.
You know, this is going to be dumb when I say it out loud. That's kind of like a scaler built onto the back
there
of
you
it.
go.
Sorry, everybody, for that dumb idea. But I bet you could scale a fish with the back of that knife.
How are we gonna try it, mate?
Okay, so we have another great question here.
All right,
Nigara
hold
VG10
up. I gotta interrupt because we're a little late. We're a little late.
I'm going to eat my eggs.
It's time. Naoto?
Yeah.
What time is it?
It's at the
Time to spin that
the
wheel.
wheel.
Give her a good one. Woo! So whatever the knife lands on, if you buy a knife, that item will be either 50% off or free. Oh, we already did that one. There we go.
There you go.
All right. Free Knifewear offset spatula.
Really good.
Woo. So this guy, great for like, what do you use this guy for? Scallops?
Oh, yeah.
Blinis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Icing a tiny cake?
Taking a creme brulee or a creme caramel out of the ring.
Oh yeah. Releasing a cheesecake from a cheesecake pan?
Yeah.
Yep. So here's how it works. If you buy a knife for the next hour, or, how long's left in the hour? 45 minutes. Add that to your order, and you will get 100% off of that item. But you have to add it yourself. So I'm just going to activate that discount right now. Thrilling television. Those eggs from Cohen are so good. I'm not like a big egg guy, but I just put salt and pepper on it, and it's like, I just ate it on its own. Fuck. So good. I kind of nailed that steak too. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay.
Okay.
A viewer, was asking about the Nigara VG10 Tsuchime Damascus Gyuto 240. Oh, you bought it already, and you want the details. Okay, well let's talk details here. It's got just a little bit of heft, just the right amount of weight to the blade on this guy. Just gonna switch my view here.
There you go.
Oh, like the details. 207 grams, which is 7.3 freedom units. It's got a nice forward balance because it has that wah handle. Most of the weight is in the blade there. More forward balance than a lot of Japanese knives. It's really nice and thin behind the edge. Not like fragile, delicate thin, but thin enough that it's going to glide super nicely. Nice rock to the belly.
Spine thickness is right around the 2.2 millimeters.
That's pretty
So
thin.
I don't have any inch scale.
Yeah. It's okay. Inches are silly. The Kiritsuke tip. The Kiritsuke tip on that guy is so cool. It's such a badass looking knife.
Yeah. It's really well made knife with the look
Yeah,
of
the
it,
folks at
it's
Nigara Hamono really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So the next question is, what's everyone's favorite knife? This is one of my top knives of the sale. I'm shocked if there's any left in stock. You probably got the last one that's online. Maybe not. But, it's so nice. And the 240 especially. My other favorite knife, before I pass it off to Mike there, my other favorite knife is also from Nigara Hamono. This is their Western handle. Usually not a big fan of Western handles, but this guy is so nicely tapered, so comfortable in the hand. Let's get a close-up of that. And I don't know what it is about this blue and yellow handle. It's insane, and I love it. It's so cool. A lot weightier, this guy, but more balanced towards the handle because of all that extra steel and stuff in the handle and acrylic. Yeah, Kiritsuke tip, because why not?
It's
Pretty
super
awesome.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. Beautiful. All right, Mike, what's your favorite knife of the sale?
Well, this penny, after Naoto stood here and explained everything about it, I hadn't noticed. But it's Aogami Super, which is one of my preferred steel. The way it's been sharpened is really beautiful. It tapers, like the blade has this distal taper towards the tip, but it also tapers up towards the spine of the tip, so it's nice and thin at the tip. And it's beautiful. It's got this black Kurochi finish. It's got the dimpled, hammered Tsuchimi finish, and Damascus, and it's octagonal, and it's rosewood.
Here's Santoku as well.
There's a Santoku as well. I don't like that one. I mean, I like that one, but I really like this penny. However, the knife that I think is the most stunner is the Manaka ATS-34 Gyuto. This is the 210. Let's just take a look at this. Let's just take a look at this beauty. All right, let's look at this. Look at how tall that bevel is. His knives always seem to me to be just a little bit bigger in a lot of their dimensions, right? Crazy nice texture here, but it is also almost mirror polished. The balance is pretty perfect for me. It's a little bit further out to the front, but tall, right? This is a taller Gyuto. I feel like when you've got a knife with that long bevel, that behind the edge you get a nice thin cut, right? When you're cutting something like peppers or something thin, you get that really finesse blade. But it's actually pretty sturdy, right? It's not thin at the top, but you got a knife that's thick at the spine, giving you that tall bevel kind of gets you there, right? Very, very smart, very nicely put together. And I don't own a knife that's made out of ATS-34. And one of my problems after having worked here for so long is I now buy knives by things I don't have.
One of the things, one of my favorite, I totally forgot about this exists in our garage sale this time. It's the made by Ikeda-san in Anryu Hamono. He's been progressing. He's been getting so much better at what he's doing. This looks like a Koishi, like Aogami Super stainless clad with the, and it may be like very similar, but what makes it, this particular knife, a little bit different, I guess, from Koishi, is that the it is a little bit more robust. It's a little bit more like a workhorse. It's not super thin. It's got nice thickness on the heel. It tapers it down really nicely towards the edge. I think there was a question about asking for, like earlier we had someone asking for stainless clad Kurochi Gyuto, was it? And I didn't see this, but this is the one if you're looking for something that's, you know, stainless clad AS and a Kurochi finish. $398 on this guy here. It's really well forged, well sharpened. Anryu Hamono by Ikeda-san. This is like, it's beauty.
I know I shunned this guy. I don't need a Santoku, and it was like, what knife am I after? And I've got like 5 Santokus. But I think you should point out how great this Santoku is as well.
It's the same kind of idea, right? The Yamamoto-san and the Ikeda-san's been doing really great job on the forging. Like, look at it. This shinogi is so nice and straight. To fan out a little bit, and Aogami Super.
Okay, I think we haven't talked about these yet, and I think that's a missed opportunity.
Right.
Tell us about these Kaguras.
Oh.
Kagura is a knife maker who we have a great fondness for, but don't often see much because Kagura is essentially retired.
He basically now makes what he likes.
That's what he feels like.
Yeah, when it feels like, you know. He folds like, he takes all the older steels, hammers it out, making his own Damascus feel to it, and is the mic off or no? Okay. And look at the patterns on this, like, so it gives you a really cool, the colors, right? Like sometimes like
and the thing is, like, as these patina, all of those different materials that are built in there are just like, they're gonna show up over time.
No.
I got it.
Okay, keep it straight. Okay.
Manaka,
So the,
Myojin.
Yeah, we get some of those like, and we do have one of the his knives in the, I think, Edmonton store, if you want to take a look in
right
person.
there. This is the Manaka N.
He's an incredible blacksmith.
We'll just keep looking for it.
We had the Basakagi Kujira line made by him, and the way he makes it, there's like a line. It looked like a
Manaka
shinogi, but when you
Myojin.
touch it, there is no line. But it's certainly
Seen
the
it.
super straight. It was very interesting the way that he
That's not it. No, it's
could
10.
make it. Alrighty, so what's this? The
So, yeah, so Naoto, Sky, can you unmute me?
Yep.
So, somebody was asking about the best steel for a beginner Hanasuki, and we don't really have any, like, VG10 Hanasukis that I could find. Maybe we do, but partially I just wanted to mention the fact that when you're buying a knife like a Hanasuki, it's not as much the steel that matters as the way it's sharpened. Would you agree? Like the shape and the thickness of the blade. If you're worried about chipping, it's really like you get a super thin VG10 Hanasuki that would chip
right,
a lot more easily than
yeah,
maybe one of these.
Yeah, definitely, right? The thickness and the shape definitely matters. If you go super nerdy about it, it could be, right? Say something like VS1 could be really good steel for the Hanasuki because of its toothiness, right? It grabs the meat really nicely. Having said that, though, like there's nothing wrong to go with something like Aogami Super, like Moritaka, or the like Nigara SG2. There's the entry-level Hanasukis from Sakai Takayuki SK4 line that comes in the right or left-handed. If you're ever left-handed, there is a Hanasuki that's made for you. But those were available as well. These are pretty cool, right? The traditional European style handle, nice Hanasuki shape. You have something like that, right? The Hanasuki Maru with the, and that comes super handy. It is a little bit more like, it's like 80-20 kind of bevel, but there again, as I said, there is a right-handed version and a left-handed version to that as well. These are fantastic for the beginner Hanasuki. If you never used the Hanasuki before, the Sakai Takayuki line is really, really good. The carbon steel, it's easy to, it can rust, but it is very, I guess, the knife that kind of,
Yeah,
you use them to.
I find when you're using carbon steel and you're using it on meat, it doesn't have the same chance to rust. The fats that are around, right? Like, it's not like cutting something like onions or foods that are acidic in a way that.
Right.
Yeah. If you're just having a knife that you're using with meat, like, and it's not like you're in the heat of the moment when you're cutting food and then serving it and you forget your knife behind. Usually you're in a different situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, carbon steel with meat, go for it.
Yeah. So just a few things that again, keep that in mind. The thickness, you want to have a really nice thickness. If it's if the Hanasuki is made with, say, something like VG10 or something like SG2 that's really hard, and when it's thin, it's a little bit more fragile. You don't want to get very thin Hanasuki, like Hanasuki with those like really hard. It can be chipped.
The real trick with chicken is you got to learn to find that line. Like if you're going between the joints and the legs, like between the thigh and the drum, there's actually a line of fat, right? So you kind of pull the skin back, you'll see this line of fat. If you cut down that line of fat, you will go between the bones. So going through the knuckles is fine. It's just when you get to the part where you hit the bone. I think the other thing that gets people when they're carving a bird or even when they're deboning one is it's that little wishbone, right? That little wishbone that comes down. It's basically like the chicken's collarbone in a way, right? It comes down from the wings and it goes up to the top, and it's this thin little bone. And you're gonna run into it with the tip of your knife where you've got thinner blade. So what I find is I get that one out first. Is I take the tip of the knife and I kind of find the wishbone, draw a line with the tip of the knife on either side of it, and then just get your hand and kind of yank it out. And that's step one for me if I'm trying to debone a bird. And also it's step one if I'm going to be carving it. So if I'm going to roast a turkey, I go in and I take that wishbone out first, because then when I go to carve it, I don't have to worry about kind of navigating around it. Like it's this little bone, but it does really get in the way of carving. So deboning the wishbone before is a really good tip.
I don't know about you. I like to do it before I even cook the turkey.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
totally.
Well, you can do it after, but now you're shoving your hand into someone's food, and the less you can do that, the better.
A hot, juicy turkey is an unpleasant thing to stick your hand into. in my
Speak for
experience.
yourself.
Using a Deba for chicken.
Deba on chicken? Yeah, like a short little Deba, like this little fella.
Yeah.
Like that's a great choice.
Yeah.
Now, something I learned a while ago is that often you'll reserve the heel, and you can actually sharpen this back part differently. By differently, I mean with a real fat, thick edge, so you've got something that's hard and strong to drive through the joints. And then you'll reserve the tip, maybe 2/3, 3/4 at the front, and use that. Keep that edge really, really fine. But then when you get to the back end, you just sort of stand it up, and you give it a blunter edge, so you've got something that's not going to chip.
I even have that double edge, no, triple edge bait.
Triple edge?
Some people call it triple edge. But there's one edge, two edge, that's a koba with a micro bevel,
Kokoba?
back.
Oh. How do you say back koba?
But,
Doesn't even have a word for it. It's so new.
About like an inch and a half from the heel. I raise it tiny bit on the sharpening stone and do a few strokes to give it a lot stronger edge to it. And because it's a few stroke, right? Like next time you sharpen them, that edge is gone just by, touching up on that.
Yeah.
So that's how what I do usually. But you could definitely sharpen them like change the angle like that you said, right?
Yeah.
Like much higher.
Well, sharpening is really cool, and you can do lots of cool stuff to essentially customize a knife to you in a small way by doing stuff like that to the edge, or even like that Tosa Gyuto. You could thin that blade out as well if you wanted something that was higher performing. It's just the amount of time you'd be willing to put into doing the work.
I guess that's really the primary reason why we really prefer using those freehand regular whetstone, right? Instead of using those jigs that only gives you the one angle. You kind of.
Well, the best thing I've heard about that is honestly, if you sharpen a Japanese knife that way, you're going to remove the core steel. But the best sort of illustration of that was that's like trying to sharpen a pencil and only removing the lead. Right? You're going to end up running into the wood. Your pencil's not going to write anymore. Same thing. You remove that core steel and run into the cladding steel. Your knife's not going to cut anymore, right? So there we go. So someone was just asking us. This guy, his name's Bevan Bent. I don't know who that is, but I think he's a customer. And he wants to know, why don't I have a Genbu Deba yet? Well, and it's a very good question because they're incredible.
Yeah.
They are beautiful.
Yeah.
Maybe you haven't got one yet because you're afraid that the mirror is so shiny it's going to glint in the light and it will knock somebody out. It'll just like hit them and they'll fall over, and then you'll cut yourself with shock.
I think he'll be butchering a fish and just get distracted by how devastatingly handsome he is. He'll just be lost in his own eyes for hours when he should be making dinner.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Like,
it's the
great.
Narcissus knife.
Yeah. That's great. Forged by Doi-san. Sharpened by Yamatsuka. Love the shape though, Genbu. We have a Genbu that's a Sakimaru Yanagiba. That's like basically they took that Yanagiba, the Sakimaru idea, and put that on the like Deba, like super thick.
Are you gonna? Do you dare put that in there?
Not right now, but
no.
Not right now. But mirror polished. Doi-san. Yeah, he's good.
Doi-san is a legendary blacksmith. His skills come from generations of blacksmithing.
Yeah, at least 3.
And Yamatsuka-san is the one who does all the sharpening for him.
Yeah.
So that's often a thing that you see is you learn that there's someone who makes the knife and there's someone who sharpens it.
And
sometimes that person who sharpens it is the same person who made it because that's all that's around. Sakai is really, really common that the person forging the blade's not going to sharpen it. And by sharpen, we don't just mean touch up the edge. We mean take the blade, grind in the bevel. Like, they're a big part of the equation.
It's before you before the sharpener how the sharpener gets bladed is like this basically black piece of metal.
Yeah.
It looks like a knife. Like the silhouette is the knife.
It's the diamond in the rough, you
but
know?
it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know it looks so cool.
Maybe you don't catch enough fish. Maybe you need a boat. And then get the Genbu.
Sky, who was asking us about the Manaka Shirogami Gyuto? Okay. Because unfortunately, if you were looking for the Manaka Shirogami Gyuto, they're all sold out. I don't think we got any of those for this sale, so we don't have any to show you, unfortunately. But they're great. They're great knives when you can get them.
Man, Manaka's knives are awesome. I can't believe I don't own one yet. I can't believe it's not butter.
I think there's a way we can fix that, Mike.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. Should we, Sky,
Nathan's buying me a knife for
take
Christmas.
a quick commercial break and we'll come back with your questions in just a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, I'm Reverend Dr. Nathan Guro, founder of the Binchotan Charcoal Cleanse and author of the best-selling Amazon ebook, Yakitori Your Way to Better Health. And I'm here today with a revolutionary new medical technology, Swarf-Water. Now I hear you on the other side of the television saying, but Reverend Doctor, what is Swarf? Well, Swarf is a magical substance produced when a knife is sharpened on a whetstone. Microparticles of steel are ground off from the knife, mixed with particles from the stone, and ground into an incredibly fine powder, then washed into the bucket from the water from the sharpening process. Now for years, we were just throwing Swarf down the drain and flushing it down our toilets until we discovered its incredible healing properties. Now, master knife sharpeners like Fujimoto-san work tirelessly around the clock to ensure a clean, ethical source of Swarf. Now here's why Swarf-Water might be the right health solution for you. Iron in the Swarf can help give much needed nutrients to iron deficient folks and anemics. The carbon from the steel binds to toxins in the blood and the gut, giving you a cleanse like no other. Most importantly, the microabrasive technology of diamond and silica can break up impacted stool, giving you the colon cleanse you always wanted, eliminating the need for your daily enemas. Shake, pour, drink, repeat. Those are the 4 crucial steps when consuming Swarf-Water. First, shake. You want to make sure that the Swarf is evenly mixed throughout the water. Second, pour. I don't think this one requires any explanation. Look at that nutritious Swarf. Third, drink. Refreshing. And 4, repeat. We recommend taking a cup of Swarf-Water at least 3 times daily, or more often if you feel its properties not working properly for you. Get your 500 ml bottles of Swarf-Water for only $29.99 from your local health food store or New Age practitioner. Ask for it by name. Or call now and get a 24-pack for only $699.99. Don't delay, call now for your full case of Swarf-Water delivered right to your door. Is your wallet feeling a little light from trying so many phony health cures that just don't work? Join our pyramidal structure sales team now as a Swarf-Water brand associate. Get your friends and family in your downline and you can get promoted to join our multifaceted, hierarchical, commission-based sales ecosystem and gain your financial independence today. Medical studies have yet to find Swarf-Water to be linked to any serious health issues to date, and it's found to be at least as effective as anything marketed by Gwyneth Paltrow. Try Swarf-Water today.
Have you or a loved one been affected by dull knives? Are you a victim of dubious sharpening gadgets? You may be entitled to get your knives sharpened. Here at Knifewear and Knifewear, we're always watching out for your fingers. Dull knives affect over 10 million Canadians each year. And did you know you could be among the affected without even knowing it? Did you know you're more likely to cut yourself with a dull knife than a sharp one? Common symptoms of a dull knife can include hating cooking, cutting yourself every time you prepare a meal, carrots flying across the kitchen, and that annoying smacking sound your knife makes when it hits the cutting board. Desire to order takeout, buying expensive pre-cut food, or just not eating at all. It's time to take your kitchen back. Join the millions of Canadians getting their knives sharpened. Save your fingers today.
And we're back.
All right.
Hello. Well, if you're just tuning in, this is the Knifewear Garage Sale. If you're wondering what that crazy, what ad did we just watch?
Mike's Dull Knives ad.
Mike's Dull Knives. Oh, that's a good one. Like that one. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting into legal services now. But yeah, so this is the Knifewear Garage Sale. So every year, Kevin or Naoto or both of them, somebody goes to Japan to visit the folks that make knives there. Old friends and new ones too. And while we're there, we find a lot of cool stuff that they've got for sale. Some of them have little shops in their workshops. Some of them just have dusty boxes of old knives kicking around under a table that we like. Oh, hey, what's that? Can I buy it?
Some of the new launches, like the Kevin just found a bunch of the new launches from the Toguro and
totally new products.
New products.
A lot of really good deals. That's just like maybe they have too many of them, or they just don't. They're just like the Tosa Tsukasa. It's like young guy, not a lot of experience yet, but makes great knives, so they're a good price.
Yeah, and we ran a sale on the Tsunehisa. Any Tsunehisa branded knives are 20% off, as well as the some of the good deals like Wangfute Chinese cleaver. They're 35% off. We have the some sales going on. There should be a sales section, I think, on the website, but if there isn't, you can find them pretty easily.
So the sale runs online until the end of the day Sunday, but it also runs in the store. So if you're in Toronto or Ottawa, the sale started at 8 a.m. Mountain Time.
And the Calgary and Edmonton
are open now. Yep, there's probably a crowd of 30 or 40 chefs and knife nerds in the stores.
And Vancouver store will be opening in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, pretty soon. Yeah, it's probably a line already.
Yeah, probably.
So the cool thing is that we've ensured each store has kind of its own inventory. So the rare stuff we've been showing off today, most of it's probably sold out already. Each store also has their own contingent of that's different from what we have here. So that stuff will be available.
If there's leftovers, right?
Well, yeah, it'll be available in the store, but at the end of the day today, if it doesn't sell, all that inventory goes online at the end of the Monday. So
just keep an eye out. Like even if if you're after for a specific knife and it goes sold out, there is good chance that I can actually come back because we did distribute really rare, one of a kind, or we only like knives that we only have say 6 of.
Yeah.
So each those knives went to the stores.
Yeah.
And if they don't sell them, they'll come back online. So
yeah, because we want everybody to have a fair shot at some stuff. And if you're not looking for something rare, if you're just looking for like a kick-ass knife like this $150 carbon steel Nakiri, which is super beautiful. This kind of stuff we have a ton of. A lot of really well-priced stuff, a lot of just beautiful, flashy stuff. So if you're looking to, grow your knife collection or start it, or start somebody else's, like, Christmas is, I hate to say it, only a few days after Halloween, but like Christmas is going to sneak up on us pretty quick. And, getting your shopping done now means a lot more peace of mind in December and a lot less, bustling around a bunch of sick people at the mall.
Absolutely.
And so anyways,
ask any questions, help in the comment.
Yeah, if you need help finding a knife, you bought a knife, you want to see it up close, you just want to learn and nerd out with us, we'll answer them. Speaking of which, what do we have here?
We have, I think someone's asking for to look at this Yoshimi Kato Minamo. Minamo means the like water patterns, like when it rains on the pond or something.
Oh, like the ripples,
Yeah, ripples. Like, so that's why see if you.
It looks exactly like that, yeah. That's
Ripple
so cool.
pattern on the blade there.
Nice.
Super nice and thin. SG2 is great steel. He's been working with this SG2 for quite some time, so the Kato-san's pretty good at making it super nice and thin. Holds the edge really nicely. Super light. This 421 it's gonna be really like this is great for like anyone. I mean, like it's stainless steel, right? It's easy to take care of. If you never had the Japanese knives before, this will give a great experience.
And I think a lot of home cooks, are used to, like my mom, my dad too, they both use like smaller knives, my spouse too. They pretty much all use like a Santoku, like 165, 180 millimeters. What's that, like 7 inches, I think, 7.5. So this 210 can seem like a lot of knife. And it can be if you're new to it, but I think this Minamo is a good option if you're wanting to try something bigger. Maybe you want a knife you can make dinner with, but you can also carve a turkey with.
And it's thin and light enough, right?
Yeah,
like you
exactly.
don't feel like you're actually holding the like 8-inch chef's knife.
Really thin blade, but also this Japanese style handle. I'm quite partial to because it puts all the weight in the hand, and it seems kind of bulky, but you know, for a bigger handed person like me, it's very comfortable. But a lot of folks with smaller hands also find this pretty comfortable. I think we got a microfiber here because I'm gonna get fingerprints over on every knife I touch. So yeah, great knife, great daily driver. What do you have next now, Tom?
Next, we have this very unique nakiri, and I think this person would like to see in comparison to the regular nakiri. So
yeah, they want to know the difference between a single bevel and a double bevel nakiri.
Okay, so Scott here.
Is this Scott T? No. Not the Scott I'm thinking of.
So this is the Suzuki Uchi nakiri. Suzuki-san is a blacksmith from out of Yamagata Prefecture who is actually specialized in the sickle making. So how he does is that he has this on the right hand side, he has a bevel right here. On the back side, it's pretty flat all the way. If you look, I don't know if that captures that, it has really big bevel on the right hand side. So when you're cutting with these knives, it will definitely have a little bit more peeling effect to the right. Does that make sense? Because the back side is fully flat. When you're cutting like this way, flat side remains flat, and it has the right side will have the bit more peel effect. Make sense? Okay, so it's very similar, right? The one side will stay flat, then or peeling off. It's like peeler or actually single bevel. Mandolin blades are all single bevel. They are all sharpened one.
Yeah, daily
the
slicer.
Chisels, right? So yeah, daily slicers. So they peel off thing, right? So that's kind of design. But because it's big and single bevel, you don't want to cut it in like a little bit thicker pieces, like inch thick daikon or the potatoes, because it can break. It doesn't peel off. It's too thick, so it wants to break off.
Right. Yeah.
So it's great to do like thin slice and julienne or leafy vegetables, for that matter. But it's not necessarily the greatest cut. The medallion of, say, yams or something like that. Where double bevel nakiri, regular nakiris, sharpened from both ends, they are great to cut the dense vegetables like those. It does. It doesn't have the peeling effect, but it still does really, really great. Great cutting, like thin julienne and stuff like that. So, generally speaking, if you are looking to get the anakiri, I'll usually go for the double bevel version. Suzuki-san's knives are a little niche. If you want to try and feel like want to actually challenge the single bevel knives, this is great kind of starting point for that. Yes, and next, someone is looking for the story about this knife. Okay, this is kind of new to us as well. This one here is Sakai Takayuki Sampo Gyuto. Sampo is their workshop. Sampo is the place, the address, but they built a factory and they call it Sampo Kojo. At the Sampo factory, there are few young blacksmiths and knife makers, including someone called Shibata-san. It's different Shibata.
Different Shibata-san?
Different Shibata.
Is he a sharpener or a blacksmith?
No, he's a blacksmith.
Oh, cool.
So he worked for a...
Can we do a Shibata x Shibata collab?
Right? Oh yeah.
Right? Shibata squared?
He is working for a doi-san. Right? He wanted to become a blacksmith.
Wow.
He is not related, he's not a family member of any blacksmith or anything, but he wanted to become a blacksmith, so
awesome.
he started working for doi-san. So the sample factory has a few younger guys like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sakai Takayuki looked at him and said, it would be actually nice opportunity for those younger guys taking lead of making a product.
Right.
So this
kind of handing off the reins a little bit, showing
right?
them some
like
trust.
giving them the opportunity.
Oh, that's super cool.
So this whole line is made by those younger guys at the sample factory. That's why it's a sample branded. What I really like about the younger guys there, especially those people who wanted to become a blacksmith, instead of like say, oh yeah, my dad is a blacksmith, and there's no other choice but to become blacksmith. Those guys really wanted to become blacksmith, so we had a really good conversation. Doi-san, he's Itsuo Doi-san. He is the son of the legendary Keijiro Doi, right?
Right. Yeah.
And they do such a great job. They do everything so naturally, but the theory behind it is not like they do in a way that's been passed down, but they don't know the theory behind it, why it works like that.
Right. Yeah. They don't know the science, or it's just like, well, my father does it this way and it works.
Yeah, he doesn't.
And his father did it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
And
he doesn't really know too much in the metallurgy and stuff. But he's like, he kind of like learned about metallurgy, and so he puts that knowledge and he connects the knowledge that he learned from the books or those things, and he learned it by practice too, right? Like forging the steel and how it acts and how it becomes. So he's still pretty young. He's, I think, in the 30s.
I think we seem to be seeing more of this too, like this more guys becoming a blacksmith, but bringing in a little more of the scientific background.
Exactly. And I love it.
Right? It's awesome.
And
I mean, that's how you get better knives, is you
exactly,
do it scientifically.
And,
not like it has to be an exact science or like they should only use data to make their knives.
It's basically two pillars, right?
Yeah.
So
it's the best of both worlds.
We're very looking forward to see what the future brings with those younger blacksmith. And and this is the next
couple of decades in knife making are going to be really
the beginning of that, and we wanted to see, and it is like really well made. As it is like really nice and thick. It is a little bit more robust. It's not razor, but it will do really good.
I've been saying this a lot for the past month. Like, I really think this is our best garage sale yet, and like, obviously I'm going to say that, but I genuinely do, because the selection and the variety that we've got this time around is genuinely the best yet. Because there's so many people doing cool new stuff, experimenting with different shapes, experimenting with different steels, different handles, different finishes, different combinations of materials. Like, it's awesome. It's so exciting. And every year I think this is going to be the one where we run out of blacksmiths, or we run out of cool stuff to bring in, and we don't, because there's so many people in Japan right now creating great stuff. I want to have a little Tim Hortons moment, show my appreciation once again. Shout out Ben Sheps. I assume it's Ben. That's the only Ben in Texas I know of. If it's a different Ben, I'm very sorry. But this Tim Hortons moment is brought to you by Honorary Canadian by way of Texas. Ben. I just wanted, nobody asked about this. I just wanted to say how flabbergasted I am that we still have these Kurosaki folding knives in stock. Maybe it's because there's no pictures on the website, so people don't know what they're buying. Oh, there we go. Yeah, these are gorgeous. We got 6 of them. We've got a couple left.
I think we're gonna get the other colors soonish too.
Oh yeah, I like the blue, but I want a green, I think. It's so cool. It's a monster. Like, I've got a buck knife, which is a pretty big folding knife, and it's
pretty long,
just a touch bigger than a buck knife. So it's a pretty beefy knife. But yeah, really nice grippy. Is that G10 or micarta? Maybe that looks like G10.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have the layers that micarta does. So that's G10, I'm sure.
What's the blade length?
Blade length is,
because when I got it's like almost 11 millimeters long.
Wow. Yeah. 11 centimeters.
Oh, sorry, 11 centimeters. Sorry.
Excuse me.
11 centimeters, 10, yeah.
Comes with a really nice leather case, because it doesn't have a clip. but this guy you could pop in your pocket too. Blue stitching to complement the knife. Some nice brass rivets on there.
Yeah.
Kurosaki knives in case you forgot who you bought it from.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. It's like tactical, you know, like tactical, but in a pretty neat way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a good question.
That's a good question.
Somebody's asking, is there such thing as a non-brittle carbon Japanese blade?
Absolutely. It really depends on the, I guess, how they, like there are a lot of different type of carbon steels, right? To name a few, like white carbon, blue carbon, super blue, and even within that, those colors, they have 1 to 3. White carbon steel has like 3 different numbers, and also another one that's actually made for saws. White carbon saw. But so they have different grades, different carbon content and everything, and so the lower the carbon content on the steel, it becomes less fragile or brittle. For example, if you look at our selection of Sakai Takayuki Suigyu Kusumitogi series, they use a white carbon number 3. And number 3 carbon steel is great. It is a little bit softer. It's not going to chip as easy, and it's easier to sharpen. Those are great steel, especially for single bevel, like say Debas and stuff like that. So it's not going to chip as easy, right? Also, as it gets like a little hotter, white number 1 carbon steel usually is a bit, fragile. But it really depends on how he quenches it, what temperature, and also how that blacksmiths decide to call it the temperate. After quenching, make it really hard. They have to put it back in some people do an oil, some people put it back in the oven to soften the steel. And if they do, they could decide how long they're gonna actually do the tempering process to manage the hardness. So generally speaking, the Japanese steels are harder and more fragile and brittle than a lot of European kitchen knife steels.
Oh,
but
it's a delightful surprise. I thought this was going to be coffee, which was like good, but I've already had a lot of coffee. This is black tea.
Oh, nice. That's nice.
Black tea from Ben.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, I'm actually delighted about that. I'm going to put some cream in here. Yeah. Thanks, Ben. I was like, oh, coffee's amazing, but we already have a lot of coffee because we're, all coffee addicts, and so the tea was a phenomenal call.
So hopefully that made sense. Whoever is asking about the carbon steel, are old carbon steel knives are fragile?
Yeah.
That doesn't have to be.
I imagine you talked about blade geometry a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
I grabbed a few that I found would be maybe a bit less fragile. Like, you're not going to put them through a bone or a squash stem, but these guys I find are all just a touch thicker behind the edge here. This is the Tosa Tsukasa. I keep talking about these because they're my favorite deal of the sale. They're all under $150, and they're hand forged, right?
Yeah.
They're hand forged carbon steel knives with a gorgeous oak handle. Like, it's a stunning knife for a stupidly good price. If there's any of these left at the end of the day, I'm probably gonna get one for somebody else for Christmas. I don't even know who yet, but somebody's getting one of those for Christmas. These Munatoshi are a real sleeper hit. They are this is a 240? Is that a 240? 240 Gyuto, $185?
Probably.
Really? That's insane. Yeah, white number 2 steel, incredible steel, beautiful knife, a little more understated. Like, it doesn't have the craziest Kiritsuke tip or Kurochi Tsuchime finish, but it's a really clean looking knife that is an absolute workhorse. Nice, again, a little thicker behind the edge of the knife there, so not gonna be as fragile as some of the lasers out there. And then Mutsumi Hinora, if you like a heavy knife, maybe you like the weight of Western handle, but you want to try a Japanese handle, this guy is quite fat up in this section. So a lot of steel bringing the knife down and forward, but really nice grind so that although it's thick, it doesn't feel like a wedge when you're cutting through stuff. So really great blade. If you want a less delicate carbon steel knife, either of those 3 would be good choices.
Yeah.
Up next, we got a question. Again, we don't have a knife to show, but This was Charminator, regular viewer asking about it.
Terminator. Asking the Tsuchime Kurochi Maguro Bocho. I think that was made by the Masashi-san. The Masashi Yamamoto made 3 Maguro Bochos before, and one of which, I think was the Kurochi Tsuchime. Although, we do have a 1 Maguro Bocho made by him sitting at our Toronto store right now. 600 millimeter, 60 centimeter long Maguro, forge weld in-house Damascus. crazy, like not only the length, but how he sharpened the knife. Like that is absolutely amazing. That is available at our Toronto store right now. So that's probably the one that you were looking at 5 years ago.
Yeah, I'm really jealous that some of you guys have been out to the Toronto store. I've been to every other Knifewear store.
Right.
I used in the past have traveled to them a little bit for work, but I want to see the Toronto store. It sounds so cool. It looks so cool. I've been looking at pictures of it.
Yeah, it's nice.
The team there are awesome. Like I've talked to every one of them on the phone, and they're just like awesome people who are just enthusiastic about food and you know also knives. And they're all like already really good at sharpening, which is insane. It makes me feel a little like I suck. Okay, so
Someone's asking for Kobayashi Gyuto.
oh, Kobayashi, man, so awesome.
His especially this Damascus, he changed quite a bit because this is a Yanagi.
Oh,
The super thin, beautiful Damascus, and from some point, he changed like that. The knife look changed. The look changed a little bit. You see, like a little two-tone kind of.
yeah, it's got more. I noticed that. I was like, I didn't think they had like a noticeable primary bevel there.
Right. It doesn't. If you touch it, there's no
What?
primary bevel.
What?
No, there's.
It's just got a different polish on that part of the knife. What?
Yeah.
How? What the hell
I
is
know,
going
right?
on?
It's like.
It's very confusing.
It's like one of those like the Kagera's mythical, you know, like the shinogi, right?
Right.
But it's like looks so cool now, and our supplier will ask because who we get this knife from. Supplier, like I asked supplier, and you know, ask him to ask Kobayashi-san, say like, what did you?
What are you doing?
What do you? Yeah.
Tell me your secrets.
Yeah.
And?
And he's like, Kobayashi-san's like,
None of your business.
I haven't, no. He said like he hasn't changed anything.
What?
I know, like, no, we have to change something to get this like really cool.
Maybe our universe merged with another universe, and the two Kobayashi-san switched places.
Right.
It's like the Mandela effect.
Or maybe like dilution of the acid that he uses or something. I don't know.
Right. It's just been sitting open for a while.
Maybe, I have no idea, but it looks so much cooler now, and it's not only the look though, how he sharpens it, how thin those blades are, how it cuts through, say, you know, yam, squash. This knife is really, really up there for sure.
Okay. We've got somebody asking about Amune Ishii Aogami
Oh, yeah.
Kurochi Nakiri. Another really good price for a really well-made
And a stainless
carbon steel
clad.
Nakiri. Oh,
Yes,
stainless
'cause
clad.
he tried to get a Mizaki, but they sold out. So he
Tried
got
to get
this one
Mizaki, but they
instead.
sold out.
And,
That's a pretty fair substitution.
This is great. The stainless clad, it doesn't have a dash S, but it says like they say stem.
Sten. Oh, yeah, that's how you know.
Stainless clad. I actually went to visit the Amune Ishii-san in Tosa. Their production is great. The very efficient. You know, it's not like just one blacksmith, but a few very skilled blacksmiths and sharpeners in at the workshop, and they pound a lot of like quite nice quantity, as well as like really well made. Like look at the bevel here; it's nice and thin behind the edge. Really reliable. The really reliable blade. Great price out of the Tulsa area. So it's great blade.
Yeah.
You will not disappoint. I'm really surprised of the quality and the price. Like it just really well balanced in between those, like price and quality. There.
All right. this is one I wanted to talk about this anyways,
Yeah.
and somebody was asking about it. So what's the story behind the Hakuin, the Masashi Hakuin? Why we only got 30 of each shape?
Well, he came to visit us in about a couple months. No,
It
about
was
a month ago.
end of September. It was the 29th in Calgary, and I think the October 1st
so it was
in
about
Toronto.
a month ago.
Yep.
That was part of his world tour. He, whatchamacallit, it's a part of world tour.
Yeah,
to
because he
celebrate-
started his own workshop.
Yeah, like
right?
to
10 years
celebrate
ago.
his 10th year anniversary, right, of his workshop, and wanted to bring. He wanted to do something.
He brought his wife.
special.
It was really nice to meet her.
exactly,
Yeah.
right? And he wanted to do something special, right, for that occasion.
Yeah.
And we've been talking,
And
yeah.
we ask him to do special stuff for us
Yeah.
a lot because we like him so much. And
Yeah.
he also puts up with our silly demands and special orders. So
Yeah. So the this here, not only it's just the white version of Kokuin that we have. The way he forged and sharpened the shapes it's slightly different, and he got convinced that making that the shinogi line that's super crisp and that
it's so crisp.
that takes the skill and also great way to teach his workers or the apprentices.
Oh.
So
Because this whole face of the knife has to be perfectly smooth and flat so that you get a straight shinogi, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if there's high or low spots, you get like the rippling that you get on like
so you have
99% of other knives.
So you have to have it like straight here as well as the really nice flat on the face as well, right?
And he mostly forges it to shape, right? Like he's not
Mostly, yeah.
he's not grinding a ton of steel
No,
off
no.
to so that's a testament to his skill as a blacksmith. It's like Kevin, our boss, used to work at St. John in London, and they would have roast beef with horseradish, and it was literally one slice of roast beef and some horseradish, and that was it. And so you have to do a really good job of both those things, because if you fuck up one item, that's 50% of your plate that's messed up.
Right.
And so you have to prepare your horseradish and your beef flawlessly. And this reminds me of that, because it's got that it's elegant, it's clean. A lot of people might look at it and be like, whatever. It's a plain looking knife. But to those who know, it's kind of like a secret handshake of like, look how good this guy is at making knives.
Some knife makers try to make it a little bit straight. This one here looks very similar,
Yeah.
but if you touch it, there's no bevel.
Oh, so that's just polished on.
That's basically sandblasted, masked it, and sandblasted.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Where
Which
this
is a totally legit way to do it. But this is like, if you're a real showman, then that's how you do that guy.
Yeah. Well, there's a functionality as well, right? Having that nice define the crisp shinogi line here is really nice way for that little bit of food separation, as well as makes the sharpening really easy, because this bevel is so nice and even. So
Yeah.
there's a functionality.
Why
aspect
only
as well.
30? Because it's a special knife.
Yeah.
And he has a pretty full lineup. Like he does 4 lines for us. The Shiroshu, Kuroshu, Kokuin, and Kaijin. And so he just wanted to make this as a one-off. Or a 30 off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we still have the.
Cool. But yeah, we had a handful left. They were for his visit, but they didn't all sell out, and so we have some left.
Yeah.
Best Tsujihiki for big meats with crusty barks.
This is so
What
scary.
attributes to look for? I just grabbed a Yanagi bug because we don't have a ton of super long Tsujihikis, and if we're talking big meats, we're talking big knives. And so I like to go 300 millimeter or longer. Oh yeah. This guy says a cake knife, but it's for a brisket knife. We actually, with Prairie Dog Brewing down the street, we teach a brisket making class in Calgary once a month, and it's a pretty tough class to get into because it's very popular. But along with your ticket for the class, you get a whole brisket, you get like 5 hours of instruction, you get a beer, you get lunch, but you also get a Sakai Takayuki brisket knife. We include the 300 millimeter in the class. This is a 450 millimeter, which is just stupid. It's just ridiculous.
Go all the way to the sheet pan, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is the size of a brisket the other way.
Yeah.
but when you're carving meat, especially something you spent like a dozen hours smoking and laboring over, you want to use a knife that's long because you want to get a really clean cut. You don't want to saw back and forth and hack it apart. You want a clean cut. As far as like attributes to look for, again, length. I like a narrower blade from top to bottom as opposed to like a taller gyuto, because you don't want a ton of surface area contact sticking to that meat as you're slicing it. I also look for an edge that's not sushi cutting fine. Like the out of the box edge for this guy, this is a Sakai Takayuki Homura Guran. I brought this because it's a pretty robust blade, and it's just a cool knife that you could absolutely use for brisket. But the sharpening on that is going to be incredibly fine and smooth. And that smooth edge is going to skip across a good bark, and it's not going to feel sharp. It's not going to get into it, it's just going to bounce right off of it. And so when you sharpen a knife for brisket, you want to give it a coarser edge. You could stop sharpening around 1,000 grit. That's why a lot of competitors use bread knives, is because you want an edge that's going to grab and bite into that bark and not destroy it, just cut clean through it. And a smooth edge isn't going to do that. So yeah, I would finish my knife on a rougher stone. And then, you know, if you want to show off, especially if you're like a competition smoker, you might just treat yourself to something incredibly gorgeous. This is a Tetsujin Hamona. This is Tetsujin, right?
No, that's Nakagawa.
Oh, Nakagawa, of course.
Nakagawa and the Myojin sharpener.
Right, yeah. So same sharpener, but so Nakagawa-san is an incredibly talented and fast blacksmith who's just like so good. He's much like Masashi-san. He's kind of on a level of his own. And then Myojin-san, same kind of deal. Incredible sharpener, super skilled. This thing is, I don't think I even need to explain it. Just look at it. Yeah, this is Aogami #1. Really excellent high carbon steel. That'll take a beautiful edge and hold it for a really long time.
Like so pretty.
This guy's going to keep its edge a lot longer than the Sakai Takayuki. You're going to be sharpening this guy more, but when you're carving meat, you're not like working the knife into the cutting board a whole lot, so they'll probably all stay sharp for quite a while. And then yeah, if you just, you know, you don't have a crazy big budget, I think the Sakai Takayuki's only $300. But another one of the, what's going on here? Another one of the great deals of the sale is this, is this Yoshikane? Tadafusa. Tadafusa SLD. It's a 270 millimeter gyuto, so big enough, you know. SLD is a great steel. It's relatively robust, holds an edge beautifully. The knife is gorgeous, right? It's got this kind of cut off Kiritsuke style tip on it, which is really cool. I think if you're cutting a brisket with a knife, it's got to look cool. Yeah, it's just a beauty of a blade that's only 240 Canadian bucks, which is pretty good. Oh, it's time to spin the wheel.
Time for the wheel.
Do you want to have a guest spin? Nolan, do you want to spin the wheel? Oh, don't sound excited about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna spin the wheel. Woo!
Down. All right.
Gonna spin the wheel.
Give her a spin. Give her a good one.
Okay.
Woo!
Woo! Okay, win big. Come on. Big money. What do we get?
We got a free Sharpie.
One of my favorite items.
Yeah, that's very fitting because as a former chef, can you grab me one of those, please, Nolan? As a former cook, chef, whatever, Nolan and I both use Sharpies a lot for mostly for labeling things and crossing things off our lists. But we have these Knifewear branded Sharpies, which are just a thing that cooks and chefs get excited about because you can never have too many Sharpies. And if you order now, you can have that one that just fell on the floor. Yeah, so that's a Knifewear Sharpie. Add that to your order for the next hour, and it will automatically be discounted to 100% off once I activate this discount code. Here we go, Wheel Sharpie.
While you do that, do we want to do a commercial?
Do we want to do a commercial? Yeah, we do. Be right back after a word from our sponsors. Hey, it's Nate with Whack Chop. You're going to be in a great mood all day because you're going to be whacking your troubles away. Now look, here's a potato. One whack, you got big chunks for stews. Two whacks, home fries in a second. And look at this. You add a mushroom, the more you do it, the finer it gets. You don't have to switch any blades. You love salad, you hate making it. Take the stringy celery, take the carrots. Salad! I love pizza too, but once in a while, get the veggies in. At least put them on top of the pizza. This tuna looks boring. Stop having a boring tuna. Stop having a boring life. Here's a hard-boiled egg. One chop, you add the pickle, you add the green onion. And then what you can do is you can mix things together. You add the ham, you don't have time to make breakfast. You can live an exciting life now. breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this. One finger. It's so easy, kids can do it. They're gonna charge you $1 for toppings at the ice cream store. What about fruit? Put a mango. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Put that on your ice cream. Here's the garlic with the skin. There you go. De-skins the garlic. The onions with the skin. This is making you cry. It's making me cry. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't want to cry anymore. The skin's at the bottom. Hey, look at this. You want a little bit of onion? You don't want to drag out the food processor? The skin comes right off. We're gonna make America skinny again, one whack at a time. The Whack Chop sells for $199.95. But if you call now, we can't do this all day, we'll throw in the ceramic honing rod for 50% off.
Knifewear is not liable for any damage done to your knife as a result of using it as a whack chop. Side effects of using your Japanese knife as a whack chop might include chipping, twisting, scraping, folding, premature dulling of the edge, and more. Please consult your local knife expert before using your knife as a whack chop.
We're back. Hello. Thanks for tuning in, folks. If you joined us recently, welcome. This is the Knifewear Garage Sale Fall 2023 live stream. I'm Nathan. That's Sky cackling in the background, our moderator. We are celebrating the first day of the garage sale. So every year we go to Japan, usually twice a year, and we visit the people that make Japanese knives in Japan. Crazy, right? And we hang out with them, and we check out their workshops and eat food and drink sake, but we also have a look at their inventory, because a lot of them have little shops or just like stuff that's been sitting around for a while, taking up space, stuff that maybe they haven't been able to sell, and so we purchase a whole bunch of it. We go kind of nuts buying a lot of stuff, and then we bring it all back to Canada. We send it out to our stores, and we have this week-long event twice a year in November and May. And so in the sale, there are a lot of rare and one-of-a-kind knives. There's prototypes, there's new lines that we just got, like the Nigara VG10 Damascus. We have like rare, limited stock stuff, like these Masashi Hakuin, of which there are only 30 of each shape ever made. We have lines that we've had before that we just love so much that we maybe can't get full time throughout the year, like the Moritaka AS, that we only can bring in a couple times a year. Stuff that, and some blacksmiths that only really make enough knives for us to carry them a couple times a year because they just don't make that many knives. And so it's a great time to find a new knife for your collection, to start your collection if you're new to the world of Japanese knives, or to buy a gift, because holidays are coming up soon. And for me, I like to save a little bit of money, especially these days, on gifts, and there's some pretty good smoking deals for that. The sale runs online all week, starting this morning until the end of the day on Sunday, and in store in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver until the end of the week as well. The Toronto store, or the Vancouver store, just opened just about 10 minutes ago. And the Calgary store has been open. Calgary and Edmonton have been open for an hour. Toronto and Ottawa have been open for about 3 hours. And so, if you're in one of those cities, head down to your local store, because they have exclusive stock that is only in store there. Because we want everybody to have a fair shot at some stuff. And so we have a whole bunch of cool stuff in each store that is only available in that store this Monday. That said, if there's any of it left at the end of the day, it will go on the website sometime by like kind of 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We will also be live on Thursday. We got some late arrivals coming into the sale, so we'll be live Thursday afternoon for a few hours. Today, we are here to answer your questions and help you shop. We've also got some demonstrations. So in about 20 minutes, we're going to teach you everything you need to know if you are buying a gift knife, the basic rules to follow to make it really easy to buy a gift knife. And then at 12:30, I think, Naoto's going to make us some ramen. The stream wraps up around 1:30, so Naoto is going to feed us some lunch and just kind of hang out and do some cooking later. If you missed it earlier, we made some steak and eggs, so you can always go back and watch that later on. If you got questions, pop them in the comments. We're live for like another, 2-3 hours, and we will, we'll be happy to answer them, help you out. If you bought a knife already and you just want to see it one more time before it goes into a box and ships to you, let me know. Our warehouse has been collecting orders, so the first batch of orders is going to go out the door today, but maybe we still have your knife and we can show it to you. Somebody was asking, should I upgrade from my Aogami number 2 Moritaka Ishime to the Kurochi Aogami Super? I mean, my answer is why not both? I'm partial to the Moritaka Ishime with just the blue number 2 carbon steel. That was my first Japanese knife. Oh, Hanasuki. So are you thinking Kurochi Aogami Super or Ishime Aogami Super? Because I'm partial to the Ishime finish. When it comes to a Hanasuki, I've found Aogami Super steel to be a little bit more tough, even though it's a touch harder. If this is the one you're talking about with the Ishime finish, absolutely go for it. Yeah, Aogami Super I found to be just a hair tougher than blue carbon steel. It also rusts a lot more slowly. This stuff can rust on you pretty quick. You cut an onion, you go to the bathroom, you come back, your knife's rusty.
Well, they're both coated in iron, which rusts super fast.
Ah, right,
so
yeah.
The
There's no
outside
stainless
cladding,
coating.
yeah, the core doesn't oxidize as easily.
Yeah.
Which is good, because that's what you're really concerned about, because if the core steel oxidizes, you end up with those little tiny pits.
Yeah.
Like little pinholes in the steel.
I don't know. This one's got a gold sticker on it, so that might be worth the price alone.
It's gold.
My answer is have both. Watch our video with Nolan and his knife collection. He's got over 200 knives, and he owns 2 Moritaka Hanasukis because he worked at 2 different restaurants and needed 2 different knife kits.
What a nerd.
He's a practical guy.
Okay. Ooh, that's a good question. First, Kurosaki folding knife. This is ridiculous. I
think what you mean is it's BANANAS.
That is so 2008. And you're so
late.
Ah, thank you. SG2 is such a wonderful steel that we love in our kitchen knives. Why not put it in a pocket knife? I like the size and shape of this, to be honest. I think this would really make a great camping knife in the way that you could use it for camping things, but it would also work well on food. And I don't know what you do in your camping. I spend more time cooking than I do whittling sticks, but you could do both. I don't know if there's any specific questions, but it comes with this nice leather sheath that also has blue stitching. It does not have a belt loop on the leather sheath, but it's very cool. It's got a little lanyard, eyelet there at the bottom, nice little bit of jimping on the blade, and it's got a little bit of a finger pull on the back there. Okay. I see another question here. It's Manaka ATS34 Nakiri versus Kato Minamo Nakiri. Pros and cons of metal, height and weight. That's a great question. Give me a second to find those knives. Kato. Oh, which one is it? Bending over for y'all. All right, so I can't find the Minamo Nakiri. Sky, do you know what the steel is on the Kato?
SG2.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Size and weight. There's a fair difference here. We're looking at 170 of edge length on the Manaka and 165 here on, oh, it's just actually 160 of edge on the Kato. The weight difference is substantial too. Just get this lit up here. Spin it around so you see it better on your end. So the Manaka's coming in at 203 grams and the Kato, what's that, 162. So there's definitely a weight difference. The height of the blade, I think, is more substantial in the difference than most things. So kind of around the engraving is 55 and 50. So overall, bigger dimensions on the Manaka. I think that's a nice thing about it with a Nakiri. I like a bit more weight in a Nakiri because I want to just be able to pick it up and sort of just push it down a little bit and have it travel through. And I find sometimes if your knife is a little too light, when you're trying to cut through something like a cabbage, it kind of stops halfway and then you have to push it through the rest of the way. So a little bit more weight's going to do that for you. I can definitely speak to SG2. It's really beautiful steel, holding an edge a very long time. And we're, frankly, kind of in similar hardness. I think ATS-34 has got a bit of toughness to it. And the interesting thing is when you look at most knives made of ATS-34, you're looking at a lot of hunting knives, and they're forging them in a way that lands. Okay, so when you buy steel from a manufacturer and you're going to make it into a knife, it comes with a graph. And the graph shows you that you want to heat it up to this temperature, quench it at this temperature, and then bring it back up and hold it at this temperature for this long, and then cool it down at this. Like, there's a whole arc to the temperature changes of the steel, and that will land you at this, approximate point of hardness. And so when you see a lot of ATS-34 stuff, it's landing on a hardness that's just going to be tough for hunting knives. Now, Manaka has done this differently, and he lands it at a much higher hardness that's going to match it to about the same Rockwell as the SG2. So we're kind of in, I think, around the 64 mark here. Personally, I haven't used it, and frankly, it's the only ATS-34 steel Japanese knife I've seen. So as far as how rugged it is or how long it holds its edge, I can't really speak to it in a real world terms, but theoretically, it should be around the same. The thinness of them, when it comes down to it, I would say that last kind of like 3 mils where you've got the core exposure, you're about the same thinness. It's just the Manaka gets a little bit thicker as it comes up. See if we can get this here.
So Mike, here's the question. If you were choosing one of these,
the Manaka.
Would you say you're down with the thickness?
Is his mic off? Can you please turn his microphone off? The Manaka also gets hammered a little bit along the face, the hira here. So there's a shallow section in the middle of the blade, so food should pass through food quite evenly. And they, you know what? I can't really compare the look. They're both badass. The Manaka's got a bit more core exposure, so consider that as a bit of a delicate nature. We often refer to hardness as the factor that relates to the brittleness, which is often quite true. However, thinness is a huge factor, as well as exposure of the core steel, because the cladding on the outside is protecting the core steel. So if you've got a bunch of core exposed, more exposure to chippage.
I was just going to say you could talk about them. Well, let's do this one, and then we'll get Sky on camera.
Tetsujin, are we getting the metal flow again? Yep, they're just not available at the moment.
Yeah, Nelta said they're like on the way pretty soon.
Yep, and he said one of the things that's cool is the metal flow. He said these knives are very similar, and that it's mostly how they're sharpening and polishing the knife to show off the metal flow.
Yeah, because Masashi-san does that too.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that makes signing up for our mailing list that Nathan writes. Pump Nathan's tires here. His mail-out's actually worth reading. These are the kind of things you get stats from the internet. They tell you like how good you're doing. The people have spoken, and often we hear from the company that does the mail-out stuff with us that they don't understand how it is that we have so many people that actually open and read the emails, and it's because Nathan doesn't do a shitty job doing it. He actually puts time and effort into it and tries to include content that's valuable so that people will like it. And turns out that's true. So you can do it on our website. It's very easy. You just sign up to our mailing list, and then you start getting mailouts. And I think there's a new feature now where you can actually choose whether you would like to see them as they come out, or if you would like to limit it to a monthly email. So
Yeah.
so if you're kind of feeling like you're overwhelmed with your inbox, and I get it, I get that too, and all of a sudden just like unsubscribe, you can just tone it down to be a once a month thing. That might be all you need, and that email comes out as kind of a summary of all of them. So that's what
Sort of, yeah. It'll yeah. Like, so we send one like once or twice a week that is just like, hey, here's a new blog or new products that just showed up or a new video on our YouTube channel. So it's pretty like innocuous stuff. But the monthly one is just like the big hits, like, hey, the garage sale's happening or Masashi's visiting Calgary, that kind of stuff. So you'll definitely hear about the big stuff if you're on the monthly list.
Yeah, it's not just new products and promotions and stuff, but we do have fun events. We do have, a blacksmith that comes visit. Last month, most of our stores, we did a sharpening roundup of clothing for the winter here. So
yeah, winter clothing drive for folks in the streets.
Yeah,
we got in Edmonton alone, we got 50 winter jackets and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah,
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and if there's a place you need a winter jacket, it's Edmonton.
If you're sick of coffee, Ben got us black tea from Timmy's. Yeah, I was like, oh, this coffee looks a little weak.
I
tried it. And
I just saw you pour it out, and I smelled it.
Yeah.
I'm like, where's the teapot? That's not Tim Hortons.
I've had Tim Hortons before, and that's not how it smells.
That's fantastic. Thank you. I love a good cup of tea. I saw a sticker that says Sky's Knives.
These
Sky's
are Sky's
picks.
picks.
This is Sky.
This
Sky's,
is Sky.
Sky's the
Hello.
one who's been back there yelling at us and giving us these things all
I'm
morning.
just a taskmaster all the time. Can you go to the overhead?
Cut to the overhead, turn the mic on.
Cut to the overhead.
And now you're just like,
let me remember how to do
elbow
this
me
job.
out of the way, start directing everybody.
This is from
we know who's in charge.
Kim Huligana, and Sky's been in some of our videos lately, so
Yeah.
check out the YouTube channel if you want to see Sky in action.
Thanks. Here, we've already looked at this guy a little bit. Oh, wow, that's weird. Funny to be on the other side. This is the Masashi Hakuin. I've been really on the train of like just clean, nice looking knives lately. Like for a long time, I was all about the Kurochi and the Damascus and the funky stuff. And now I'm just like, you know what? I like a really good grind. I like good sharpening. I love that it's got a really flat bottom here.
Are you out?
That came out weird. I love that it's got like a flat bottom so that it's got a bunch of contact with the cutting board, which is super gorgeous and pretty. I love the way he does his polish, and they're just really gorgeous knives. Mizaki, kind of for the same reasons. I like a lot of contact with my cutting board. I just find that it touches in a lot more places, and I don't get that accordion vegetable kind of effect that I normally get. This
Just
is
slide your
like,
knife and you won't get it.
yeah, right. Well, yeah.
Learn to use your knife properly.
Shut up, Mike.
Watch some of the videos that we do.
I've watched at least 2 of them. But yeah, I just think these are gorgeous and super rustic. And the jingle knife. I've never managed to get one of these in time to actually get one by the end of garage sale because they always sell out so fast.
They are so beautiful.
They're so cute. I love the little bell. Like, this is cute factor only. I want this just so it can live on my little knife wall. I don't think I'll ever use it for anything because I'm much more prone to just using like my hands to pry things open than anything else.
Just gnaw things apart.
I just like use my teeth to like open boxes and shit.
Insert joke about Kansas here.
It's not
No?
a Kansas thing. It's just
No.
it's just a general gremlin goblin thing. But yeah, I think they're really cute and great. They're colorful. They make me happy. I like the
Yeah, I
cool
think
fabrics.
they'd be a great little camping knife too. You could do fun little things with
yeah.
it for sure. Yeah.
Can you do actual things with them?
You
Yes.
could whittle a stick with that.
Am I going to keep it just to covet it and love it forever? Yeah, I'll say
Yeah,
yes.
right?
You can open letters. It's a good letter opener.
You could use it when
Yes.
you were making a witchy potion.
Do people still get letters these days?
I get a lot of junk mail.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I lose my keys, the war amps send it back to me.
No. The what?
The war amps.
What's a war amp?
It's like a amputee support community thing.
Is that
Yeah.
a Canadian thing?
Yeah, I think
Cool.
so.
Got
yeah.
it. Say no more.
Taking care of people's medical needs. Very Canadian. Well, after that dig on America, I think we got a demo coming up. I'm going to play you folks a commercial. Have we seen the $1,000 ramen commercial yet?
No.
Okay, I'm going to play you a $1,000 ramen bowl commercial with Isaac, and then we'll be right back, and I will teach you, or Mike will teach you. Do you want to do it? How to pick a knife as a gift?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Let me do that
All
right now.
Well, here's a $1,000 bowl of ramen. Enjoy.
All of the chefs of the internet will hate me. Bless you, or not. I thought we've already determined today that there is no God. Today we were making tonkatsu chicken ramen. Isn't tonkatsu pork, actually? So what is the burner's name? A beautiful pot here.
For those of you who don't know, I am the cheese man. We're making a cheese-inspired ramen. Pour in chef pincers. I have a pair myself. They don't pay me to say that. Oh, whisk. Do you sell these too? One might even consider it the right tool for the job. Emmental. Fontatsu. Contactu? A lovely microplane blade. Can you believe the cheese strings, the cheesiness of this cheese? Chopsticks. Ooh, that's what a fucking waste of my time. And we're back. Parmesan, because it's 60-month parm. I know what you're thinking. Golly gee, 60-month parm in my tonkatsu. I have a little store in Calgary. You have to find it from there. I got you all your provolones and burratas in here. You might be thinking, burrata, trench coat. Yep, the pockets are wet. Okay, I'm trying here to showcase all of the products. Is it helpful? Okay. More, Daddy? These are from our dear friends at Cow's Creamery and PEI. And the boom operator, ooh, hands, ooh. Yeah. There's nothing like warm cheese breath on your neck. Okay, next thing we have from Xavier David. So this is a crottin, which roughly translates to goat, from goat shit. Yes, they're very popular in France. The cheese, not goat shit. I'm not sure what they do with that. Ooh, this is Riapel Brie from Fromagerie d'Ile in Quebec. I think I'm gonna give up my career. It needs more Emmental still. Our fondue tonkatsu. We figured it out. Okay, if you can't tell, when they asked what we're doing, I said, just start the camera and we'll go. It's turning into a nice broth. Okay, it needs more cheese. If I had life advice to give, it just needs more cheese. So now with the addition of the Riapel, we're at 5. I don't even have a website up right now. It's gonna be even better for them to find it. We have a special treat for you today, the truffle. Ooh, truffle-scented life. That'll be the name of my biography. This is called a
Katsu Obushi slicer.
Katsu Obuchi slicer. Directions. Would you like to translate this for us? Mine's a little rusty. It's like, what was that old? Will it blend? Will it katsu Obushi slice? Oh, it did it! I have no faith. Needs more cheese. I might just use this all. Life's short. Ooh. Oh, found a new sound. See how much coffee I've had? Tiny Fish Co. It's gonna make some sort of filthy euphemism talking about a cute box, but I'm using restraint. What I love about this one is there's cheesy jokes on it. How do shellfish find their way home? Muscle memory. This is Alps 7, made in Japan, but it's called Alps. You see the sharp blade here? Then that's why I'm not gonna use it. So it's chorizo mussels. They look delicious. If you're a fan of conservas, oh, that's the right amount, I think. I'm smelling it now. Perfect. Okay, I think it's time. Oh, the ramen. You can put it in the hot tub style, like this, where it's just chilling. Put little arms on it. Oh, are you implying I should put the lid on? The starch in it is starting to thicken the broth, so we're all set. Not to say that we don't know what we're doing. More parm, just like pasta, gotta finish with beautiful parm. Just makes your heart happy. And clogged. I got the thumbs up from the producer. Ooh, mussels. 1, their oil, 2. Nope, just kidding, you thought I was gonna do 3. Suckers. It's still very hot. We nailed, you know what? I'm so sorry, I'm the idiot. It deserves another one. Oh, right on top, okay. Right at the apex of my caffeine high, I can feel it. And again, genuinely, it's caffeine. I might even share with my friends. If you have any of the wonderful products you've seen today, the cookware, the spoons, not this spoon. We have it all. Okay, ready? It's one easy number, 1-888-669-6168. That's right, 1-888-669-6168. Operators are standing by. 24-hour service, right? Who's on the phone all the time? Who orders knives by the phone? I do. That's who does. Thank you so much.
Sorry, what were you telling me, Mike?
You heard me. It's so random someone sent us a jug of tea.
It's awesome. It's Ben from Texas.
Ben from Texas is a great guy.
Yeah. And we're back. welcome back to the show. I left that comment up.
I'm just drinking some tea here. Me and the old Ben, our pal Ben, sent us a bucket of tea and some donuts. Someone has been gatekeeping those donuts. I didn't even know there were donuts. No one brought donuts out here, but the donuts are apparently way in the front.
There's donuts?
Yeah, they stashed your donuts, Nathan. They're like, you already have too much
Mother
sweet
effing
stuff.
donut stashers.
Right?
All I've eaten today is a cinnamon bun and 16 cups of coffee.
I've only eaten 7 cinnamon buns and 7 cups of coffee. I like to keep an even balance of sugar and
that's
caffeine.
important. Mike's going to teach us about how we should select a knife to give as a gift. But real quick, C West said, I know Takeda NAS won't make this garage sale, but when are you expecting them? It's kind of just when he says he's got a bunch of knives. It's like nothing. Oh, there's knives.
Oh, it's
So-
like you literally need astrology and
Yeah.
a seance
Yeah.
and a tarot card reading
Yeah.
and a psychic to figure out when you're going to get
A Ouija board would be more accurate than anything we can tell you,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
we say yes please, and then we say thank you, and when we get them, we get them. And you know what? You're going to know when we're going to get them.
When it comes to Takedas, we're okay with waiting and not knowing. But if you sign up to our mailing list, we will announce it. Whoop, we will announce it. Ben also said, give a round of applause to Ellie for keeping the website operating today. Ellie is our web store manager. She is amazing. She's the reason our website works at all and looks halfway decent. So thank you, Ellie. And Jack is a recent addition to Canada. So congrats about that, Jack. We're happy to have you. Welcome to the light side. Spoken by the American.
Now, someone told me that I'm doing a
love you,
thing today,
America.
and it's called Mike How to Buy a Gift Knife.
Yeah.
I think it's actually just how to buy a gift knife, but I'm Mike.
Oh, that's okay. I was
Is that
wondering
how that goes?
I thought you were how to buy a gift knife, and the segment was called
This isn't
Mike.
a knife, this is a Sharpie. Why is Naoto throwing things at me? Okay, listen. There's a couple things that are what we usually say about buying people gifts. And I think usually they're correct, because people are pretty similar. Now, a knife like this is a beautiful knife, and it's made out of steel. It is not stainless. Nothing about this knife is stainless. There's nothing here to slow down any kind of corrosion or oxide, and it'll happen. You'll put your knife away, especially if you put it in one of these handy dandy knife blade guards, which are very handy and dandy. But you know what? If you put this knife in here wet, you're going to take it out and it's going to be orange. And you're going to scrub it, and you're going to scrub off the stuff that's the Kurochi finish on the outside, and you're going to be really sad. You're going to think you've ruined the knife, and then you'll just never use it again. And that's the opposite of what these things are meant to do. They're meant to be used. So we often steer people away from giving carbon steel knives as a gift for just that reason, because they're kind of a pain. And I think the exception of that is if the person you're giving the knife to knows what they want. They want carbon steel. Sometimes that's why people want to get into Japanese knives, because finally, again, you can buy carbon steel knives, because European kitchen knives have not been made with carbon steel that are readily available to people. It's always been stainless steel, and while they're great, often that Cuisinart knife is not great.
There's still donuts left.
Oh,
Thank you
amazing.
again, Ben. I
Amazing.
keep shutting you up, but that's because I love you. I'm gonna eat the Canadian maple.
I will. I'm busy, Nathan. God, can't you see I'm doing something here? Holy, the ADHD is running rampant here today. It's caffeinated. It's unmedicated and caffeinated. It's just it is too much today. All right. So carbon steel, lovely. Only give it to someone who you know wants a carbon steel knife, because it's a pain, but you need to be willing to deal with it. My father, for example, the garden tools have hung on the same hook in the garage our entire life. Everything goes back into the same place every time. Everything is meticulous. Everything is clean. He's good with carbon steel. It depends. Now, the other thing about carbon steel that sometimes I have learned from interactions with customers is they get it. They love it. They think it's going to be awesome. But what they don't see is that the knife gets water spots on it and it looks dirty. And if you're a person who wants something to be nice and shiny and clean, just stay away from carbon steel. However, we have so many other choices. Now, there was steel. At first there was steel, and steel made really good sharp knives. But it rusts, right? So someone came along and added stuff to the steel to keep it from rusting. Things like chromium, molybdenum, vanadium, nickel. Mostly we're looking at chromium. Sometimes a combination of the three of chrome, molybdenum, and vanadium. However, that's too much. Stainless steel is great. Stainless steel that we get for kitchen knives is made to make sharp things. So it's wicked, and it way, way outperforms that classic Cuisinart knife or that other name brand knife that we all know and have. However, not just stainless steel, but these beautiful, nice, thin knives, they're going to change people's game in the kitchen. Often we have people who get these as, say, as a wedding present, and they'll come in for their first free sharpening, and they will say, this was the best gift we got our whole wedding, and we got a Lexus, right? Like, these things are treasured and appreciated. If you're here, you probably know that how awesome they are already. And giving them as a gift is a really awesome thing because they get used and it makes people's lives better. But when you get a knife as a gift, what is really impressive is when you open the box and you're just floored by its beauty. And we have so many options for that. And we have so many options in a varied price range. I don't know who you're buying a gift for. I don't know what they've done for you this year. Maybe a $400 knife is the perfect thing for them, right? And you can find knives that have different style, right? This Kurochi finish on the outside is very cool. It looks very, very rustic. It looks very like it was almost pulled off of out of nature and just sharpened and had a handle put on it, right? There's a very beautiful Japanese style to this that gives it that, oh my God, moment. There's other things like this Nigara that, VG10 is a wonderful steel that was designed in Japan to make sharp tools. And here it is in a Japanese knife, like what it was meant to be. And it's got this cool pattern on the surface. It's got Damascus steel. And people are like, yeah, you mean like that stuff then forged in fire? And you're like, yes, you now have one of those too. And yeah, okay. So first, knives that don't rust. Second, knives that look awesome. Now, the next thing is like, what size and shape? Well, a Nakiri is kind of a funky looking shape, and a lot of people in our world will see that as a cleaver. You know what, folks? It's so often that someone gets a Nakiri and they start using it, or they buy it and they think, I need a knife for vegetables. Sooner than later, it becomes people's number one go-to knife. It is not uncommon people that are just using Nikiris every day for everything. Something that's a little bit more approachable and kind of hits a lot of the mark for people in size and shape is this kind of 180 or 165 millimeter length, right? So Santokus and Nakiris really fit in there. And they're just multi-purpose. They can cut 90% of what you're going to buy at a grocery store. You'll struggle when you hit a big watermelon or a really dense vegetable like a squash. And they're not going to be great if you're buying whole primal cuts of meat and trying to cut steaks. That's where something like a 210, this is about 8 inches long. This is a chef's knife. To me, if you want to have a one and done kind of move, I would center my collection around a 210 millimeter Gyuto. And this one, that's I think this is Anru. Yeah, Anru, so made by Ikeda-san. This one is very similar to one of our best sellers of all time, the Masakagi Kowishi. It's incredible. So, different types of steel, err on the side of stainless. Handles, it depends, right? This Western style handle like this, a lot of us were told years ago when we first got our knives, they said, son, buy yourself a knife with a full tang, and that's how you know it's good. And maybe back then that was a relevant kind of a thing. Here with Knifewear, with our knives, you don't need to worry about that. Everything here is good quality. There are some pros and cons. I think the best way to think about it is it's familiarity to have that Western style handle for some people, so it might be an easier transition. And there is more weight in the knife. It feels heavier. And it's not necessarily in the handle. They'll often balance the knife out. So a Japanese handle, Western handle, you'll get the same sort of balance point right around this part of the knife here where the blade connects to the handle, right? So it just lends a bit of weight to the knife. You know, if you're worried about your knife failing and you're worried about it snapping at the handle,
Stop gardening with your knife.
Yeah, stop gardening with your knife. And frankly, if it comes to the steel that we're using here in Japanese kitchen knives, the steel's so much harder. It holds its edge. It's so beautiful how sharp it is. It's so thin. Excuse me. It's delicate though. So that hardness means it's going to be brittle. It's going to chip a little bit more easily. And if you're going to be using your Japanese knife with such force, you're going to break the handle. Why don't you kick the camera, Nathan? Gosh. You're going to break the edge of the knife. You're going to break the edge of the knife. So now, a couple of other things that you want to keep in mind when you're looking at your Japanese knife. Like, these are the two most crucial tools to have. It's a place to keep the knife safe. It keeps your hand safe as well. You don't know how people keep knives. Some people will get a beautiful new knife. They'll have a knife block, but they don't want to take one out. So what happens is the knife goes in the drawer. And any knife that's banging around in a drawer, it's going to ding up the edge. And especially with these thin ones, you'll really lose that sharp edge. So simple blade covers are a really good way to keep a knife safe and add to a knife. Even if you want to take them somewhere, you know, take them to your next Airbnb or something. Now this is the other thing to get for people. When you buy a knife, you should get a ceramic honing rod. We have one that's black and one that's white. And the one that's white is somewhat, I guess you could say it's coarser. I find if you're going to use it regularly and just basic home use, the white one is perfect. Yeah, the black one is perfect. If you're doing a lot more work, like if you work in a restaurant, the white ones are great. Or if you're just going to forget about it and you kind of, you know, every now and again use it, the white one is good. But it's pretty simple to do. I don't have a really good way of showing you this right now. But you're just going to do this. You don't need to be swinging the knife around. You're not showing off here. You need the knife to touch that at about a 15-degree angle if it's a Japanese kitchen knife. And you want it to go from the entire length of the edge and keep that angle consistent the whole time. Some people will look at it and say, oh, I don't want to sharpen my knife. I'll let you do that. Well, this is not sharpening. This is like brushing your teeth. This is something that you do at home. You're more than capable of figuring it out. We've got lots of videos and instructions. And what it does is it keeps that edge of the knife straight and keen, keeps that sharpness. And frankly, you'll go to cut a tomato, it'll bounce off the skin, and you'll just remember you had this thing. You'll touch it up, and boom, it'll cut through that tomato again. And once that stops working, that's when you probably want to think about getting it sharpened, using a proper sharpening stone. Again, sharpening is not a really terribly difficult thing. It's incredibly hard to master, but you can get there. We have lots of videos online. We have courses in our stores. If it's something that you want to learn to do it. It's a great skill to have. It does take some practice, but you probably have friends who probably have dull knives, and you can sharpen their knives for them. And even if you don't do an excellent job, they're going to be better than when you got the knives. So,
I did a sharpening called like Super Simple Knife Sharpening Basics or something video earlier this year, and the top, like the most common comment that we get on that video is that it's the most clear sharpening instructions people have ever had, and people, like a lot of people saying they finally have the courage to sharpen their knife because they feel like they understand it now. So go check that video out. I'm honestly really proud of how it went, and yeah, it's helped a lot of people. It might help you if you want to sharpen your knives.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so when you're buying gifts for people, when you're buying knives in general, at Knifewear, you know, we have the garage sale now and again. If you're an industry professional, you get a discount. But, you know, if you want to buy a few knives, a few gifts, like buy threes, because if you buy 3 knives, you get 10% off. If you aren't in need of 3 knives, but you want a cutting board, you can sub out a knife for a cutting board. Because cutting boards make a great gift for people as well, especially if they've got a half a dozen Japanese knives already. Or, you know, get them a petty, get them a chef's knife, like this kind of a combo. a 210 and a petty make a great combo like this with a cutting board, or I like this combo, 210 Nakiri and petty. That gives you a knife to do most of your chopping with. It gives you a bigger knife when you're doing bigger jobs, especially if you're cutting some meat. And a petty, well, I mean, those are so handy in a lot of situations. So, I mean, that kind of a set of 3 really covers all the bases for most people. And yeah, sweet.
Cool. Well, Mike, our sandwiches showed up, and I'd be a real jerk if I didn't let you eat your Cubano while it's still hot.
I got a Cubano.
You got a Cubano.
Amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll, if you guys got more questions, I'm happy to help. But I want Mike to be able to enjoy that Cubano. If you are in Calgary and you haven't gotten a sandwich from Empire Provisions yet, go check them out. They're legit. I got the Italian, kind of like a classic Italian cold cut, but they did it on the panini, and it's so good. It's easily the best cold cut sandwich in the city, and and they make all of their like salamis and stuff in house, so extra legit. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in today. This is the Knifewear Garage Sale kickoff live stream, if you didn't read the video title. But we are Knifewear. We are Canada's biggest retailer of Japanese kitchen knives. But, more than that, a lot of us are former chefs or just foodies and people who love knives. And so we really come at things of the perspective of what's the best knife to just cook food in your kitchen, be that a professional kitchen or a home kitchen. And so this week we've got a whole bunch of stuff that we just brought back from Japan. All new stock pretty much. Rare knives, one of a kinds, but also just a lot of like great solid knives that are really well priced. Stuff from a lot of blacksmiths we work with, some of the like larger knife factories like Tojiro. Here we go. This is a good example of the kind of stuff you see at the garage sale. It's a wacky knife shape. It's an unusual, unconventional design, but it's a great knife. This is a sandwich knife, so you can cut bread, but you can also cut tomatoes and lettuce and all sorts of stuff with it.
How to find it? It is under Tojiro Flush American Utility Knife.
Yeah,
like spread the butter.
Yeah,
when making
butter,
sandwich
mayonnaise. Yeah, it's a beautiful blade. It would be real great if you worked at a sandwich shop, or even just like I used to work at a diner, and this would have been so much better than the like plastic handle knives that we had. That I won't mention the name, but they were not super sharp, and this would have really made my day. But this is a knife that they had a ton of that's discontinued, and they just said like, hey, we need to get these out of our warehouse. Are you interested? And of course we were, because they're cool and they're a great price. And so we got a bunch of these for a smoking deal. We used to carry this line, and they were all like $200 to $300 bucks. This guy's $150. So I don't know what it cost originally, but definitely more than $150 bucks. Yeah. So that's a beautiful knife. Now, you got some cool kitchen gadgets too.
Yeah, we managed to get some like cool kitchen gadgets this time. Like we tried to be a little bit cool about things that we carry, not only just knives, right? But this company in the Tsubame Sanjo area, they make really cool like kitchen gadgety thing from utilizing the wood. They are. So like we have something like this peeler that's like really nice, cool looking peeler. It's all under a so-called small factory. If you actually type the color, it's easy to find. It's just like find that small factory peeler. It's pretty comfortable to hold. It's nice enough set, so it makes peeling pretty easy. Something like this, like small cheese grater, I guess, right? Like they call it sasagaki. The traditional way of basically making that it's like shredder, right? Like making, you get carrot salad or something like that. But this is really nice, handy cheese grater on your table. At your table, you bring this and shred the cheese. This is also the great grater. The things like garlic, ginger. Table, like you just like leave it on the table and just do this. It comes with a little brush to take the excess off as well.
Oh, cool.
Small mandolin. Mm-hmm. It's sharp enough.
Yeah, good for truffles.
Cucumbers, truffles.
Yep. I know in that video we just watched, Isaac used a katsuobushi shaver to cut truffles, but you could also use
this is like small enough too, right?
if you're broke from spending all your money on truffles, you can buy a $25 truffle shaver instead of a $175 truffle
This is
shaver.
also pretty cool. Like this, the julienne.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're making like pickled carrots or something,
Yeah,
and,
yeah, yeah.
and you just want to, you know, you don't want to mess around with julienning a bunch of stuff by
Yeah.
hand.
It's like kind of cool looking.
Yeah,
small
they're
kitchen
these
gadgets,
are the
right?
kind of kitchen gadgets you'd actually like put up on your wall as opposed to shoving them in a drawer.
Yeah. Or that we have the katsuobushi slicer, which is, and the katsuobushi is this, you know, the bonito tuna, and dried and smoked, and you shave it very thin to get a broth out. Very traditional Japanese way of making a dashi, and it is to shave down a really nice katsuobushi has a drawer as well. So, you know, all the finely shaved ones comes. You can take it out very easily. So that's that.
We also have. Nato, you need a haircut?
Yes.
A little hedge trim. These guys are great. I picked. Excuse me. I picked a pair of these up in the spring. When you work at Knifewear for 10 years, you get a 3-month leave. You get 3-month paid leave after 10 years at Knifewear. And so I had mine this summer, and my plan was to do very little except garden and spend time with my kid, and I did. And so when I was gardening, you know, pruning the hedges, pruning my apple tree, these things were super handy. They're very sharp and very aggressive. I did a side-by-side with like my cheap Yardworks hedge trimmers from Home Depot, and these buried them. We also have
It's big hoe.
a big hoe.
This comes really handy. Like we did the yard work over the weekend.
Yeah.
You know, it snowed melted.
Since the foot of snow melted,
Yeah,
we
snow
could finish
melted,
our
we can-
fall
yeah,
yard work.
Exactly, right? So, you know, this is fantastic to us. Long enough, head is heavy. You just like do this to plow anything, plow in, out.
Yep.
In the springtime, it comes super handy as well. But yeah, it's like really
Yeah.
very traditional, like 3 trident shape, Japanese. It's pretty sturdy.
I grow a lot of potatoes every summer,
Right.
and this would be nice for like pulling them up because you use a pitchfork and you end up stabbing a lot of your potatoes, and
yeah.
so this would be a pretty good tool
And
for that.
you know, it has the wedge.
Right, so you
here-
can tighten up the handle if
Yeah,
you need to.
it's slightly loose. I mean,
It's pretty dry here in
Yeah.
Alberta,
Yeah.
especially in the winter. So
yeah.
yeah.
But we have quite a few like pruning, gardening type of tool as well. So
Yeah.
you know, check those out, like hori knife and you know, those things, right?
So somebody had a question about. Now I want to clarify a little bit. So I'm not sure if you're watching. What's that?
I can read off the question here.
Sure. Yeah, I'd love to know a little more detail about this so we can address the
Yes.
question better.
Henry asked, thoughts on buying popular knife brands like Miyabi, Shun, Masakage, etc. versus buying from a specific blacksmith?
Oh yeah. I mean, it depends, right? Like I think grouping all of those together, they are pretty different. Like, you know, Miyabi, Shun, they make things probably in pretty similar ways to each other. Some people like to ask the question of like, well, should I buy something that's quote unquote handmade or factory made? And it's a bit of a misleading question because pretty much every Japanese knife, even like $100 Tojiro, there's a lot of hand work that goes into making them. Maybe not forging the old-fashioned way, but grinding, polishing, all that kind of thing. Naoto and Mike did a great video this year talking about the factory-made knives and just how good they are, right? Like the reason they do a lot of stuff in, you know, maybe with machine or just in a more modern way is because it creates a really consistent, high quality but affordable product. And so with something like a Tojiro, you're getting a knife that's a lot less, a lot lower price tag than like a Masakage, for example, or a Moritaka, but you're gonna get not the same performance, but you're gonna get pretty close compared to like, an IKEA knife or Cutco or something. So there's really something to be said for that. When it comes to brands like Miyabi and Shun, they're a little more premium. They're a little more, kind of like when you buy a designer handbag. Like you are paying more for the brand, a little more. And so often you can get, like this is a 240 Gyuto made by Kurosaki-san from SG2 stainless steel. If you bought an SG2 Miyabi in the same size, it would probably be $500 or $600 as opposed to 300. But they also use really beautiful materials. They use, Masura birch for some of their handles and all sorts of incredible stuff. So at the end of the day, like I always say, just get the knife that makes you happy. They're fantastic knives, but we like working with a lot of the smaller blacksmiths because, they're a big part of preserving this tradition and this history. And you do get people like Masashi-san, for example, who are just thinking about knives in a way that most other makers, not even most of their blacksmiths, don't think about. They're really, really cerebral in the way that they make knives, and you end up with something that is miles ahead as far as the fine details go.
One of the things that you want to remember is that the Masakage and those Miyabi and Shins are quite different when it comes to some sort of branding. Masakage is basically a collective of lots of handmade knives out of this particular area of Japan, the Echizen. And what makes Masakage a little bit more different from, say, buying a knife from Kato, but like directly, is that the knife goes through this the company's president, president of Masakage, the Shibata-san. He ensures the edge quality. I mean, I'm not saying like all those knives directly from the blacksmith are bad or anything, but
he's doing his due diligence, right?
Yes,
same as we do. It's like we check every knife, obsessively before it leaves our warehouse, because we trust all of these blacksmiths and we know they're all great, but like everybody has a bad day, right? Everybody makes mistakes, and so it's just an extra step in the chain where you're getting that guarantee of quality.
Absolutely. So that's definitely like Masakage is slightly. It can't really talk in the same boat as the Shin or Miyabi. It's slightly different. It is popular, but the you get a little bit more like extra eyes, I guess, of the inspection before it comes to us as well. So the Masakages are and also like edges and stuff like that. Some of the smaller blacksmiths, blacksmiths that we're not well known, they could be great, but at the same time they could be not as great as it looks, I guess, on say pictures on Instagrams and stuff like that.
Yeah, totally.
Sometimes. So just I think the best way really to say get to interact with us, say on live stream or go to our stores. Best way is really to hold them in your hand and find the best fit for you. Miyabi could be best fit or Shin could be best fit. It really is a personal preference.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's time to spin that wheel.
Is it? All right, time to spin the wheel. It's noon. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, we've been going for 4.5 hours, which explains why my voice is frigged.
Right.
Yeah, whole discussion in the comments about your cough.
I've had a bad cough since I was a kid. Just always that kind of person. I also drank a bunch of tea with milk in it, which just is like bad decision, Phlegm City. And I had a really gnarly cough or cold 3 weeks ago, and that friggin' cough won't die. It's been going. My kid has the same cough. She's tiny and a year old and is coughing like she's been smoking for 40 years. It's
so
awful.
what's this wheel about?
So, spin the wheel. So, we're gonna spin this wheel. Whatever it lands on when you buy a knife, you can get that deal. So, let's spin it and see what comes up.
Yeah.
Just try to put my mic closer to the wheel so you guys can hear the beautiful melody. Woo!
Good. You went the other way.
I'm gonna have to work on that clacker before the next garage sale.
There you go.
Okay.
50% off Knifewear.
50% off Knifewear logo cap.
That's actually really good.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's a great hat. I really like it. So if you spend over $300, you can get this hat for free. Just add it to your cart. And it's annoying. You have to pay for it, and then we'll refund you the money. Just get in touch. But if you don't spend over $300, maybe you're just buying a Tosa Tsukasa or something really, or a Munaishi or something really inexpensive. Then you can grab this guy for 50% off. So add it to your cart. For the next hour, it'll be automatically discounted in your cart. And what I really like about this is I have almost the largest head or hat size there is, and this thing fits on my head with even a little bit of room to spare. But it goes down small enough that it fits really comfortably for Naoto or like Tiff, our manager or warehouse manager, who has a very small head. This still fits her, but it fits an enormous head like mine. So it really is like a one size fits all.
So we're gonna activate the discount right now when.
Right now in a minute.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we'll go to commercial break.
Okay.
Okay.
Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse for the famous Knifewear Garage Sale. This
November 6th to 12th.
Hey kid, wanna buy a knife? We got one-of-a-kind knives. We got knives from new makers. Come on down to Crazy Nate's Knife Warehouse. Every knife your mother could ever want. You know me, I love in-flight peanuts, but you don't need to travel across the world for a Japanese knife. We bring them to you. We got Wa handle, Yo handle, Kurochi, Tsuchime. Look at all these knives. I got too many knives. You gotta take some of these knives off my hand. We even got Meguro Bochos, and we're slashing prices. Oh, you like psychedelic knife handles, man? Far out, dude. Look at those trippy colors. We got all kinds of these things, man. I got so many knives, they're falling out of my pockets. Look at all these knives, oh my God. They say Santoku means 3 virtues. Well, we got 3 virtues for you. Deals, deals, and more deals. Hey kid, you wanna buy a Honora River Jump? Check this out, I got the good stuff straight from Japan. Look at this, real authentic Honora River Jump. No fakes, no nothing. At Knifewear, we got Canada's biggest selection of Japanese knives. But just for you, I went straight to Japan and I got even more! Remember, that's the Knifewear Garage Sale.
November 6th to 12th.
Shop in store in
Toronto,
Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, or Vancouver. Or hop on the World Wide Web and surf your way down to https://knifewear, whoa, big wave, .com/GARAGESALE.
Are you or a loved one suffering from dull kitchen knives?
My bruschetta used to be made with squished tomatoes and bruised basil.
I couldn't get through a soup without my knife going dull.
It's so humiliating to show up and people ask you, "Oh, why do you have a Band-Aid on your hand?" I cut myself with a super dull knife.
Life was hard, and I couldn't figure out why my knife was going dull so quickly. I'm ashamed to say it, but I even put it in the dishwasher.
But then I discovered honing my knife, and everything changed.
But now, it's delicious, fresh, brightly flavored. Do you know why? I found honing.
But then I learned how to hone my knife.
I can do more for my knife and in the kitchen.
My knife can still do a good job.
And I'll only have to do it once a week.
And I only have to do it once a week.
No more squished tomatoes!
Honing your knife is not sharpening your knife. Side effects may include grating knife noises, impressing your friends, and startling sharpness. Remember, a ceramic honing rod is not a steel. If you're hearing unhappy knife noises, stop what you're doing and contact your local knife expert. Ask your local knife store about sharpening if honing is not enough for your knife.
To help keep my knife sharp, I invest in a honing rod so I can invest in my food.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome back.
We're live on the internet.
Yes. So what are we doing today?
This is the Knifewear Garage Sale. We are talking about knives all day long, live on YouTube. Well, all day long.
All day long.
For like another hour,
Yeah.
hour and a half. Yeah, so our boss Kevin went to Japan recently
Yeah.
and brought back a bunch of cool stuff. Just all sorts of knives. He brought back like these crazy sandwich knives that are discontinued. So like a lot of discontinued stock or stuff that like some of our makers were trying to clear out of their warehouse.
Yeah.
And so they gave us a great price on it. We've got some makers that we don't get knives from that often.
Yeah, like some prototypes, some of the new launches, some good deals like at Tsunohisa, 20% off sale. This
A lot of great gifts.
Yeah, basically the garage sale happens twice a year. The one in spring and one in fall. Right now, basically it's a showcasing knives that we can't usually carry. We can't really regularly carry because of maybe a supply issue, maybe just a single blacksmith working on the workshop that can just make 5 a day, right? Or something like some of the leftovers or some of the knives that's been sitting in the warehouse for quite some time, or something great deals. So we basically start the sale on the Monday of the today. And we're gonna run it until the Sunday.
Till Sunday, 6 p.m. in store and midnight online.
Midnight online. So there are a lot of great deals, great knives, great selections still in stores. Like we have stores in Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Ottawa, and Toronto.
This is the first garage sale in Toronto ever.
First garage sales in Toronto, and go check them out because the selections here. Selections at the stores are very unique, and the store selections are not available online yet until they close tonight. So what it is that if you are looking to get, say, a knife that we only have, say, 5 of, and we distributed it to all the stores, if you were sold online, you may see them back online later tonight, like about 7 probably p.m. Mountain Time. So keep an eye out because there is the chances that you get to see the knife that pop back up. Okay. So
yeah, and we've been doing some product demos today.
Mm-hmm.
So and just not so much product demos as cooking demos. We got one left. So in about half an hour. 20 minutes, Naoto here is going to make some ramen, show how some of our cookware, because we sell a lot of Japanese cookware too, works, and just teach us a little bit about ramen, and I'll kind of just ask some dumb questions so we can all learn.
I think I made the broth pretty nice as well, so
I'm
hopefully
excited.
that when I put together, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So this is like really nice Q&A. If you have any questions, want to see the specific knife in person, there's a really cool camera right here that does a very, very good job. I've been impressed.
Our new camera is so nice. We got a new one a few months ago, and it's still blowing our minds.
Yeah. So here's
some questions to finish up here.
questions. Someone wants to know the difference between Shirogami number 1 and ATS 34, and which is sharper. So easiest, I guess, like it's really hard to answer. I guess you're looking at the Manaka-san's ATS 34. When you're just asking the general, say, steel question, white number 1 definitely is sharper. Except when the Manaka-san takes a little bit of touch on this particular knife, it could be a par. The ATS 34, fantastic stainless steel. It's a forgeable. It can actually get really, really nice when it's forged. And Manaka-san, usually lots of knife makers use ATS 34 or those hunting knife makers or the pocket knives, and they do not usually harden the ATS 34 at their, I guess, the potential, right? Manaka-san, on the other hand, he likes it to take it to, it's like, to get a potential out, really nice and hard. I asked the question once, and Manaka-san, usually the ATS 34 gets, people just do them around this hardness. How about you? Like, is there aim? And his number was like 2-3 numbers higher than the other knife makers are aiming for. So it will keep its edge really, really long, and it's stainless steel. So it's really, really nice. As far as I know, he's the only one who actually forges ATS 34 stainless steel knife in Japan, like forging wise, and he actually forged that in house as well. So it is very rare. Like you don't get to see the ATS 34 stainless clad in house knives anywhere else. He has his secret. He hasn't like showed us how he does it, but it's his trade secret, right? But generally speaking, the white carbon number or steel, if you're comparing those two, and the biggest advantage probably is the white number 1 carbon steel. It's easier to sharpen, not the retention, because it's very responsive. It's like it doesn't have that much of other stuff in it, right? But as a user, you get that very similar, especially the one from the Manaka-san. You get a very, very good results from also the toughness and the hardness. So hopefully that answers to your question. Overall, it's great, but ATS-34 hand forged, hand laminated steel is very rare. So yeah.
Cool.
Anyways, okay. So
yeah, I don't know what these ones are for. Maybe we lost the note for these.
oh no, I was gonna just talk about.
Oh, you're just gonna talk about this. Okay, well let's
okay.
talk about this real quick.
Yeah.
So somebody had a question about boning knives and Hanasukis. I do a lot of home butchery, so I love talking about this kind of stuff.
Right.
That doesn't get caught on meat on the back cut. I'm not totally sure what you mean by that. Might just be terminology I'm not familiar with.
Verbatim, the question is, I need a Hanasuki boning knife that meat don't get caught on the blade during the back cut.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about like cutting along the back, like the spine, and doing the kind of like pistol grip with the knife, like cutting this way. I'm going to talk about a couple of my favorite boning knives. The traditional Japanese Hanasuki, usually Japanese steel, is known for its hardness and therefore its brittleness, and so it's it's thought to be kind of fragile and delicate and not something you should really be using around bones. And that's generally true, especially of like a santoku or a petty knife or a gyuto or just like a regular blade. So when it comes to boning, the knives designed for working around bones tend to be a lot thicker. They're thicker in the spine there, but they're also thicker down here behind the edge of the knife. And so that doesn't mean they can cut through bones, but it means if they run into a bone or kind of glance off of it, they're going to be fine. And they can work around bones beautifully. So the Hanasuki has a little thicker of a blade back here, a little thinner up front. The front I use for my precise cuts like I would a normal boning knife, like, kind of those sweeping cuts, kind of more surgically, typically with my finger up along the spine to guide the blade. And then the back end, the heel, is great when you're working through cartilage or like the rib bones of a chicken, like finer bones. Even a wishbone would be no problem. It's a great knife. It's not flexible at all, so it's not great if you're trying to do like European or American style butchery. That's where you're going to want something more like this Silverthorn. This is actually made in the USA. It's much more of that fine sweeping blade that you would expect. This is the kind of knife I learned to do butchery with. It does have some flex. It's not super flexible, but you can kind of see like it bends a lot more than most Japanese knives do. Really precise. I've actually had one of these at home. We have a sample one in our studio, so I took it home to do some butchery, and it's been great so far. I'm getting half a pig right after Christmas, and Sky's husband and I are gonna make a bunch of sausage and cut up this pig. So I'm gonna give it a good workout then.
I think definitely this is really cool to do. The Hanasuki is really chicken butchery knife, right?
Yeah.
Where this one comes really handy for something like a removing the silver skin sinews or those like things
really
where,
fine stuff.
Yeah, exactly, right? Where the Hanasuki is, it's like hone, right? The hone means bone.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Yeah, it's really to debone things. Where butchery and deboning is slightly different. So
Right.
what a lot of people do use in Japan to take the sinew off is like, thin petty or gyuto and kind of stuff.
Yeah, and a thin petty is really good for that kind of work too. Like if you are just trimming up a tenderloin or trimming a brisket, like you don't need a boning knife. A petty knife will work great and it'll be more useful day to day.
Yeah.
But if you are buying whole chickens because you like having money in your pocket and you also like making chicken stock, like I bought 2 chickens for $20 on Friday. And then I made like 4 liters of stock,
Right.
which was great for $20. Like you can't buy anything for that much money these days. So that's why I like to do home butchery. It's also very fun. Like if you're not squeamish about raw meat, butchery's super fun. Speaking of cutting up chickens,
Speaking of the taking the sinews,
and cutting up chickens because that's what I use that for.
This Kitaoka Matsuba, the super short blade, 120 mil blade.
Who is asking about this one, Sky?
Jesse.
Kitaoka Shirogami Matsuba.
Yeah, so it's like super. It's short, but it comes super handy to do like chicken deboning maybe. Careful around bones because it is more like Yanagiba kind of thickness.
It several times.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it comes really handy for like taking the sinew off, like this silver skin, like this.
Working around bones is fine. It's just when you run into a bone.
Yeah. And I love the tip like this so that takes the, whatchamacallit, the skinning and stuff, makes it a lot easier as well.
Speaking of skinning, the last time I got half a pig, I don't own a skinning knife, like I haven't done any hunting yet. And so I had to kind of improvise and figure out which of my knives was best for skinning, and that was it. Because that curved tip, and actually it was not super sharp, because I'm kind of hard on that knife. And so it wasn't super sharp, and it was great for skinning the pig because it wouldn't pierce through the skin too easily. I could just kind of ride it up along the skin, and it was really nice for that.
And because it's a single bevel too, right? Like you can do something like this, and it peels off motion. So it is actually quite nice.
Good for if you're taking the skin and making like chicharron. You can use this to remove the excess fat from the skin pretty easily too. Yeah, beautiful knife. I love mine. I got mine the first or second ever garage sale. So the garage sale has been going on for 12 years, I think. And before I even got a job at Knifewear, like a year before, I was a cook. I was in cooking school still, but I've been working in restaurants for a while. And I broke my ankle on ice, and I got refunded for part of the semester of school. So I came into Knifewear to blow a few $100 on some new knives. And I got this, and I got my first ever, another single bevel, like just a 270 mil Yanagiba. And a copy of Fool magazine.
Oh, right,
and,
the Fool magazine.
Which I miss. So yeah, it was a good time, and it's grown a lot. I think that sale, I was one of about 10 other cooks and chefs at that sale, and it was pretty quiet. There was a table smaller than this that was covered in knives, and that was it. And now we've got hundreds and hundreds of knives in all of our stores, so it's really grown quite a lot.
So, alrighty, so someone is asking about the Miyabi knives, and I guess general?
Well, no, asking about Zwilling.
Zwilling, okay.
But I figure we do sell knives by Zwilling.
We just got a second question from him too.
Okay,
so I think he's just kind of like interested about like Japanese versus Western.
Okay, yeah.
So the original question was like, just what's our opinion on Zwilling knives, like specifically the pro chef series, so like the regular ones. And then he also just asked, is it worth buying an expensive serrated knife or buy a cheap serrated knife that could be easily replaced? So maybe we can just kind of run.
So we can talk about just the general. So.
I mean, I used Zwilling for years. My first chef's knife was a Henkel something. the one with the thick bolster. Yeah, they're great.
It's great. The great knife maker. It's been around for so long, and they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Really, the biggest
they're
difference.
making knives that can be taken around the block.
Exactly.
And you can do a lot of stuff to a Henkel's or a Zwilling knife that you wouldn't do to most other knives.
Really the big difference is that the type of steel as well as the geometry. Japanese knives, because they use much harder steel, they can be sharpened as so much thinner. So think about cutting into the squash, the butternut squash.
Yeah.
When you're cutting, like a lot of people have this like mindset, like, oh, butternut squash, I need this chunky cleaver.
Yeah.
No.
The biggest, toughest knife.
Yeah. Thinner knife will cut through the squash so much easier.
Yeah.
Because, like, think about an axe, right? Like, when you're trying to cut an axe, they try to split it. It's the wood.
Yeah.
But
because you got to push it out that way real fast.
Squash is not a wood.
Yeah, it's food, so you want to cut it more delicately.
Slightly. It's like slices through. So you actually want the thinner blade to cut the squash and such. So
and a Henkel's, it's shaped a lot like an axe. Like it's kind of just this V shape.
It's pretty wedgy, right?
Which makes it real tough and real, like you can do. It's a benefit, like it's a tough knife.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel smooth cutting through dense foods,
right? So
and it's not going to stay sharp nearly as long because it's a much softer
So
steel.
that's really that's one of the reasons why the Henkel's Zwilling bought a factory in Japan and started making the knives out of that factory. So Miyabi is essentially the Zwilling, and all of them are made in Japan, right?
Well, smart enough to realize, like, hey, the way they make knives in Japan is real good. Pretty different from us. Maybe we should get in on that.
It's thinner and uses Japanese steel, so it keeps it really long. So it's like a 4x4 versus the racing cars or Ferrari, right?
Yeah.
So like 4x4s, trucks, pickup trucks. You go in any trains.
Yeah.
But they probably can't beat it on the racing track, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and that's what I use I still have the Henkels I got when I was like 12, I think, when I wanted to be a chef, and I use it. Like it lives in my kitchen, and on a daily basis I'm cutting onions, peppers, and fruits and meat and whatever, I'm using my Japanese knives because they're just going to feel so much sharper, but they're going to stay sharp so much longer. I get out my Henkel when I need to cut through a block of palm sugar for the curry I'm making, or like a big block of chocolate, or whatever. I want to cut up a chicken and I'm feeling lazy and don't want to be that precise. I'm going to use my Henkels for that job.
Yep.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the serrated knives, I have an opinion about the serrated knives.
I think both options are correct, to like buy an expensive one or buy a cheap one.
But the definitely the things that you feel the big difference is that how the serration is made, or
the shape of the serration.
Shape of the serration,
Big
right?
time, yeah.
Yeah. So it depends on what you're cutting. Like mainly, if you're just cutting up the baguettes and stuff like that, maybe cheaper ones are great.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for a more utility serrated knife, consider something like this.
Yeah.
See, it's not aggressive, right? Like it's got a really mild serration to it. It will change your idea about serrated knives.
Yeah,
Because it
big
doesn't
time.
cut like serrated knife.
Did you see Nolan's knife collection video? So we do videos with our staff showing off their knife collections, and Nolan, who works in our warehouse, who's a former chef, has like 200 plus knives and showed off like maybe 30 of them for a video.
Yep.
And this is one of his favorites. And he used to work at a country club, and it was just weddings all summer long. Every single day was weddings. And so it'd be like, hey Nolan, can you make 56 dozen crostinis today? And so he would have to cut baguettes 56 dozen times. I don't know how many times that is. It's a lot of times. It's like 800 times.
Yeah.
So if you're going to cut 800 slices of baguette one day, you might want a knife like this, like a higher end one.
Tojiro bread knives, the molybdenum vanadium series that has a little bit of carve to it, that has very mild serration like that as well. So it really depends on how much and what you do with it. Really cheap knives don't even, like, I have to admit, I actually got one of the cheaper bread knives, and they don't, you will never feel the same, like especially even the out of box sharpness, it's not the same.
I have a yellow handle Henkel bread knife that I bought for school. And when I'm cutting bread, I use my Moritaka 240 Gyuto because it's much better. If I have to cut something that's gonna chip that, like a crusty sourdough from Sidewalk Citizen, then I'll use my Henkel bread knife.
So that's.
But yeah, these, like you said, these more curved serrations that are more robust, they're a lot tougher. They're going to stay sharp a lot longer than the really pointy serrations. I worked with a pastry chef, and I was cutting up like big, like 14-inch pitas into pita chips one day, and just struggling because all the cheap, crappy bread knives we had were dull. And so she gave me one that she had with this style of serration for like 20 years, and it was still sharp like it was brand new because those serrations are just so tough. Yeah.
So hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, it's almost ramen time.
Is this the just general question? What steel has the most pure sharpen potential?
What steel has the most pure sharpener's potential? Like, right.
Yeah.
What steel can you get the best edge on, kind of thing?
White number one.
White carbon steel.
White number one.
We did a 2-hour Naoto's Nerd Hour live stream on this topic.
Done. Okay.
And that was the answer.
Yeah.
Every time.
So, that
was easy. You pass it. Give us some more softballs.
What do
we most at home use most at home?
I like to.
I'm having a stroke. Sorry.
Just like, what's a good at-home kitchen knife we like that's in the garage sale? I kind of put a stack there in front of you.
I mean, yeah, these. I use a bunka. I alternate between using a 240, a 210, and a bunka.
This is also a wicked garage sale knife.
Yeah.
That would be good for that.
Like, you cannot go wrong with a stainless steel Santoku or bunka as an everyday daily driver at home. It's big enough that it can handle pretty much anything, you know, with the exception of maybe like a huge head of cabbage or a turkey.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it's small enough that almost anybody's going to feel comfortable with a knife of this size. I said earlier, like almost every family member I have uses one of these. My spouse uses one of these. Most of the people I know use this on a daily basis.
Yeah, my wife uses Santoku like primarily.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big knife fiend, and I still use my bunka more than any other knife.
Yeah. But when it comes to like cutting up the bigger stuff, the definitely 240 comes handy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any 240s.
No,
here.
I'm gonna grab. I keep showing this one off. If we still have them in stock, that's insane. But the Nigara Hamono 240 Damascus VG10 is just bananas. This guy.
Generally, like, you know, I love thinner knives. You got, yeah.
There's a 240.
Yeah.
If you got big hands, or you just like a big, like, your hands aren't huge, but you just like a bigger knife,
yeah,
right?
say like I was cutting up preparing the for ramen demo that's coming up next couple like few minutes, I guess.
Like 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, but the I was like taking the skin off from the pork belly, cutting up some of the stuff, and it comes so handy. And how we recommend people to hold is like really to pinch up the blade like this, right?
Yeah.
And once you actually start to pinch up, you don't feel as quite long. Like, it is kind of long, but generally speaking, Japanese knives are so much lighter than a lot of European, style knives, right? So like it doesn't feel like heavy or anything. It doesn't get tired.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is a viewer question or just a mic question. Nathan, were you smelly at birth, or did it happen as you got older? I think puberty had something to do with that, probably. I'm a lot stinkier since having a kid. Like, I frankly don't remember the last time I had a shower. It was probably last weekend. So if I'm smelly today, it's because I haven't had a shower since at least Wednesday. Because I've been busy taking care of my child and my dog. But yeah. I tried to have a shower yesterday, but kid wouldn't sleep for more than an hour, so other stuff had to happen.
Yeah.
What's that?
Just gotta get up at 5.
Just got to get up at 5 so I can walk the dog and make lunch for everybody and prepare breakfast and then get out the door so I get to work on time. Yeah. It's a busy life, and you all have to suffer because of it.
I'm gonna go bring some of the stuff.
I think there's a
from the
box
kitchen.
of perfume hiding under there. Maybe I'll just douse myself down.
It's almost a demo time, so I'm gonna
It's almost demo time, okay.
I'm gonna
It's
take
almost
off
ramen
and
time.
bring some stuff.
Yeah. Well, thank you everybody that's hanging out with us so far. We're going to be live for another hour or so. We are live for the Knifewear Garage Sale today. If you just tuned in, here's the deal. If you've been watching the whole time, I'm sorry you've had to hear this a million times. But this is the Knifewear Garage Sale. This is the time of year where we bring in a ton of new stock. Like, our selection goes up by probably 50% for this 1 week because we go to Japan, we find a ton of cool new stuff, new lines, prototype stuff, some crazy good deals, some discontinued stock, some really rare, crazy stuff, and it all goes on sale for 1 week. So it's mostly new inventory. We also have a selection of regular stock that's discounted. Tsunahisas are all 25% or 20% off. The Tojiro Wanhute Chukabocho is this guy is it's 35% off. I don't know where it went.
Is it?
No, that's the Talbunka. But yeah, so we got some pretty crazy deals going on. We got some stuff we've never seen before, like this coreless Damascus tall Kobunka. I think tall Kobunka is an oxymoron, but
I think this thing is awesome.
It's pretty sick. If you were afraid of big knives and you needed a daily driver at home,
100%.
Heck yeah.
Like chopping herbs, cutting carrots, cutting onions. Like, it's got this nice pointed tip here. You could slice that through an onion easily, right? This knife is awesome. Look how tall it is. How tall is this blade? Where's the ruler? Where's the ruler? How tall is this silly thing? Centimeters. 5. It's like just under 5 centimeters tall. It's like a baby Nakiri with a bit of a curve to the edge. Like, I think you could cut almost everything with this knife. This would be such a winner. It's $280. Plus it's this coreless Damascus. It's pretty unique. It's pretty fun. And then you could get a matching massive one. Oh, you smell good. What's going on?
Well, you called me out, so.
Oh, I
knew it was gonna happen. No, seriously, I've been trying to have a shower for like a week, man.
If Nathan and I go a day without making fun of each other, something's wrong.
We've been replaced by like an alien or a government clone or something. If you also smell bad like I do because you're busy taking care of your family, get yourself some fancy perfume from our sister store, Ken of Inglewood. It's right next to Knifewear in Calgary. They sell a lot of fine English fragrances and some nice French and Canadian perfumes as well.
Yeah.
This is
There's
Windsor
great stuff
from T.R.
there.
Harris.
Yeah.
Smells like, if you want like a, people would just call this like a man smell, but not like an offensive one, Like it doesn't smell like Kevlar, carbon fiber, F-150.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I don't need an axe, I chew trees down with my teeth.
Yeah. This is more of just like an elegant kind of like what you think James Bond might smell like.
Well, it's like what a fresh person should smell like. It's just clean and sort of
a little bit woody, a little bit peppery. It's lovely. And it's good to douse yourself with on days like today. This is the cleaver I wanted to talk about. This guy is 35% off. Normally it's already a great price. It's $73. Now it's $47.
What?
Which is just ridiculous. Definitely one of the best deals of the sale. If you want a slightly bigger knife, like for example, you want a knife to cut squash, like Naoto was saying earlier, this is a nice tall but thin blade that would be great for doing squash and cabbage. And I would get this for somebody, again, like calling out my parents, I would get this for like my mom, who has a really good smaller knife that she uses for everything, but like 6 times a year she needs to cut something bigger than an onion. This is a really inexpensive knife that she could use for those kinds of jobs. And if you want to try out the Chinese cleaver, because it's kind of an unusual shape, this is a Japanese-made Chinese cleaver called a chukobocho, and it's a pretty manageable size. Usually they're like 50% bigger than this. This one's quite a manageable, workable size for most people. So that is a good deal. All right, well, I think it's time. I've been called out for my smell, but also my sore throat, my bad cough, my shredded voice. Thank you, Mike. So I think this next product is just what I need to cure, guaranteed to fix my voice. Let's have a message from Swarfwater.
Is that the mute button?
Hi, I'm Reverend Dr. Nathan Guro, founder of the Binchotan Charcoal Cleanse and author of the best-selling Amazon ebook, Yakitori Your Way to Better Health. And I'm here today with a revolutionary new medical technology, Swarfwater. Now I hear you on the other side of the television saying, but Reverend Doctor, what is swarf? Well, swarf is a magical substance produced when a knife is sharpened on a whetstone. Microparticles of steel are ground off from the knife, mixed with particles from the stone, and ground into an incredibly fine powder, then washed into the bucket from the water from the sharpening process. Now for years, we were just throwing swarf down the drain and flushing it down our toilets until we discovered its incredible healing properties. Now, master knife sharpeners like Fujimoto-san work tirelessly around the clock to ensure a clean, ethical source of swarf. Now here's why Swarfwater might be the right health solution for you. Iron in the swarf can help give much needed nutrients to iron deficient folks and anemics. The carbon from the steel binds to toxins in the blood and the gut, giving you a cleanse like no other. Most importantly, the microabrasive technology of diamond and silica can break up impacted stool, giving you the colon cleanse you always wanted, eliminating the need for your daily enemas. Shake, pour, drink, repeat. Those are the 4 crucial steps when consuming Swarfwater. First, shake. You want to make sure that the swarf is evenly mixed throughout the water. Second, pour. I don't think this one requires any explanation. Look at that nutritious swarf. Third, drink. Refreshing. And 4, repeat. We recommend taking a cup of Swarfwater at least 3 times daily, or more often if you feel its properties not working properly for you. Get your 500 ml bottles of Swarfwater for only $29.99 from your local health food store or new age practitioner. Ask for it by name. Or call now and get a 24-pack for only $699.99. Don't delay, call now for your full case of Swarfwater delivered right to your door. Is your wallet feeling a little light from trying so many phony health cures that just don't work? Join our pyramidal structure sales team now as a Swarfwater brand associate. Get your friends and family in your downline and you can get promoted to join our multifaceted, hierarchical, commission-based sales ecosystem and gain your financial independence today. Medical studies have yet to find Swarfwater to be linked to any serious health issues to date, and it's found to be at least as effective as anything marketed by Gwyneth Paltrow. Try Swarfwater today.
ramen time.
And we're back.
Ramen time. Who doesn't like ramen?
Ramen.
Ramen. Who doesn't like ramen? You know what the ramen is?
Silly people. Yeah, can you tell us what ramen is, Naoto?
So ramen, well, it's a soup noodle dish that's very famous in Japan, as you probably know. Originated probably from China, and it's brought it to Japan and became more like a Japanese thing. Now it has so many variants, like
You're good. Keep going.
so many variants, right? The combination of the ramen could be in like not a millions, but easy tens of thousands of the variety when it comes to the ramen, right? So like say, one of the most popular ramen broth is tonkotsu. People just say tonkatsu, but ka make it the breaded, the deep fried pork cutlet. So tonkotsu, the pork bone broth, right? The very traditional ones are chicken broth with soy, and that's what I'm going to make today. But there are still lots of variants, right? There's like salt-based, they call it the shiodare, also the salt, they don't use any soy sauce. There are some like misos and stuff. Today, what I'm going to make is this very traditional, the ramen with the the soy broth. So, yesterday, I made this. Nice, soup. Oh, excuse my Instant Pot. So, this is the soup that I made yesterday. Made of chicken. It's got a whole bird chicken in it, as well as a the chicken feet. Yes, chicken feet. Chicken feet. Lots of chicken feet.
Chicken feet make the best broth, and they're cheap.
Yes.
They just give them away.
Yeah, exactly. They're cheap, and so I pressure cooked them for 4 hours in the Instant Pot. Then, after it's done, I actually put the big piece of kelp or the kombu in it to add the extra flavor. So this is my broth today. If you hard boil this until it gets really nice and white, that is called the paitan, the chicken white broth. So what I'm going to do is just going to start the broth by scooping up. Ooh, it's got a nice toenail.
It's the secret sauce.
Yes.
If your ramen doesn't have chicken toenail, I'm not coming over.
You want a chicken toenail? I'll get you a chicken toenail by 2 o'clock.
This Yukihira pot from Yoshikawa is pretty good because what it is that it does have the measurement.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
and they boil so quick too.
On the side.
I want to try taking those camping because they boil really fast and they're super lightweight.
Gotta do it for 3. 3 more. Okay. So for 3 ramen soups, I usually have them about 400 milliliters of each. There you go. And is it? Is it like? Okay, so
Naoto, PH808 is calling you out because those chicken toenails were not painted.
right.
Should put some glittery
Right,
sparkles on.
I should have. Alrighty, so it's pretty straightforward. I have the chicken broth right here. and it doesn't have any sodium or salt in it, right? So what I'm going to do is I made this chashu yesterday. Chashu is this pork belly, simmered pork belly thing.
Look at the color on that. What did you simmer that with, Naoto?
So this is very simple. It's called ramen chashu, which is slightly different from the eating chashu. This one is the basically soy and sake. That's it.
50-50?
No, the 1 part of sake and 8 part of soy. So it's like basically soy.
So I know a lot of times when cooking with alcohol, you'd start by burning off some of the alcohol
Yes.
flavor.
Yes.
Do you do that and then add the soy?
Yeah.
And you simmer it to combine? It's blue. Blue lights. Looks like it's on.
So here, so it's nicely cooked. Because this doesn't have any salt, the sugar, I use that for a tare for this, stock base.
Oh. Okay, so what goes in the regular, like you said this is your ramen chashu. What goes in the regular chashu that's different?
I add a little bit more sweetness, which is mirin or this sugar, right?
Right.
So what it is that the, here.
Maybe this is just me being a dumb, like stereotypical Canadian, but I immediately thought, wouldn't it be great to make maple chashu? Because I bet you a maple chashu would probably still taste pretty good.
All right.
Because maple syrup and soy sauce and pork are always good friends.
While Naoto's cooking, let's design a bowl of Canadian ramen.
So these here, if you look.
So maple chashu.
Yeah.
What's the broth going to be?
Maple? Nah.
No, it can't all be maple.
Turkey.
Turkey?
Yeah.
So
Or
and we'll have to have red fife.
How about beaver broth?
Red fife noodles. Beaver broth? Elk.
Elk broth, yeah. Elk or moose,
broth.
I think is good.
Bison broth.
Okay. And then some some maple chashu.
So,
Gotta get some cheese curds in there somehow.
Shut up.
It's going
Cheese
poorly.
curds in your ramen?
I'm gonna mute myself.
That's
now.
it. All we're gonna do is just gonna pour ramen over top of poutine.
You know, some misguided fusion restaurant has done that before.
It's happened, yeah.
Oh, look at that cross section. Naoto, is this like fancy pork or is this just superstore special?
It's just pork belly.
Yeah, I know, but where's it from?
Oh, it's just, it's not from.
A pig.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, that's where you get them from. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's not
Thanks.
anything super. Sorry, I think you wanted to hear that. Oh, it's from Sprague's.
Yeah. What was the pig named?
I'm sorry.
His name was Dave. He was a good pig.
I'm sorry, it's not from like any of like the fancy spots. Savon food. Sorry, I know.
Wait, what's this thing?
I disappointed.
Okay, I'm upset that you're using this because I've been resisting buying one of these things for a long time.
Why?
Because they're just
It comes so
they're
handy.
so neat and tidy and they're so good looking, and I just feel like it's an excessive purchase. But I also think that it's that thing that you buy and have forever, though.
Great thing about this is that it is salty.
Yeah.
Right, but the most part is just the pork, right? So it's just got a little salted pork type of flavor.
And it's got a little like sometimes soy has that bite to it, right? Like that.
And where this one here. So I made this too, the
Eggs.
eggs. I'm allergic to eggs, so I have to be a little bit careful.
So something I noticed that's important with ramen, and same like I also noticed is important with making tacos, is that noodle absorbs so much saltiness, right? So same like the tortilla, that corn tortilla absorbs so much saltiness that you need to make sure that, like when you taste the individual ingredient, like when I taste that chashu on its own, it was like a little salty, a little bit, right? But when it comes together, it needs that saltiness to stand up to everything else, or else those flavors will get kind of washed out. So I think it's okay when you got to taste every little ingredient, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes it needs to be a little bit weighted. Wow,
Try it.
you've nailed those eggs.
Try these eggs because these are. So basically, what I did.
You mean
is
you want me
the,
to eat that?
Yeah, take it.
Okay, sure.
The what I did is that it's sweeter. Yes.
Mmm.
Yes. The what I did different is that the I took the broth from the sauce from here, and they add the mirin to it.
Okay.
So that it's a little bit.
So
more.
then first you cook the egg.
Yep.
And then peel it.
Yep.
And then you put it in this.
Yep.
So this is the leftover chashu broth.
With the
but you seasoned
mirin.
it with a bit of mirin, so it's got
Yeah.
a bit of sweetness to it.
So it gets
Yeah, it's
the-
good. Like the sweetness just sort of balances out the saltiness and the
Yeah.
amino flavor, like
Yeah,
the what do we call it?
Umami.
The umami. Thank you.
Yeah.
Of the meaty broth, because like that meaty broth on its own is like kind of like tangy
Right.
in a way of saying it.
Right.
And the sweetness really just balances. It's not sweet, but it's balanced out that flavor.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, really good.
So that's good. And now all the ingredients are cut. So, well, I did cheat on the noodles today. I'm not gonna make a broth. I couldn't find the my regular, just the frozen noodle. So I bought the this guy here. It comes with the broth. So I'm just gonna use the noodle.
Oh, yeah. So something I didn't realize until I actually went to Japan.
Yeah.
And it's so cool, like all the big famous ramen shops, the chef will have their own branded package of ramen. And
Yeah.
you know, our branded package of ramen is you cook the noodles and then you add the powder to the broth, like to the water the noodles are cooked in, right?
Yeah.
But these Japanese noodle packages, you boil the noodles in water separately, like you're cooking the noodles normally.
It's like, you know.
And then you boil water, and then you add a liquid sort of like soup base to it.
Yeah. Well,
And then that comes with the tare, and you add the tare to the bowl, and then sometimes there's like a seasoning oil on the top. Like they're really, really good.
Well, if you think about it, pasta, you don't, cook pasta and, well, you use the pasta water, yes.
Well, they're not instant noodles,
No,
right?
right.
But yeah, no, you don't. Use some of the pasta water. But what
What
do you need?
Can you, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Can you timer, start, 2.5 minutes?
Okay.
Do you want to break them apart a bit?
No,
Okay,
just-
Sky's
just
got
the
it.
frozen. Hey.
We had a question from John May. He's got a couple questions, but asked, what are you guys using for a stovetop there out of curiosity? And do you prefer using gas portables or induction?
Well, this one here is super cool. The
Iwatani cassette conroe, right?
Iwatani cassette conroe.
This one's very cool because I don't know if you can really see it, but you can sort of tell the way it aims the gas is it shoots the gas inwards, not outwards. And when you've got the burner, like most gas burners, the jet shoots the gas outwards. So you end up with a cold spot in the center of the pan. So with this one, it shoots the gas inwards towards the center, kind of like a candle, and then it comes out. So you get a really good even heat on your pan, and I kind of wish my actual stove did this too. And this has a really cool little design feature where there's a little piece of metal that goes up in and around the heat of the flame, and it actually conducts some heat back to the butane canister. And it's not like it's going to blow up. It just, as the canister empties, it starts to get colder. So this actually helps to keep the gas in the canister warm. So you get the most out of your gas.
Yeah, it keeps the gas pressure high so that your flame doesn't get lower and lower as you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, what are we doing now?
So this is the.
Show us, what do you got here?
So this is the, basically it's the tare from the.
So it's the leftover cooking
leftover
liquid from the
cooking liquid
chashu.
From the chashu, yeah.
Yeah.
That's some intense looking tare.
Yeah.
And now you're not adding your tare to the bowl; you're adding it directly
I
to the
am
broth.
actually today because I didn't check the salt content on this one. So traditionally, if you look at the Japanese ramen stores, they put the tare, then broth. Right? Easiest way to do it at home is that I actually pre-mix inside the
In the
here.
pot.
Because-
You're saying you put the tare in the bowl that you're going to serve out of it, and you build the ramen in the bowl.
Yeah.
Right.
The reason why I do this is that, those ramen places, they do calculate how much salt is in each bowl is too, right? So they have the exact measurement. Oh, that's quick. They have the exact measurement, right? But the I don't. So what I do is usually to just.
Okay, real quick to the rest of John May's question: do you prefer gas like we're using now, or induction for a portable stove?
I like gas.
They both work. I'm an ex-cook, and I'm constantly shaking frying pans around. I don't often stir things in a pan. I move the pan, and so for me, every time you move the pan, the induction burner stops cooking. So that's why I prefer the gas. Induction is really quite incredible. It does a very good job. It's very efficient. It's very clean. There's a lot of good reasons for it. There's even some induction burners that are designed for a wok, where the actual burner is like a convex sort of bottom of a sphere, so your wok fits inside of it.
Need that.
Yeah, it's very cool. But I don't know. I'm gonna keep. Maybe this is a real Albertan thing to say, but I'm gonna keep burning gas.
Yeah. Yep. But it is. I mean, cooking on gas is fun. Fire is just more fun, you know. It's like cooking,
there's something
cooking over a
primal about
campfire.
it.
It's like it's definitely not the most efficient or best way to cook, but it is the most enjoyable.
Not yet.
Okay.
John Mayo's asking, how long did you leave those eggs in that broth mixture?
Overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah, you don't have to, but I did.
Yeah.
Just because I cooked it yesterday.
The egg will absorb that kind of stuff very quickly. I think there's a way of doing it that makes the egg look really quite pretty, is you actually take the egg and you leave it in the shell, but you kind of like tap the egg to break the shell and then roll it. So you kind of crunch the shell, and that kind of allows a different amount to go through, and then you get kind of that marbled look on the egg.
Yeah, you get a super cool pattern.
Yeah, that's
You
good.
get like a Damascus looking egg.
Alrighty,
Nice.
so the broth is good. How's the?
No.
What's,
No, you definitely need it to at least come to a boil.
all right.
Some of it's.
Now, To, what
It's
is the
getting there.
name of the steel containers you were using?
Yakumi pan.
Yeah.
Yakumi
And they
pan.
come in a couple of different, like, there's 4 in that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're nice. They're really well made. They're stainless steel. They're beautiful and really high end. And yeah, if you're gonna like be doing some grilling and you want to have all your condiments there, especially if you're like
tiny touch salt here, 'cause it's
cooking a bunch of skewers for people, that kind of style of cooking, they're pretty handy.
You know, these Yakumi pans have been very popular with industry folks, because a lot of times in a restaurant you're standing there and you're preparing and you're serving food, and through dinner service, having all your little garnishes that you've prepared throughout the day at hand is really crucial. And these are awesome. They fit perfectly, right? And now you've got this nice little lid, and you can put it back in a cupboard or put it back in a fridge. So, I don't know, like if you want to have a nice clean little setup in the morning, I don't know, maybe you got a family where everyone gets up at different times and you want to have your almond butter and your peanut butter and your jam and your butter, right? You could put them all in this container and you'd be able to just pull it out of the fridge and you just have like the toast buffet. Oh,
Or you want to
toast
feel like,
buffet.
You want to make hot dogs at home, but you want to feel like you're at the gas station at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And you have little metal containers of like chopped onion and sauerkraut.
Or like our man Jesse, who takes a bag of Doritos and opens it up and then goes to the hot dog station and puts all the condiments on top of his Doritos. But I think you need to be at least, 8 to 10 drinks deep before that's the thing you do.
That's definitely a post-legalization snack.
Yeah.
Not a
Drain them good.
Now, to how are we doing? We got anything to
Good.
narrate?
Can I have the bowl as well?
What do you need?
Another bowl that you're using for.
Can I bother you to move those bowls just a little closer to us, please?
Yeah. Take that.
Yeah, there we go. Get that empty bowl in the shot.
I think
All right, so you start with your noodles.
I'm missing some. Wanna drain? Take.
Hot?
Did I get a pretty much everything?
I think you got most of them, yeah.
Yeah, so just noodle in. This guy needs a little bit more.
Any particular reason you're doing the noodles first?
I have no idea. That's how how it's done.
Gotcha.
The
Because that's how you do it.
then soup.
I would love to know, what is the difference between putting the noodles in first and putting the broth in and then the noodles in the broth? What happens? Yeah, do they stand up a little better? Right?
Yeah, I know on the fans, like I've read that book, Ivan Ramen.
Yeah.
And, you know, as an American learning about ramen and trying to really like understand all these nuances that growing up not eating ramen, he didn't know. That was a big part of it. It's like how you lay the noodles in the bowl and like all this stuff and how much broth you add before you add the toppings and then topping up the broth and like,
well, and like,
and there's reasons, good reasons for all of it.
Naoto's answer was a little funny, but it was also true. It was just like, I don't know why, but that's how you do it.
Yeah.
And sometimes things get established for a reason.
Yeah, well, it's like with that Doi-san. It's like, oh yeah, I leave my knives in the attic for a year. Well, why? I don't know, because it's better. Because my dad did it that way. And then his apprentice is like, okay, well, it's actually because the internal stresses of the steel work themselves out and blah, 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 blah. And there's a good reason, but like, he didn't know that. He just knew it made better knives.
Yeah. I think he said something like, because when I go to straighten the knife out, it bends itself back. And if I wait a year, when I straighten the knife out, it stays straight.
Right.
And then we're like, well, why does that happen? He's like, beats me, man. It's just like, to him though, like knowing why something did what it did didn't really matter.
Yeah, the steel gets real angry when you hit it so much, and it doesn't want to work with you. You know, so
yeah,
you gotta
right?
give it some time to cool its head off.
Give it some breathing room. But I think that's very cool. And when you think about how long Japanese blacksmiths have been making knives and swords and tools, like it's amazing that they were able to figure all these things out and not have the science to go behind it. So
Ramen.
Oh, look at that.
And Naoto, you're using that thermal bowl. That's what everybody needs, is their ramen to stay at molten lava temperature for the whole time that they're eating it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So that's how you
Eating
make
ramen's a
ramen.
masochistic experience.
I think
There's gotta be a bit of pain when you eat that bowl
I
of
don't know
ramen.
if there's any question. Just let us know. Like,
Okay, well, Luminine said it's like cereal first and then milk, and with the broth and the noodles. So I want to know. Let us know in the chat. Are you a cereal first and then milk, or a milk first and then cereal?
You know what someone
cereal
told
then
me
milk.
that day? It was actually Jesse. He's like, get a big ass ice cube, like one of those big ice cubes that you put in your scotch or your cocktail. Put that in your cereal. He's like, then you have ice cold milk the whole time. And he's like, don't worry, if you eat your cereal fast enough, it's not going to water it down. But I'd never thought about putting ice in cereal, but I think it's pretty brilliant, actually. Although
What if you don't put ice in your scotch either?
Although I can't tell you that I've actually eaten cereal in the last decade.
All right, well, should we get a taste test? Mike, do you want to give us a ramen review? Should we get some slurping?
Oh, it tastes like ramen, first of all.
That's good.
The broth is quite clear. I'm very happy that you put the bamboo in it. What do you call it? Memma?
Memma.
Pickled bamboo has such a funky flavor.
Oh, Thomas is here with the big brain. You could use frozen milk cubes as opposed to like an ice cube.
You could. That'd be amazing. Or you could just eat ice cream for breakfast instead.
That sounds like a pretty good choice.
It looks like a ramen.
Does it taste like ramen? Does it sound like ramen?
It's delicious. Thank you very much.
It's pretty good.
I also just ate a Cubano sandwich, so I'm very full.
Mike, do you need help finishing that bowl of soup?
Probably, yep.
Okay. Well, This is the Knifewear Garage Sale live stream. We are helping you find the knives that you want for the sale. We're going to be around for another half hour or so, or as long as you keep asking questions for. So if you got questions about knives, we got a few queued up here that we are going to address right away. But before that, we got to show you another commercial because we just love them so much. So we'll see you soon. See you in like 5 minutes, folks.
Hey, it's Nate with Whack Chop. You're going to be in a great mood all day because you're going to be whacking your troubles away. Now look, here's a potato. 1 whack, you got big chunks for stews. 2 whacks, home fries in a second. And look at this. You add a mushroom, the more you do it, the finer it gets. You don't have to switch any blades. You love salad, you hate making it. Take the stringy celery, take the carrots. Salad! I love pizza too, but once in a while, get the veggies in. At least put them on top of the pizza. This tuna looks boring. Stop having a boring tuna. Stop having a boring life. Here's a hard-boiled egg. 1 chop, you add the pickle, you add the green onion. And then what you can do is you can mix things together. You add the ham, you don't have time to make breakfast. You can live an exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this. 1 finger. It's so easy, kids can do it. They're gonna charge you $1 for toppings at the ice cream store. What about fruit? Put a mango. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Put that on your ice cream. Here's the garlic. With the skin, there you go. De-skins the garlic. The onions. With the skin, this is making you cry, it's making me cry. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't want to cry anymore. The skin's at the bottom. Hey, look at this. You want a little bit of onion? You don't want to drag out the food processor? The skin comes right off. We're gonna make America skinny again, 1 whack at a time. The Whack Chop sells for $199.95. But if you call now, we can't do this all day, we'll throw in the ceramic honing rod for 50% off.
Knifewear is not liable for any damage done to your knife as a result of using it as a whack chop. Side effects of using your Japanese knife as a whack chop might include chipping, twisting, scraping, folding, premature dulling of the edge, and more. Please consult your local knife expert before using your knife as a whack chop.
Have you or a loved one been affected by dull knives? Are you a victim of dubious sharpening gadgets? You may be entitled to get your knives sharpened. Here at Knifewear and Knifewear, we're always watching out for your fingers. Dull knives affect over 10 million Canadians each year. And did you know you could be among the affected without even knowing it? Did you know you're more likely to cut yourself with a dull knife than a sharp one? Common symptoms of a dull knife can include hating cooking, cutting yourself every time you prepare a meal, carrots flying across the kitchen, and that annoying smacking sound your knife makes when it hits the cutting board. Desire to order takeout, buying expensive pre-cut food, or just not eating at all. It's time to take your kitchen back. Join the millions of Canadians getting their knives sharpened. Save your fingers today.
Are you the kind of man that burns his fingies getting crispy bacon out of a hot pan? Are you the type of man that struggles to cradle his infant child while preparing dinner for his family? Do your manly bare mitts get stuck trying to get Pringles out of a can? Why do they put them chips in that can anyway? I never really understood. Isn't that can for tennis balls? Well, partner, you need King Tong, the only tweezers designed by men for men. With these stainless steel culinary tweezers, you can now get bacon out of a pan burn-free. You can get your favorite chips out of a tennis ball can. You can hammer nails into the wall. You can even prepare dinner while cradling your infant child. King Tong, manly man tweezers for men, or women, or non-binary people. I don't really care.
Hello. I haven't still finished my noodle yet. I mean.
Okay, well, I'm going to put this question back. We'll catch up on a couple of questions.
Yeah.
You need to answer this one.
Yeah. No, I could.
Okay, you answer this one.
Yeah.
So the question is wanting to compare the coreless tall bunka with the Sakai Takayuki tall bunka. Unfortunately, we only have the coreless tall bunka, mega bunka.
So silhouette is the same. The shape is all the same. The tall bunka is, so this one here is the coreless Damascus VG2 and VG10, where the other one was the, I believe it was the blue carbon steel? Carbon steel.
Yeah.
And forged by the Togashi-san.
Yeah.
So it's thicker. The other one was thicker.
Yeah.
And it's more robust. It's got much more bigger convexity to it. This is thinner, lighter. It's much thinner. Yeah, much thinner. I don't know which one.
The other one was more like tank,
Yeah.
right? Where it was big, heavy, hefty, big, fat spine.
Yeah.
Probably weighed easily twice what this did, right? This is really nice and thin with a nice bevel. I think this would actually be lovely to use. The one thing I find with these is they're tall, but there's a lot of mass, right? And so when you get down to that thin little edge, you got a lot of weight coming in behind it.
Yeah.
So having something that's going to be a little more robust, and I think this VG10, VG2 combo would give you that, right? Because sometimes you hit your tank too hard on your cutting board and it can sink into the cutting board,
this one.
right? And if it sinks into the cutting board and you just make that tiny little torsion of the edge in the wood, it's going to make
Right.
tiny little chips, right? So you got to be really delicate. This, I think, is a little more user-friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so
Okay, so we have another question here about the Kurosaki folder being the Kurosaki folding pocket knife, right? It's SG2 steel, and like we would call this Kurochi, but I think it's better to even just call it black. There's just this black blade. This is very unique. Like, I can't imagine there's more than 20 of these in the world. It's got a nice little bit of weight. I think over time you'd be able to get it open with one hand, like one flick, but there we go. You just got to learn how to do it. I also really like flicking a knife open like that. It's a lot of fun. Nice balance though, nice big handle, right? Like this is a beefy knife. This isn't just like that innocuous knife in your pocket to like open your Amazon package. It's pretty functional. I think that SG2 steel is gonna make it crazy sharp. Was there any particular questions, or we just wanted to look at that one?
Just wanted to look at it.
Well, there we go. Comes in a beautiful box. What a fantastic gift for somebody that would be. Kurosaki knives. Kurosaki makes beautiful things. Cool to see him making a folding pocket knife. Does have a liner lock, stainless steel. It's very cool. So next we have a note here with Kyohei Shindo. It's of course our blacksmith, and this is the Aogami number 2 or number 2 blue steel, fully carbon steel blade, no stainless involved here. And this is a bunka. Cool, like if you can kind of catch the hammer marks on it, right? This is real rustic, just off of the forge kind of hammer dents. It's not like they've made another hammer. Like in some cases where we see these cool textures, they've actually crafted a hammer to give the knife a particular look. This is just what it looks like from being made. So kind of a raw look to it. I like it. It's nice and thin. It's nice and light. Cherry wood makes a really lovely handle. It's a pretty solid material. And yeah, nice sort of thick at the tang here, so that's going to be nice and comfortable to hold. Yeah. And it's $150. That's such a smoking good deal, and thanks to the knife makers of Tosa who continue to push out these like cool knives at a great price. They don't spend much time really doing any sort of refinements in a way. They just make a knife.
yeah.
Yeah, carbon steel, Aogami Super, or Aogami number 2, that's going to be a beautiful knife.
Yeah, this was Jesse who was asking about details on both of these knives. This would be
It
quite
is
a good
rustic.
set.
It's not like refined, but very nice rustic. Tsunehisa Jushichi Damascus 135 Petty.
Tell us more about ZA18.
ZA18 is this steel made by a company in Aichi Prefecture. They try to make the steel more like a VG10.
Okay.
It's very equivalent to VG10. It keeps the edge pretty nice stainless. They are the same company who makes the AUS8, AUS10, AUS6, those kind of steel manufacturer. There are only like 3 or 4 steel manufacturers for kitchen knives, right? Because if you look at a steel manufacturing industry, kitchen knife is such a niche.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't get that special treatment. Right. Building the beams and stuff like that is so much
Oh yeah, there's so much more use for steel.
Yeah. But it's great steel. It's nice and thin. It looks pretty as well, but it's really thin. So when you kind of like oranges and stuff like dice, like what you call it, segmenting oranges comes super handy because the edge is so thin, right? Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't really help you too much, but no, it's a nice oak octagonal handle. Yeah, it feels good. It's light. It's almost like it kind of is light enough that it feels almost somewhere between a pencil and a knife. So really thin. So yeah, a lot of finesse in that knife. And Z18 is kind of a newer steel for us, but it's been awesome. People really seem to like it. So
Tsunehisa VG1, which is this guy here, versus VG10 Akiri. So there are a few differences. The very similar. The price point, 109, I think, for the Tojiro DP. Very similar in terms of the VG10 is definitely the one that has more. They call it corrosion resistance, so that it will. I mean, VG1 will never rust anyways, but it says they have more corrosion resistance. The edge-wise, though, the Tsunehisa, this VG1 is slightly thinner right behind the edge, so it will cut through the dense vegetables like carrots really nicely. Another really big difference is that some people call it, we call it the Tojiro DPs, or the classic is full tan, that metal goes through from the bottom all the way to here, the spine, where the Tsunehisa goes top and ends here. It's like half kind of tan. It's not gonna make the knife bad or anything like that, but it is a little bit more. For the handle wise, it's a little bit more like inexpensive way to make it. For thinness, I will go for the Tsunehisa VG1. Definitely the Tojiro Classic is a lot more rugged. It's a little bit thicker. You won't see this like come back with the chips and stuff like that. So it's a lot more sturdy and stronger for sure.
What do you want?
Good?
Well, that's a good
okay,
sound.
so how
Santoku?
do we
I haven't seen that all
determine
day.
which knives to bring back from Japan? Yeah, this microphone has been a problem.
This is the bad one, eh?
Yeah.
Can
So,
we still use for it, or you
how
just
do
don't
we
try?
determine
Oh, I'm just finding knives with
what
no one.
knives to bring?
The heartbeat if it's that close to yourself.
It's a good question. It's a good question. How do we determine which knives to bring back from Japan?
It's funny. It's like something we've been doing a long enough time now. I think we get a sense of what people like and what value it equals, right?
Right.
Because I mean, time, cost, and quality, right? We always know that Japanese knives will take time. Sometimes we like to look at a knife and you just see that it's something different, something unique. And that's really where we apply Garage Sale, where we think that's something cool and unique. Let's see what people think about it. So we only get a couple and we bring them here, like those Sakai Takayuki tall bunkas. That's not really a knife for everybody. Nobody thinks that's the knife that they should really have, except for after having 5 or 6 knives, you look at it and think, this is an adventure now, let's try all these different things.
Yeah. And also sometimes like the blacksmith story, right? Like, you know, how cool, like philosophy, what they are doing, like Manaka knives, right? He does it such a different way. He's been, you know, he is the blacksmith who is really dedicated himself for forge welding in-house. Like stainless steel clad. No one does stainless steel when it comes to the manufacturing or the producing a knife. They buy pre-laminated, pre-clad steel. Where Manaka-san is like, that's his where the pride is, right? Like, he's the blacksmith. He should be able to do like all the metal related thing. He's a blacksmith. You know, what the blacksmith does, right? So,
well, and over time we've done so much work with knives, even when it comes to sharpening them and thinning them out and resharpening them, that we know what good looks like. You know, Naoto has so much knowledge about quality that being able to look at what someone's doing and look and go, Jesus, look how good this knife is. Like, really taking all of the right steps along the way to produce super high quality. And then sometimes we look at it and go, that's a deal. Like, this knife might look simple and have a boring looking handle, but oh my God, the workmanship is incredible. That's like something like Gihei. It's just like, what a boring looking knife, except for it's amazing, right? Something else that we've been doing a lot more is like when you get a knife, like you'll see us often grab the blade and pinch and pull up towards the spine. That gives you a sense of what the cross section of the knife is. And then you go from the heel to the tip and you start to feel how it's been sharpened. Are they making it thinner as it goes towards the tip? Does the edge have that hamaguri kind of a grind? Because if it does, as you get right to the edge, all of a sudden it just tapers off quickly. That's how you know there's this sort of short bullet-shaped edge. It's just quite tough. Plus it drives food off the side of the knife really nicely, right? There's all sorts of little things that you look for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's why, you know, Naoto's got the job that he does, because he's very good at it and very dedicated, but he's also learned so much over time that he's just become an expert.
If we did not have an Naoto, it'd be dark days.
Okay.
Lucky to have you, Naoto.
Oh, thank you.
Can we get a round of applause for Naoto?
Okay. Thoughts on Zeos?
Tell us more about Zeos. Yeah.
It's got a cool name.
Yeah. So they haven't really, you know, last time when we, like, the Spring Garage Sale was when we launched this VG Zeos from the Kurosaki, right? We did a little bit of research. We've sold quite a few, and what, you know, we looked at what the Takefu Knife Village is trying to explain what that knife is actually all about. It's hard. It is improved version of VG10, right? Or the VG series. And I think they put this one as the top notch the VG series, like VG1, 2, 5, 10,
right.
10W, whatever, right? So and what they're trying to do is to balance between the really high corrosion resistant with the high wear and the high hardness. It's the often that they don't go together. It's like they call it trilemma. Is it like a dilemma, but trilemma?
Oh yeah.
A
three-way dilemma.
Yeah.
A trilemma.
Trilemma. Yeah. So they can only achieve
Picture a
two
Lambo
things
with
from
three
the so they can only achieve two things out of the
Sure. Yeah.
three.
Yeah.
And they try, and that's all the balancing game. And I think they really like to focus on the corrosion resistance, which I don't think it was never a problem with the VG10. But some people may thought that, and
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to push the boundaries of steel so they
Right.
can use it in different applications.
because like there was a steel for like knives that divers use.
Yeah, was that
And
H1 or something?
Something like that. Yeah. And
Hydrogen.
yeah. They
quenching
may be
or
looking at
something.
those
Yeah.
like similar maybe.
Yeah.
Hard, but
Like
you know,
just
still.
super corrosion resistant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave it in the ocean. And it's not
Yeah,
gonna rust.
exactly.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
But
So, say you have a sailboat.
yeah, if you're gonna say like
Make
cut
the hull out of VGXEO.
like probably like cutting cheese or the seasoned steak or barbecue all day every day and doesn't have a lot of time to wash it, like VG Zeos probably is great because salt solution will actually react to the stainless steel and make it rust. So
Sky did a video where she restored a knife that belonged to a relative, and it was in really rough shape because they have a business where they just make pickles.
right.
And so it's just like around acidity and brine and everything. And this knife was in rough shape.
I bet, yeah.
I don't even think it was a carbon steel knife, but it looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
They brine their knife.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Maybe they need VG XOS. Yeah. Do you know what we forgot to do at 1 p.m.?
Spin that wheel.
Mike, do you want to do the honors?
I do. I haven't spun the wheel yet.
The last spin of the day. On that side.
What? Okay.
That side's better. Give her a good one. This is our last one. Come on, big money, big money. Oh, pretty. There we go. Free pen scraper. All right, folks, where'd the pen scraper go?
Pen scraper's right here.
Ah. Tell us about it,
Pan,
Mike.
not pants.
Don't scrape your pants with that.
This is a great little thing. It sits at the edge of my sink and scrapes things out of all kinds of stuff. And it's got like the right curves, plus it's got a flat thing, plus it's got another edge. And when you got to scrape something like out of a mixing bowl or something, like it just covers all the bases.
Yeah. So I'll activate the code if you buy a knife for the next hour.
And it's pretty rigid. It actually works really well.
I love it. Like
Activator.
I
Activate.
exposed my dirty secret last Friday, which is that I really like using plastic sponges for washing dishes, but they're terrible because they're plastic sponges. And so I use one of those to scrape all the gunk off first, and it makes the sponge last a lot longer and get a lot less nasty. All right. Boom. Active. Well, we got any other questions? Or are we done for the day?
I'll let people know to pop questions in the comments.
Yeah.
What time is it? 23 after 1. Holy cow. Time flies. That was great. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody who's hung out and tuned in and purchased knives. Like that's, it's folks like you that lets us do this kind of crazy stuff. Knifewear TV is funded by viewers like you.
And let us know, we're always happy to hear what you think. Anything you think we could do better? You got any ideas? You got any suggestions? You watch us do something and you're like, man, you guys just really missed the boat on that.
If there is a brand of lav microphone that is more reliable than Rode, we are taking suggestions and possibly sponsorships. So hit us up. And speaking of sponsorships, thanks again, Ben, for the tea and coffee and donut delivery.
Oh my God, we're finally sponsored by somebody. Ben, you're our first sponsor.
Texas. We love you.
And you send us black tea.
Yeah, that was the icing on the cake, honestly.
That was a great move.
I was kind of over coffee at that point, but I was like, I'll have some. Yeah, and then I drank 3 cups of tea.
John says, thanks to you, love you folks.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. You always have great comments and commentary. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and we'll start running our videos past you, John, before we put them out there to the world.
At least the ethically dubious ones.
And you know what? We'll just go ahead and say that now. Those were jokes.
Yeah, don't drink swarf water.
And swarf water, while delicious, possibly not the best thing for your insides.
You can't buy it, so you'll have to make it yourself.
Yeah.
No, don't do that. Don't ever take my advice, honestly. We will be live on Thursday at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, roughly, because we have some late arrivals now. Do you know what's arriving late? No, we don't know. It's kind of whatever shows up. Yeah, so whatever shows up by then, we will show off. If you are watching this in the future and you didn't catch it live, but you want help buying a knife, get in touch, leave a comment on this video, shoot us an email, message us on our website, knifewear.com. Come to one of our stores in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, or Vancouver, and get help from the staff there, or tune in on Thursday.
Oh my God,
we can help you shop.
I feel like if you've made it to the end of this 5-hour-long video, and you were watching it, if you watch this video for 6 hours, not live, I don't know. I think we need to give you something special.
Yeah.
A high five.
High five.
We'd each give you a high five.
Quality high five. You
Quality
just have to
high
come
five.
and get it from the warehouse.
Yeah.
The warehouse team have packed up a lot of orders. I don't know what hour they're caught up to, but they're going hard back there. They're going to be going hard till 4:30. They're killing it. But they're working their butts off.
If you ordered a knife today, I will almost guarantee you're going to see it by the end of today if you're in North America.
By the end of the week.
The end of the week.
Yeah. It'll go out.
It'll be in a box today.
Canada Post will pick it up this afternoon. They probably, your shipping or your tracking info probably won't get scanned until tomorrow because we're putting it on a pallet, so they have to unpack it. So you'll see an update tomorrow, and it should race off to you pretty quick.
We know we had a couple of glitches off the hop this morning, but I think we've got that sorted out.
Yeah. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah,
as always.
thank you for your patience.
Something has to go. Like, there's always a technical problem. We've got
Absolutely.
the footage, the videos nailed down. The audio almost works. So
Well,
something
we
else
never
has to go
sit
wrong.
still, so it's really hard to not try something new every time, and sometimes that new thing screws over your computer system.
I wanted
However,
to reward our live viewers for tuning in live with the wheel, and so
we guess, you know,
go to the website.
if you didn't get what you ordered, if something didn't turn out right when you get it to your door, please just let us know. Give us a chance as soon as we can to fix it and make it right for you. That's our brand. That's what we do.
And if you wanted a knife but you missed it, like we said, the in-store stock is exclusive to the store right now. But tonight, kind of between 5 and 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, it'll go up on the website. So keep an eye on that page. Hit refresh or put your email in there for a back in stock reminder, and it should get in touch when that happens.
Yep.
Super.
Should we end with the wheels? Yeah, let's just spin.
Yeah, let's just do spin.
Oh, it just spins infinitely?
Yeah, right? Just like keep spinning it and then we'll wave goodbye.
There was this guy on TikTok going around to people in like a grocery store, and normally that kind of stuff is obnoxious, but he had a miniature version of one of these, and he's like, all right, spin this wheel and I'll give you whatever you win. And there was like $500 and like iPod and all this stuff. And but he had a motor in it, so it would spin, and then it would speed up and get faster and faster and faster, and then it would slow down, and then it would get faster again. This isn't one of those.
This guy's obsessed with his clacker wheel.
It is really well made, though.
Thank you.
Woo!
Yay!
All right.
Right, bye.
Goodbye. We love
Okay,
you.
that's it. We're out. Kate, peace.
good rest of
See
your
you
day.
Thursday. See you Thursday.